Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 312. Only 999 episodes away from episode 1311. Well, we'll have another 311 lyric as the title. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you, my friend. How are you today?
I'm very well, my liege. I'm doing, I woke up pretty early. I woke up, I've been waking up super early recently. I don't know what's going on. I don't really like it. Although it's starting to coincide with this weird kind of feeling of, because my niece just had a baby, which is like, congratulations. It's amazing. But also that in combination with like, I just turned 30 in like the last like couple months. Also, I'm starting to get up early, like naturally. I don't know. It's weird. I don't like it.
I kind of, it's funny, man, you say that because I kind of, I've been thinking, not rethinking because it's never going to change, but just thinking about my own schedule and how fucked it is and how it's always been probably since high school. Just totally fucking wrecked. With the exception of a few good years, maybe in college, a few good years when I was, when I like 2 relationships ago when I lived with my girlfriend, she had to get up in the morning early. So I just started getting up in the morning and then I started going to bed and at a normal time. And then you feel like you have better command of the day. I'm getting up, I'm rolling out 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I just go in the pool and read. It's like, why not just get up? Why not go to bed? But I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to. Can I let you guys in a little secret? It's not really a secret, but it's my anxiety works a little differently than most does clinically. Most people's anxiety gets worse throughout the day. Right. They wake up okay, and then it gets worse and worse and worse until they go to bed. My anxiety is the worst when I wake up. And then it gets better and better and better and better as the day goes on to really nighttime. I feel totally normal and I don't want to go to bed, because then I have to, it's like 50 First Dates when Drew Barrymore would go to bed and then she woke up and she didn't remember anything anymore and she had to start again. It's kind of how I am. Anyway, Chris, good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the show. Dustin Furman, executive producer. I see you have a very important picture behind you.
Oh yeah, that's right. Here's the thing, my liege. This has been in the background of my shot for a few months now, but no one's ever said anything. I don't know if it was a little blurry back there, but on the day of the release or the eve of the release, I guess tonight at midnight for us PlayStation players, Shadow of the Erdtree coming out. Very, very excited. But yeah, so just been waiting. I've been edging for Erdtree, and I'm at the point now where I don't want to do anything because I just feel like I just have to exist until it's out, But other than that, I'm doing just fine.
Without trophies, how is anyone going to know if you beat it?
I could not give a single fuck if anyone knows I beat it, Colin. I don't care if anyone, I have nothing to prove. What do you have to prove? My liege, what do you got to prove?
Yeah, it's not about proof. It's about maybe you're lying.
You just said to prove.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. It's good to be here with you guys. I don't know, man. I'm tired. I'm shot. It's hot out. It is so hot down here. Is it hot by you, Dustin?
Yes, we're in the heat wave. Which here's the thing. Anytime you mention about it being hot, there's always someone that says about how it's hotter. We get it. You're in Arizona. It's 105. We get it. I don't care. I'm aggressive this episode. 95 degrees here.
You're a little upset.
95 degrees here in Western PA pretty much every day this week.
That's hot.
That's hot.
That's really hot.
It's not insanely humid, but it is humid too.
Yeah, that's what my dad was telling me. I talked to him on Father's Day, obviously. Yeah. And I was asking him how the weather was because it's really hot down here. And he was saying, and I did see this, that it's actually even hotter up by you guys and on Long Island and stuff going further north than it is here because of the nature of this particular heat wave. But it's crazy here, man. Today, high 89, so not so bad. Tomorrow, 93. Saturday, 96. Sunday, 96. Monday, 93. Tuesday, 93. Wednesday, 102.
God. Oh. Yikes.
And my mom we're having a small gathering at the Jefferson Hotel this weekend for my mom's retirement party. And I'll be suited up, and it's going to be a pretty rough situation, I think, because I'm a sweater, as you know. I mean, at my wedding, I was like, just couldn't stop sweating. when I was outside. So we'll see what ends up happening here and hope for the best. I got to also mow the lawn at some point because we're having people over the house on Saturday to use the pool. So, man, it just sucks out right now. It's too hot to even use the pool sometimes. Like because it's just the sun is just. I wish I had like that Florida setup. Everyone in Florida, or many people in Florida, have the pool that's inside like the open air shed kind of thing, with like the screens and all of that because it's so hot. I wish I had that kind of setup.
Like indoor pools?
It's not indoor. No, you go
thing?
outside to like almost like a patio, but and it's encased in a patio, but the pool is outside, and that's a very common thing in Florida because it literally is too hot to swim otherwise.
Yeah.
Right.
And but you know what really grinded my gears, guys, about the heat situation? Did you see that everyone in the UK, they're like, it's a heat wave, and they're talking about it being in the upper 70s or lower 80s. It's like, are you out of your minds? That's like a normal day in November here.
I mean, to be fair, to be fair, my lord, they do have they have no AC over there at all. Which is like a kind of a big reason as to why like we're able to kind of deal with a lot of that. Like and that's their fault, really, ultimately.
Tomba, you don't have AC.
Oh,
Tomba.
I'm dying. I'm having a heat stroke. Me thinks I'm overloaded, I think. I think.
Don't think you're getting away with the THs being Fs. I hear it. Yeah.
I like it. It's fun to do. That's like a voice.
It is. It's ridiculous. When we finally get to London, we should do the whole London show in our worst British accents until everyone ends up leaving at some point during the show, and there's no one left.
No, we'd get
at the end
shot. Well, we wouldn't get shot. We'd get stabbed probably.
Yeah, that someone would stab us, no doubt.
Yeah.
You hear that a lot about London and England, the UK, the other, Wales and everything like that. They don't have AC there, and I get it because you don't really need it most of the time. It's very similar to San Francisco. No one has AC in San Francisco either, unless they live in a really new 21st century built building, because there's no need for it except for like 1 week a year where it's horrifying,
Yeah.
And I think they're kind of in that situation, but too bad. It's 68 degrees in my house right now. So
that's pleasant. That's good.
Oh, it's very nice. We bump it to 72 usually during the daytime, and then I bump it down to 68 at night, like before I go to bed. But now it is so hot that, dude, the pool, like when you go into the pool, I have a heater, but we don't even use it. It was a complete waste of money because we don't even need it. You just walk into the pool and it's like as if you're just in the air still. Like that's how hot the pool is. My uncle lives like a few blocks away, and he has a pool too, and he has a cooler, which is like, I was like, that's so crazy, dude. On Long Island when we had a pool, it's like the pool was always so cold.
I know.
Even in like the middle of August, it was so cold.
I remember the first time I felt that, the first time I really, or that I can cognizantly remember feeling that was in Tampa for, I think, the first Creator Clash when I went as like just a guest and not a fighter. And I was staying in a hotel that had a pool because obviously if I'm in a hot place, I'm going to swim. I like pools. But I walked in there and I was like, this is no difference. It almost feels like worse to step into the pool than it does to just be outside in the heat.
Be outside, right?
Crazy.
It's really interesting. Yeah, it's just getting blasted by the sun, and the evaporation's pretty crazy too. Like I have to put water in my pool, like not much, but like a couple inches like every week because it's just evaporating into the air. It's like, oh my god, it's so fucking hot. Someone last year rather in my neighborhood was saying like, oh, I was walking the dogs and she was like, oh, I noticed you haven't been using the pool or whatever, because we live in like this circle where everyone's backyards face each other, and I was like, it's too hot to use the pool. She looked at me like I was a fucking asshole. I'm like, it's too hot. You can't be out there. But I got a nice tan going on. This is when I really start looking like an Italian person, and I start getting olive skin. Like I get so, I don't know, it probably doesn't come through on these shitty cameras, but I get so dark in the summer, it's crazy. And then the winter comes right back and it all recedes into nothing.
It goes away.
All right, my friends. What won't go away is the skin cancer that's inevitably incoming again, by the way, because I've already had it once. All right.
Oh, no.
We were talking about this the other day. Have we brought this up on the show? We must have. My sisters were here. I was like, my parents never told me to ever wear sunscreen. And they also never told me to drink water.
Yeah,
it's like little things like it's like, oh, do you want some water? That never happens. Like, oh, you want lemonade? You want a Coke? And then I'd go out. I'd be outside all day. It's like, no, what? I had skin cancer when I was fucking 21. And the guy was like, how did you get it? I'm like, well, I don't know. I wonder. You know,
it's kind of amazing that that entire facet of cancer kind of befuddles me a little bit, because like if we've been living on this planet for how many like centuries at this point, completely
eons.
Like raw dogging the sun, and we're not like we're not acclimated to that at all.
Yeah, it is interesting. I think they probably did shit to themselves like in really sunny. Well, first of all, the Earth is getting hot. Like there was, the ice age and then Earth getting hotter and all that kind of stuff. So obviously they lived in colder times. So it was easier. But this is where Graham Hancock's whole like global civilization shit comes from. But they probably smeared mud on themselves and did shit like that. Tallow.
There's no way.
The tallow actually would probably make it even worse. They would bake like a fucking a rotisserie chicken, like when Newman gives Kramer like the parsley sprig and like there's like cheese on him. He's so tan.
There's no shot that they were thinking of they were thinking that heavily about it. I can't possibly believe it. What I think is more likely the scenario is that they just didn't know. Like it was just killing them and they just had no idea, because how would you even know that? How would you even know what cancer is in like the Middle Ages? You probably just like think, oh, my uncle died of a curse or like a witch got him or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know what they're.
I know, man. It must have been so mysterious. And then I like to think about like the more learned people. They would start cutting these people up and figuring it out. They probably found like the cancerous growth or the whatever, the blockage and they started slowly probably figuring shit out. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But then the cancer was like a smiting. It wasn't like a biological thing. They didn't have any understanding of that. It's so fascinating. And yet we were swinging in trees at some point,
Yeah.
Pretty amazing when you think about it. Once we were swinging in trees, throwing poop at other apes and eating bananas. And now we get skin cancer from the sun and we have climate control.
You know what, really, it's people often like lament because they see videos of like people doing like really terrible things to each other online or whatever, and they're like, man, I really lose faith in humanity when I see that kind of thing. And for me, I don't know. For me, Sweeney sent me a video recently that really kind of destroyed my faith in people, and it wasn't even a video of people. It was a video of like, I think literally like chimps or gorillas, and they were just like. They were just slamming another monkey into the ground like 50 times. I'm just like, that is so innately cruel for no reason, and it's like built into the animal that we come from, kind of. So like that really is so soberingly sad.
It's so aggro. It's crazy. They are like they're crazy. It's fucking awesome. They're nuts. They're totally nuts.
They're all Florida man.
Speaking of Florida man, you guys didn't respond to the video I sent on the Sacred thread. That was like post Southern man guy in a boat. Like that is the Florida man, where it's like he's incomprehensible. Did you guys listen to the video? I hope you did.
I woke up to that text.
I'm trying to remember.
And like I woke up to it because it was 10 a.m. here when I got it, and so like my eyes were opening, and I read it, or like I listened to it. I didn't understand what the fuck I was seeing, and then I went back to bed.
Yeah.
And then I just forgot that I got it.
Did you, Dustin, put it in the mic?
Okay, hold on.
This is a guy on a boat. This is what he says.
You call me anything you want, but don't call me that.
That's good.
That's the Southern man's friend. That's post Southern man. That's too.
He's more racist.
Oh, first of all, he's red.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
Because he's permanently on the boat.
Right.
He's red.
Yeah.
Straight up.
This was my first experience on a Sunday morning. Like the very first like imagine a newborn. Yeah, look at that.
This guy here.
That guy rules. You tell me you wouldn't want to drink with that guy, it'd probably be awesome.
Yeah.
That is the reddest man. That is a Jolly Rancher. That's crazy.
He is I don't know. He's a walking melanoma or something. I don't know what the hell's going on with that, but
he's a goddamn sweet potato.
You can call me anything you want, but don't call me that. Oh my god, hurts my throat to do it.
Yeah, that's his default.
He speaks like that because he smokes 1.5 packs a day of Marlboro Reds, and he doesn't need to feel his throat.
Mm-hmm. You ever smoked a Marlboro Red?
Man. Of course.
It's been a while, but I do it again.
Yeah, cigarettes. It's funny, man. I really don't like them or think about them. I'll smoke them. I'll smoke a cigarette if someone has them, especially as I've said a million times, in a casino or in a place where you're allowed to just serendipitously smoke inside, like when you go to Japan. Did you smoke inside when you went to Japan?
It's different now. It's very different. They've got them herded like cattle in the outside in these boxes. It's not the same anymore.
Bummer, dude, because I smoked inside a few times there and it was dope.
You can't.
I was like, oh my god, I'm in a fucking really nice restaurant and I'm smoking a cigarette. This will probably be the only chance I ever get to do this,
Yeah. The only time I got to smoke in Japan was in a bar. Shout out to Last Stand listener Knox and Evan, who took me around in Kyoto. And I got to smoke.
Oh, is he in the military or something?
No, they're both English teachers that they do. They have that program to.
They're going on strike. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that. No.
Yeah. The English teachers in Japan are going on strike.
Teachers?
Yeah. There's a union and apparently they're going on strike. That's what I saw a couple days ago. Maybe it's been
that's especially. We need. Can I say? I don't know if this is controversial. I feel like we need them. I feel like we need them specifically based on what I'm seeing on just how people respond to things that I write, or just how people talk to each other on the internet in general. It's we specifically need people to learn how to read. I almost don't even care. Don't even forget long division and bio any of that. Sincerely, forget it. Focus on reading, please, and focus on just understanding what sentences mean and forming them yourself.
Right.
Because I feel like it's a skill that is rapidly diminishing.
The Japanese speak better English than we do.
I mean, yeah.
That's the whole thing about it. Dude, it's did you see it in the Discord, in the staff Discord? I just put it in yesterday. So as I've said before, I'm putting up a video a day on Twitter to try to juice my numbers so I can start monetizing. So I put these videos up and then I mute them not because I don't necessarily want to see what everyone has to say, but because I know most people are going to be mad and I don't need my notifications cluttered because those are useful. When you see the number pop up and you see someone's actually tweeting at you for some reason. So I just mute it. And I often don't go back and look. And I went and looked at yesterday's, which was fine. People were being crazy and unusual, which is not my problem. But one guy was making fun of me for using the word, are you ready for this? Staunch. And saying, and was dead ass serious, was I never even heard anyone use this word before. And then someone responded to this person, a different person, and was Colin uses big words to try to sound smart.
Big words. Staunch is not a big word,
Staunch?
Dude. Staunch? It's one syllable.
And this is what I said. And Gina and I went back and forth a little bit on this. I was like, I cannot even believe
that's crazy
how illiterate people are. It makes no sense for you to be illiterate today. A few hundred years ago, you're a serf in Russia or something like that. Of course, you're fucking illiterate. You have a phone in your face all day. How can't you read it?
That really is crazy.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. What the fuck is going on out there? Oh my God, I'm incensed. Thank God for these audio gates. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're good.
Me. I don't know. I just, it is disappointing. Just staunch is really not a big word.
Dude, that might have been literally a vocabulary word when I was in 6th grade. The teacher would put up 20 words on the board and you'd write them down and you have to study them and then you'd have to do a test. That would literally be a sixth grade at most.
Yeah. It's not like you said effluvium or something where it's that's wild. That's so sad too. I don't know.
It's maybe read sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe read. Just read something. Learn the English language before you try to leverage it and use it against me. Go ahead, Chris.
I just don't understand how people aren't curious about the. Like, I feel like most of the time, like if I learn a new word, I almost instantly like Google it and look up like the thesaurus kind of thing, like other words that like mean it. Just because like I feel like language is so interesting. It just the etymology and like it just kind of gives you a flexible kind of repertoire to work with when you're describing things. It's like universally useful. I don't understand why more people aren't engaged with that.
Yeah, I'm totally in everyday reading. If you're doing academic reading or something like that, it's different. But I'm always you just don't encounter many words that you've never seen before at this point. In my experience, it's like I'm always shocked. I can't even think of the words, but like once in a blue moon, a word will come up and you're like, "What the fuck does that mean?" And it happens on the show sometimes, right? Where I'm like, "What in the fuck does that even mean?" And then we'll look it up and be like, "It's some obscure word for walking or something." I'm like, "Okay."
Right.
You know, it's just, and people don't realize how good they have it today. You guys are kind of in the space between, but my parents literally used to be like, "Oh, go look it up." And I'd have to go to the dictionary and look it up. Now I just Google it. You have all of these tools. Dude, using a thesaurus back in the day could be a nightmare.
It was I do remember that.
And now it is the most, and the internet revolution. I use the thesaurus all the time. Like, just like blah, blah, blah synonym.
It's fun. I use it a lot. It just
tells you all of them, you know? Like,
yeah. I use it a lot because I liked insulting people in ways that they couldn't understand. So like I would like look up what is a synonym for idiot or whatever. And I would find like troglodyte and invalid and stuff. And I was like, oh, I like these. This is fun. Although invalid doesn't hit as much when you write it because it just looks like invalid, which is like a shame.
It's like infamous.
Yeah.
Like looks like and I remember actually being corrected as a kid I was like, oh, infamous. And I always thought it meant like you were the opposite of famous.
Like Three Amigos.
You're right.
You
Right,
the
exactly.
Infamous El Guapo.
And then I was like, no, it's you know. And thank God for the game Infamous. That reinforced that, right?
Yeah. That's like that word that I said just now, like effluvia, is when I found out recently, like through like a Destiny like lore entry. I was like, what the fuck is that? I thought it was like a made up thing, but it's like I looked it up and it was like just like a foul kind of aroma or like odor. I was like, ooh, I like that.
Oh, interesting.
That's so weird. But like, how are people not curious? I don't know. Do they just like see words that they don't understand and then just like, oh well? Like I'm really enchanted by the idea of somebody just giving up on like 50% of a sentence as they read it.
Well, and now on your iPhone too. Maybe you can do this on Android too. I don't know. I have a real phone. So what I do is you can highlight a word and then hold it. And then there's a define button and it'll just pop up dictionary definition. So there's like no resistance, or you can just do it. You don't have to think about it. Just press the button. But might be too much for some.
Let me just be real here as we wrap this up. I'm just going to be as real as I possibly can. That's what we come here to do on Sacred Symbols. You're given in the United States 13 years of compulsory free education, no matter where you are. It's also illegal for you not to be at those places, unless you're homeschooled or something like that, which is fine. You got to learn how to read in that 13 years. And if you can't read after being exposed to 13 years of compulsory public education, something might be wrong with that compulsory education.
Yeah.
It's like you could sit somewhere. You could be like a foreigner going to Japan, and everyone will speak Japanese, and you're not allowed to look anything up, and you will naturally learn Japanese quicker. Yeah. So, not good. Not good.
Not
it doesn't speak well of the teaching and the education system, but it also doesn't speak too well of the pupil. Because I went through that public education system and I can read. Thank you for writing in. Oh, no one wrote in yet. Let's get the show going here. It's Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. That was a little bit of a pregnant pause. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to say next because I was reading. Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast, episode 312. We're glad to be here with you. This is our weekly PlayStation jaunt. We take on Last Stand Media, along with our network of other podcasts for all the other consoles and platforms and other things that we do. All supported at patreon.com/laststandmedia. early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all of our other shows, the ability to submit your inquiries to the show. You can get Discord access. You can get access to the Spotify feed, and just use RSS however you comfortably want to, and much more. You couldn't do it without you over there. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia. Sacred Symbols Plus also goes live once a week on Patreon for our patrons only. It's a supplemental episode of Sacred Symbols each and every week, and you can get access to it by supporting us over there. I just recorded a 3-hour episode with David Jaffe for Moriarty Cross Jaffe, our little sub show. People really love when Jaffe and I talk together. And I got to be honest with you, I feel like there is a special magic with Jaffe and I that I only replicate really here on this show, I think. It should probably be further mined. We've talked about it. Like, Jaffe and I have talked about, just briefly, like, what could we do together? It would be interesting, but there's just no time, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't have time. I don't want to be in front of this microphone anymore than I have to be. It's like 20 hours a week sometimes. It's a lot, you know? Like, give me a break. Don't give me a break. Patreon.com/LastDayMedia. Other Sacred Symbols Plus episodes include the betting episode for Summer Games Fiasco. You guys can go check that out. Castlevania Deep Dive, which was great. We did a mailbag, Stellar Blade stuff, Ken Levine interview, and so on and so forth. Merch, lastdaymedia.store. If you watch us on free feeds, which is totally great, most of you do, leave us a nice review on a podcast service. Like our videos on YouTube. You can follow us there as well if you'd like. All right, 2 things to talk about. I'll let you go first, Dustin, because I saw Too Many Games tweeted out about this, which was pretty cool. So what's going on?
Thank you, my lord. Yeah, Too Many Games this next weekend coming up. This is your final reminder. I'll probably mention it briefly next week, but if you're going to go, you should plan on it starting now. Next weekend, me, Ben, and Draggin, along with someone we've mentioned quite a bit, friend of the show, Brandon Duncan. He's not going to be part of the thing, but he'll be there if you want to talk to him. It's at 1:15 on Saturday is our panel at the Sapphire Stage. If you want to come, hang out, we'll be there doing a little panel, Q&A. And then we're also, they've asked us to do a meet and greet session at 5 p.m. as well. So both of those are on Saturday. I know Ben and I will be there on Friday and Sunday as well, but not in any kind of, we're not doing anything official those days, so we'll just be floating around. But yeah, if you like retro games, arcade games, or just gaming events in general, Too Many Games in, I think that it's officially in Oaks, PA, which is right outside of Philly. It's at the Greater Philadelphia Convention Center. Tickets, to my understanding, they keep saying, I'm getting emails that they're low. So if you want to go, or at least get the 1-day pass, Saturday is the day to go. Let me know if you're going. We'll see you there.
Cool, man. Good luck. Draggin will be here this weekend, and then you'll see him the next weekend. He's pretty much MIA at this point with our content because of his job. Sucks for him. I'm going to scrub him out of the history of this company before he even knows it. All right. The other thing we have to talk about is, frankly, more pressing and important to many of you, though you should all go, of course, support the boys in Philly. All right, San Diego show. It's time to talk a little bit more deeply about it. We have permission. The problem really was this, that we're using a Live Nation venue, which is fine. I know people have beef with Live Nation and Ticketmaster and all these different things, which is totally fine. And I think they're actually being sued by the government. So we'll see how that all turns out. But Live Nation kind of has its own little system of, like, they announce something and then the pre-sales go up and all the rest. So we had to kind of wait our turn for that venue and for them to want to talk more about it. But here's what's happening. The Live Nation announcement will happen on the 24th. And that will be, so what is that? That's Monday, right? So this goes live. That's like when this all goes live publicly. So between you and me, everything's going to be announced on the 24th. Pre-sale for the show for Patreon will be June 26th at 10 a.m. Eastern. June 26th at 10 a.m. Eastern. We will direct you on Patreon to where you need to go. So if you're a patron and you want tickets to the San Diego show, which is going to be Sacred Symbols versus Defining Duke at the Observatory North Park on September 6, 2024 in San Diego, and you're a patron, pre-sale June 26th at 10 a.m. And that pre-sale will last throughout that day and into the 27th and end midnight that night. And then the public will go on sale the next day, June 28th. and there will be tickets remaining, I'm sure. So beyond that, you want to come see Sacred Symbols versus Defining Duke at the Observatory North Park in San Diego, California on September 6th. That is our next live show. Pre-sale June 26th, public on sale June 28th. Just come to patreon.com/laststandmedia for information. I'll make the post, public, like for when it goes live for everyone and all of the rest. So check that all out. You don't have to be a patron to use that. That'll be exciting. Well, three of us will be there. I guess Maddie and Cog will be there, and we have some special guests coming as well. I don't know like who's locked in yet, so I don't want to say more. But I think Jaffe's going to be there, and I think Hoag's going to be there, which is going to be awesome. And Brad will be there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. Let's get into some topics of discussions, my friends. You guys can write in, of course, on patreon.com/laststandmedia in the thread that we put up on the news feed each week for this show and all the other shows as well. And then maybe you'll get read onto the show if you're literate. Some of you aren't. A pseudonym wrote in and said, just want to wish Dustin a very happy Juneteenth.
Thank you. Yeah, I did it. Well, I would say it's celebrating. It wasn't really. I invited my my two friends, my two other white friends, and we watched the Kendrick Lamar concert. And it was awesome. It was cool. But yeah, it was. I Chris, I know you were watching it because I saw you had some tweets about the playing the diss track 5 times.
Yeah, it was crazy.
5 times.
Dude, the fact that he got Dr. Dre to intro it too is so maniacal.
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't believe that. That was a wild show. I had no idea that was even happening. I had some friends who were there, and I was like, "Oh my god!" It snuck up on me entirely.
Holly mentioned you actually because she said we were watching, and she's like, "What if we just saw Chris Raygun in the front row in the crowd? Like, what would we? How would we had no idea that he was there, but he could be since he's in LA. But you weren't there.
Yeah, I could have lied about it.
Yeah,
I could have just been like, "Yeah, I'm there. Just find me," and then people would have been like, "That's him."
Yeah,
and I'd be like, "Yep, you got it."
That guy with glasses. That's 4 pixels in the background. It's so funny,
dude, because there are, and I'm sure you guys have these videos too, because YouTube, everything goes up. Like I've stopped recording, and this is why I get so annoyed when people have cameras on concerts now, because it's like, dude, just go on YouTube the next day. Someone else is recording this show. I've almost never been to a show that hasn't found its way in the entire show on YouTube.
Right. Yeah.
Like hundreds of them probably, and
it's recorded in like way higher quality than you're going to get on your phone anyway.
Right. Or like just let someone else sit there with their phone at worst comes to worst. It's like you don't have to be the one. It's like it's someone else is going to do it. That's the kind of shit that annoys me. So I was watching at 311, like they did a little set for some like sponsored series that's on YouTube. And it was like a small crowd and everyone had their cameras out. It's like, dude, this is being recorded properly. The cameras are all around you. It's sponsored by like Verizon. Put the camera down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And go on YouTube and look at it. Dude, that annoys me so much. I used to get less annoyed when people would just do it because it was more novel, but now we know what time it is, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, I will admit I've done this a little. Like the thing that bothers me though is that I've seen people with their phones out the entire
that's the thing
show. And to me, it's like I'll try and get like a snippet of something. If it's like, this is a great song,
I agree, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the entirety of the show, like or an entire song or something.
Right. Yeah.
I would do that in 2009 or something, maybe if there was like a song being played, but not now. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Not now.
Come on. It annoys the shit out of me. But anyway, what I was saying was that so we all know that there are things online with us in them, right? Have you ever gone and tried to find yourself in any of that stuff? Because
I have,
and I have found myself in a couple of things, which is funny, but there are these things too where I know I'm in them. So maybe the most famous sporting moment I ever saw, and I brought this up in the past, was I was at an Islanders playoff game in 2002 that was won with a penalty shot, and the fucking place went nuts. And they have like the ESPN feed like of the game, but it's so low res, and I'm like, dude, it's funny. I am in there, like I am there, but there's no data. Like there's not enough. It's too grainy and stuff for me to really find myself. And then I bought this Dredge special edition book that they just put out of like their history. One of my favorite bands, if not my favorite band, really, outside of 311. And they have all these really super awesome high res shots of their crowds playing these different shows. And I'm like, I was at a couple of these, and there's only 500 or 1,000 people at some of these shows. I got to get the little jeweler eye and go and like look for myself that way.
Yeah, I've definitely searched around for things that I like. I found myself recently in the background of a Renaissance Fair vlog, like me and Sweeney and like a couple of our friends, and it's like, oh, that's so funny. And I think there's like a couple of shows that I know for a fact, like, oh, I know that's my hat or whatever. But I really often think about like how often I'm in stuff that I just don't. I'm not even aware that anything's even happened. Like a Renaissance Fair and like a concert, like you kind of have some awareness that you're probably in someone's recording of something in some capacity. But like I wonder, like dash cam, you know what I mean, or or something like that, where like just completely like you're not under the illusion that you're being recorded at all, but you're like still somehow in the background of something.
I always think about that with Ring doorbells.
Right, yeah.
Because like when I walk around my neighborhood most nights with Micah after dinner and we do like a 2-mile walk, and I'm like, every inappropriate joke we tell, every inappropriate thing we say, like everything's being recorded. Like, and I am mindful of it. Like I don't go as hard as I probably would in the paint, you know, because I'm like, I don't know who the hell's listening at this point. Some bored woman looking at her Ring doorbell footage.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that show was crazy. I would have totally gone if I knew that it was even happening, but like,
was it in LA?
No. Yeah, I think so. It was in
the Kia something.
It was like the Forum or something.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Is that in Orange County? Oh no, that's the Honda Center. Never mind.
Yeah. No, I can't remember exactly where. I'm never really down there, so I don't really know the topography or the layout really of that part of LA. But it was local, relative. Like I could have gone.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, happy Juneteenth, Dustin, from a pseudonym. And
thank you.
Happy Juneteenth to everyone out there. I was like totally flummoxed yesterday when I went outside, and I'm like, why isn't? And I had the flag up on my mailbox because I had something to send out, and then I was like, what's going on? And Micah was like, oh, it's Juneteenth, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. You know, it's interesting. Can we at least admit one thing about Juneteenth? Can I say one thing about it?
I know what you're going to say. I think I agree with it.
No one ever heard of this holiday until 5 years ago.
Yep.
And it doesn't mean that that's good or bad. It's just that everyone kind of talks about, like, it's ingratiated itself now, where it was always a thing. And I'm like, well, I was literally 33 years old and had probably never heard of this before in my entire life. And it's weird how it just kind of came out of nowhere to the point where it's a national holiday where the mail doesn't get delivered. I'm like, that's... Yeah, I didn't know it was like that. I'm like, that's fine with me. In fact, Juneteenth is the perfect holiday. I was talking to Micah about this. I'm like, these are the things that should be holidays. As opposed to having like Gay Pride Month or even Black History Month or all these different things. It's like select dates throughout the year where something important happened or like a person died. So instead of President's Day or whatever, just literally have it George Washington's birthday or Martin Luther King Day being his birthday. Like, those are good days. And I was saying, like, the Stonewall riot would be an interesting national holiday. In other words, eliminate all the boring shit and start identifying, like, the big days. And Juneteenth is one of those great days. It's like, that's awesome. That's like when the last people that were enslaved found out that they weren't enslaved anymore in the United States. Like, that's cool. So I kind of dig that, as opposed to, like, giving just an entire month or an entire week or just random days. Like, really find that celebratory moment. That's what I dig about Juneteenth. And we should revise our whole, because that's a great permanent holiday. We should revise our whole holiday calendar. That should be my topic on Constellation. I'm going to write that on my list.
Write it
a
down.
New holiday schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, because some of them
are bullshit. Yeah.
I feel like we could get rid of a couple of them too. Like, I don't know that. Arbor Day, I've never had really much love for. I know that that's not like one of those holidays that you get a day off for or anything, or at least I'm pretty sure. I don't imagine.
No, I don't. Maybe
true.
the Forest Service gets it off or something.
Yeah, but like,
which would be kind of cool. Actually.
I mean, that's fine for them, but like, we don't need to. Come on,
Arbor Day. I love trees. Arbor Day can go, as far as I'm concerned. Valentine's Day, gotta go. Bye. See you.
Yeah.
And even it's like, we have Veterans Day and we have Memorial Day. And I think Memorial Day is good, but I'm a little perturbed by it because it's a very dark, it's the darkest holiday we celebrate, like by far. And it's like, oh, a day off on the beach and barbecuing and smoking weed. It's like, I know that that's what holidays reduce into always, but it seems like it's like a funeral. Like it's a holiday that we shouldn't even get off. Like we should be forced to work twice as much on Memorial Day. You know,
Double hours.
Double hours, no pay. Yeah.
Well, couldn't the argument be made that, you know, the people that fought and died, they died so you could have a barbecue and smoke weed. You know, they died for your freedom, so that you should.
I think that's the argument.
You should take advantage of it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
I have a joke, but I'm so afraid people are going to take it the wrong way. I'm going to preface it by saying it's a joke.
No.
We celebrate Veterans Day, but it's been a while since we won a war. I mean, what exactly are we celebrating here? You know? A little distasteful? That joke? I'll workshop it a little bit. I'll workshop it a little bit.
Could be worse.
Yeah. It could be better.
It could be better.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it's not a Michael Richards at the Laugh Factory type.
No.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get to that level.
One day.
Give it time.
If we
really put our hearts into it. What?
Didn't he say something on some news thing? Didn't you tweet about it, Chris? Because I didn't get to actually see it.
No, he didn't say anything bad. Like I made a joke about it because he went on
he was on Fox, right?
He was on Fox, but I think he was like with Jesse Waters or somebody.
Jesse Waters, yeah. Which is interesting.
Or somebody. And but he was just going on like a general kind of tour. Like, I don't even think it was like specifically, like, I don't even think he talked about anything, but I just made a joke. I was like, oh, dang. It's crazy that the Laugh Factory is now the second worst thing he's appeared on. He's appeared in or whatever. Yeah. But it was more of like a joke. Like, I didn't even watch it. I just thought like that would be funny.
Yeah. He is doing the rounds lately because he released a book.
Yeah, he has entrances and exits, I think. It's like a autobiography.
And he really did disappear. Other than his stuff on Curb, I didn't ever see him do any. I don't know that he really did much of anything. I think he might have appeared I think he was a regular in a sitcom that was canceled in like the early 2010s.
Maybe. Yeah, he kind of just receded. He had like an interview where he talked about like how I kind of canceled myself a little bit. And I was like, kind of like, oh, that's an interesting perspective, actually. And I never actually considered that exactly. That's how he would think about it.
He was quickly forgiven as far as I am concerned. Like, because I remember at the time people being like, this is really going to hurt Seinfeld and syndication and people's perception of the show and the character and all that. And it really didn't. So.
No. Yeah. People kind of moved on really quickly from that, actually.
Yeah, I think
not for him, I guess. From his perspective, it's probably right. Not.
And he stayed away, but he also stayed away long enough. It's not like when Mel Gibson went crazy and then kind of, he's like all forgiven now, but like he came back really quickly and then people didn't really know how they were supposed to feel about Mel Gibson. I remember feeling that. I'm like, am I supposed to like Mel Gibson? Am I supposed to have like a thing against? Where does everyone stand on this? And so he gave it enough time where people kind of almost have forgotten, and it kind of almost seems like this really isolated incident. And so, the book, I don't think I'll read the book, but it's cool that he's like getting his story out there. And he was saying that, I didn't know this because I noticed like I saw him on a few of his media tour interviews and he definitely has like beats that he hits, but saying that he had never really watched the show until the last couple of years and watched it with his son and his son's friends, and how his son's friends think it's so cool. Like they can't believe it that like he is like this transcendental figure in that show. I think George is the best character in Seinfeld, but most people think Kramer is the best character, and he's definitely the fan favorite. And so like that's like probably a top 10 American pop media icon. It's pretty serious.
Yeah, as far as like television goes, as far as television, like sitcoms especially, like yeah, for sure.
Sitcoms top 3 probably, you know? Yeah. I mean, so yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. All right, let's move on. I don't even know how we got on that. Jonathan Rumor wrote in. Said, hey, Gamists. In light of Dustin's soon-to-be tragic demise, I'd like to shout out his blossoming bromance with Chris. You guys absolutely nail the banter when Cobra Commander has a delivery of plastic explosives, and then he says parenthetically, weed. I really appreciate Dustin keeping Chris on his toes with absurd anime comments. I think I speak for everyone when I say that I'll miss him. R.I.P. Thanks, and keep your jars clean.
Ooh.
Well, my jars are clean. I can't speak for Dustin's.
No. We won't speak on them at all.
I have noticed this. I wanted to comment on this because I thought this was Jonathan, thank you for writing it. I thought this was a nice comment. I have noticed your guys' increasing rapport as we've gotten further and further into doing the show as a trio. And it's kind of a shame that you have to go. And even a bigger shame that people might like the show more and you'll never come back. You know?
I know.
So how do you feel about all this? What do you guys think it would reflect for me a little bit, Dustin?
Well, yeah, I was, I mean, I knew about Chris sort of like how I knew about you for years before doing this show. So obviously it was scary to do a show with him. He's successful. He's YouTube famous. But I'll tell you, when two moments that I think I really bonded with Chris. One, and I don't think he knows about one. When we did the show on Butler, I was very nervous because I invited everybody to fucking BFE, my hometown, and we're doing this show. We try to put together this room. I'm like, man, the guys are going to think this is the dumbest thing. This room, it's not good enough. Nothing's good enough. Then when Chris walks in, he's like, wow, this is so much better than I ever imagined. I was like, man, thank goodness. I was deeply concerned. I was like, okay, Chris and I, we're good. And then the other time, Chris, I think when we really bonded is over the gray pizza.
That was crazy.
You didn't eat, but I was bold enough.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I think that just especially after you meet people like and spend time actually around them, at least like a little bit, like you get kind of a better idea of like who the person is and how to interact with them. I think for a while, like when it was just because I'd met Colin in person before, and I think I'd met Dustin in person before that too, like very, very briefly. I think very, very swiftly. It wasn't like it wasn't that much of a hangout necessarily.
Was it in Santa Monica?
It was.
Yeah. I think it was in your apartment. I can't remember what we were doing or like what was. Dustin's probably got a better memory of this than I do. I can't remember.
I know you guys it was during E3 because it was a file handoff because Ben and I were there and you guys were recording in the other room and Ben and I were hanging out in Colin's living room.
Right.
And I think we watched one of the conferences together. There's the photo that you took of Colin with his head on his hands reacting to a Kingdom Hearts trailer.
All right,
and I
that's
think
funny.
Ben and I are off camera to the side.
Wait, did I take a photo of that?
I think you did. I think there
oh my
is
God, I don't
somewhere.
It is so upsetting how much of my own life I don't remember. But
same thing. Yeah.
That great pizza was definitely definitely so that was a moment for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just like if you meet people in person, you spend more time with them, your chemistry is going to be better as you keep recording. I think like because I knew Colin in person. And so when we transitioned to online, it was like a little weird, but it was kind of easy because I was like, I know Colin. But like when Dustin first was on the show, I wasn't exactly sure. Like I had to feel it out for a lot longer. And so those in-person meetings really, really do help. And I think that's why the shows help in general, like not just as an audience reach out, but just for us in general, as just to connect and get a read. And
yeah, it's like a force multiplier in my opinion. Like we said after or during the New York show, I was like, this just kind of really the audience interaction. Like you could all be AI writing comments for all I know. And we just see like data and numbers. Like it doesn't feel real until that's why I try to remind people. And I say it all the time on the show, like think about us doing this in front of an NFL stadium, because that's like how many people actually listen to the show every week, right? It's kind of crazy when you think about that, but we're just here doing it like this. I will say that, doing the show, I try to be as like cordial a host and almost play a role as being more gregarious than I am probably, and a little more open and wordy or whatever than I would usually be, because I feel like it makes a more comfortable experience. And the other thing that I try to do with Sacred to just make sure it runs well is I'm probably overly prepared for every episode of the show. That way I can just focus. And I think that there's a bad side of that, because I think it distracts me sometimes because I have so many notes, usually handwritten notes, and then all my notes in the document that we have here, plus all these windows open that I'm reading things off of. But it helps me focus more on like the comedy of the show and the flow of the show, and I don't know, just being in. So I think I really enjoyed watching you guys blossom as a duo, and it's been cool. So good work, keep it up, Jonathan. Thank you for writing in.
Shame I have to die.
Yeah, all right, and he said R.I.P. but not R.I.P. in peace. So I don't know if he's actually
Yeah.
means it or not. This next one I'm putting in only because people have been writing in about this every week now for a few weeks, and then we had 3 separate write-ins about this week, and it's strange, but it's true. James Aquilina, how would you say that? Aquilina, Aquilina.
Yeah.
James
Aquilina, I
Aquilina.
think. Yeah.
He says, Colin, it's been nearly a month since the last Around the NFL podcast episode. How are you dealing with their absence? I've been listening to them twice a week for nearly 8 years. It's bizarre the show has suddenly disappeared and they have said nothing. Any theories? There is a deep mystery going on right now, guys, in the world of NFL podcasts. And I thought you might find this interesting. And enough people know that I listen to that show that they know to write in about it because it is so interesting in the cross media between games and sports, I guess. For as big as Sacred Symbols is, and it's a large podcast, no doubt, Around the NFL is gargantuan compared to our podcast, and is an official NFL media property and a podcast I've listened to for almost a decade now. And it's on 2 to 3 times a week, every week. And it's a really, really great show. And I think that our shows are kind of cousins in the sense that I think they're very similar, very off topic, very funny, personality driven, great hosts. And a month ago to the date, I think now, the show just stopped. And no one has said anything about it. The hosts stopped posting on Twitter and on other places. They don't write on their site anymore because they work for the NFL. And the show has just ceased with no comment from anyone. And it's a mystery. Like if you go to their subreddit, there's like so many theories and like things that are like deep dive shit about like what might be going on and all of that. And I do a couple. So there's 3 hosts. There were 4. One of them passed away, unfortunately. And there are 3 hosts, and 2 of them follow me on Twitter. And I've talked to one of them a few times. So I DM'd him, but he hasn't DM'd me back, and that's totally fine. I mean, that's up to him. And he's not going to talk to me if he's going to talk to anyone. But I was like reaching out, curious about what's going on. It's a really, really big mystery about where these guys have disappeared to. Word was a few months ago that ESPN was sniffing around to buy NFL media. And the NFL was going to stop doing its media coverage as much as it did. It has like basically its own, like the NFL Network and all that stuff, like its own media apparatus, its own shows and beat writers and stuff like that. And so they might be lost in that. But this is the great mystery in podcasting right now, is where these guys went and what happened and why no one has said anything. And it's hysterical. And you want to know what I DM'd one of them? I'll just straight up tell you what I DM'd one of them. I was like, do you have any idea how much money you can make on Patreon? If you guys did your show, if you just split off, like this could be the best thing that's ever happened to you. You probably all make pretty comfortable 6 figures right now, but I would say between 150 and 200 each, maybe something like that they make. But I'm like, you can make more easily because you guys have like for as big as Sacred Symbols is, it's like, damn, dude, if we're doing this on Patreon, I can't even fucking imagine how well you would do. And so that's what I'm hoping for, is that one day they pop up, they're getting out of their contracts, it's all quiet for legal whatever's, and they pop up with a fan-funded thing and they make enormous amounts of money. That's what I'm hoping for. So shout out to the boys at Around the NFL. I love you guys. And feel free to clip this out and DM or tweet it at them. Maybe they're hopefully reading their Twitter account still. You are missed and we need you back. You guys put on some of the best podcasts on the internet. All right. And thanks for writing in about that, guys. It's funny. I've been ignoring you for a few weeks, but I guess you really want me to talk about it. So there you go. Okay. Sean Preston wrote in and said, "Sup, slits. Yesterday I was walking my dog, listening to Sacred Symbols, minding my own business, as it were. We come across a house that has 3 bright yellow little signs staked in the lawn next to the sidewalk with the words, 'Smile, you're on camera,' and the symbol of a crossed out dog taking a poop. As anyone with a dog can confirm, a new object on any lawn is a must-pee target. My dog lifts his legs and pees a bit on the sign. I laugh at the irony and keep walking. About an hour later into the walk, a black SUV passes me, stops, U-turns, and sidles up next to me. A woman rolls down the window and begins to speak. I take off my headphones to find that this lady has been driving around the entire neighborhood for God knows how long looking for me. She tells me that she caught me on camera letting my dog pee on her sign. She says that if he tries to do it again, to pull him away because they don't like that it leaves spots on their grass. I respond with the driest, okay, have a nice day, I can muster, and promptly proceed with my walk. Am I the asshole here? Nary a shit comes out of my dog without me picking it up, but pee? Clearly the rational action here is to just forget this happened and move on. Obviously, I cannot do that. Is there anything petty I can do or say next time I'm confronted by the piss police? I look forward to your sage advice." I think you're off base here, Sean. Be perfectly honest with you. If it's my own opinion, I don't know where Dustin stands on this.
Off
But
base, so you think that he shouldn't have let his dog pee there?
yes, I
Well,
walk two dogs. Boston Terriers are fucking stupid as shit. We talked about how out of 133 breeds, they are ranked 100th in intelligence. So not smart dogs. I have two of them. You can stop them from peeing anywhere and train them to pee where you want them to pee. And that's what I do. I don't let my dogs pee on other people's shit because it's not when you do that, then that's what's encouraging other dogs to pee there. And I'm just annoyed by that because some people let their dogs pee on like my mailbox and shit. And I'm like, I don't really think you should be doing that personally. I get pissed when someone lets their dog pee on my lawn. You can tell because like the woman was saying, it kills a patch of your grass. I don't know that she was wrong, especially because she didn't like come and like beat you down or like insult you or call you a slur or something like that. That would be different. But she just asked like, can you just pull the dog away next time? Because we don't want this to happen. I feel like that's reasonable enough. You know, maybe a little much to be like on camera and studying it. I've never gone after anyone. Never seen anyone let their dog pee on my trees before, but I just think you have to have a little bit of, you know, leniency on the woman as well, because it does suck when that happens. That's my opinion. Not trying to be a NIMBY by any stretch of the imagination. Dustin, you seems like you would disagree.
To be honest, I don't think about this that much. With Frisk in particular, Frisk's pee does not leave spots in the yard. I don't know if it's because she just isn't big enough.
Yeah, I don't think she pees enough.
Her pee doesn't do anything. So when we're out walking, yeah, she pees in other people's front yards all the time. I don't think anything of it. No one's ever said anything because other people's dogs pee in my front yard all the time. I've seen it on my Ring camera. Just when someone walks by, I'm not like watching it, but same. I've seen it before, right? And it doesn't bother me. Now, specifically peeing, let's say if I had a sign in my yard, a dog specifically peeing on the sign, it's a little unsavory, but I kind of feel like a dog's just going to pee, in my opinion. Maybe, I know some dogs, you could probably train them to pee or certain areas. And yeah, maybe you could pull your dog away, but I just feel like if it's in your front yard, just kind of fair game. Again, I don't feel super strongly about this. I don't think about it. I don't care if any dog pees. Poop, totally different story. Pick up your dog's poop.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Pick it up. Dude, there was a family that they had a giant dog. They always let it shit in my side yard. There was like, and it was like big, real big. I'm like, dude, why? Did I do something to offend this family? Eventually, I think they just moved away. It was like over a summer that would happen. But yeah, the pee, I don't care.
Yeah, I had two incidents. Like, it's very rare in my neighborhood, but it's happened a few times, and it happened like twice, like in back-to-back weeks, where I thought that they were connected events, where I started to wonder, like, is someone like mad at me for some reason? Because someone left, like, there was poop on my lawn, like dog poop, and I'm like, wow, this never happened. So I picked it up, and I asked Micah to like get the footage from the camera, but we just never did it because I just wanted to see who did it. And then the next week, there was poop in almost the same place on the sidewalk.
Oh,
and I was like, huh. So I asked Micah to dump the footage again, and then literally what we saw was a neighbor we were friendly with, whose dog was walking next to her, and literally just poops while it's walking, and she didn't notice. Like the poop literally just comes out of the dog's butt while it's walking. Wow. Like it just went on about its business. So I had made up this whole thing in my mind, because honestly what I thought it was I fly an appeal to heaven flag outside, which is like the very first, like George Washington's first flag from 1775. And I don't know if you guys have been following politics, but this is like a controversial flag now because one of the Supreme Court justices flew it at their beach house or whatever, and people think it's a signal for January 6th or whatever, what happens that day. It's the pine tree flag, if people know what I'm talking about. And so I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm still flying it. I love this flag. And it's obviously like George Washington's original flag, like I said. So it's an awesome connection to American history. But post that, like, you know, if you're like a crazy left-wing kind of person, maybe you would have a problem with that or something. And so that was my working theory, was that someone was upset about the flag and was letting their dog poop on my lawn. And then it just happened to have been one random dog pooper. And then this other thing that happened the next week, it was not connected at all. So I dodged a bullet. Sean, I don't know, man. I guess you have two different opinions here. So
Yeah. I don't. I think I'm kind of with Dustin, really. I just, not that I've had to deal with a dog necessarily in a while. Like, my family had a dog and I would walk it, but like we had such a stupid big yard that it was like so negligent. And it was also a small dog too, so it wasn't, when she would pee, it wouldn't do it. It really wouldn't do anything either. So like I'm largely of the opinion, look, don't walk your dog up to people's like deep into their yard or anything. You know, that I think is crazy. But like, if it's like, I don't know, if it's there's a portion of your lawn that is ostensibly the sidewalk, and I think that's entirely fair game for that stuff. Poop is a different situation, obviously, like we talked about, but I don't know, man. Is the ground so, is the grass and ground and dirt so clean? There's a worm shitting up a storm all over that thing anyway. Like,
it just kills your grass. It is true. It kills your grass, but it's true that it's usually like the dog's first piss that does that, like the deep soaking, fat piss that we all know, we're all familiar with. After that, the dog is just marking, and it's like not very much piss at all. But the thing I try to be mindful of is just that then attracts the next dog, which then attracts the next dog, and so on and so forth. But
right.
I don't know. I'm not out there trying to police it either, to be perfectly honest with you. And my grass seems fine. There was like a huge dead spot on my grass last year, and I know that came from someone letting their dog fat piss on my lawn. But and my own dogs kill the lawn in the backyard because they're peeing all over the fucking place. Bunch of assholes. All right, Sean, good luck. All right, corrections. But first, a cautionary tale. Billy Wright wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Boys. I just wanted to comment on something that has been bugging me the last few weeks. I keep hearing Dustin saying expectations are the thief of joy. That isn't how the saying goes. It's comparison is the thief of joy. Just wanted to set the record straight. He is right about eco, however. Have a good day, gents." This is a correction, I guess, because both comparison is the thief of joy is a saying. But all this required, Billy, in my opinion, was for you to Google this and realize that it's constantly used. Like,
right.
The way Dustin's saying, like, expectations are the thief of joy is definitely something that I've heard in the past. And all I did when I saw your letter was Google it and found a million results.
Yeah, that's definitely a saying like that I have heard before. I've actually never heard comparison is the thief of joy. Actually, like that's the one that I haven't heard. So I don't know. It seems stand down,
Yeah, stand down. I first heard this on, some of you may know the tech YouTuber MKBHD. And I think he brought up that he wasn't the first one to say it, and it wasn't necessarily the primary quote, but it can be its own spin-off quote or saying or whatever, because I think it stands just as true as the original. So, yeah, I'm going to say invalid write-in on this, invalid correction.
Right. Yeah. Technical. Going to team up if we're playing an NBA. And we get a lot of corrections that are not right or that are not correcting things that need to be corrected or anything like that. And I ignore them. But every once in a while, I like to throw one in just to kind of keep everyone on their toes. Yeah. Billy, you can't write in for 3 months. Thank you for writing in. You're banned. YB wrote in and said, "Hello, sacred gents. I'm writing in today," and now we're into real corrections. There are two of them. He says, "I'm writing in today with a small correction for last week's episode where Colin said there's not a vibrant French development it's seen at all in the AAA space. The biggest studio in France is probably Motion Twin," end quote. "Although the vibrancy of the French scene is somewhat of a subjective assessment, Motion Twin is definitely not the biggest video game studio in the country. Asobo Studios, Arcane Studios, Don't Nod, Focus Entertainment, Nacon, Quantic Dream, as well as your beloved Ubisoft are all headquartered and own several studios in France. Not a big deal, and I know you guys like to dunk on Europe when you can. But I also know how much you like to value accuracy, so I hope you appreciate this clarification. Thank you all for the great work and hours of quality content each and every week." You're totally right about this. I don't really know where my mind was, and I read the comments on Patreon almost immediately when the podcast went up and people were saying this. I'm like, you're totally right. I don't know what I was thinking about. Although, so you're right. There are many more studios than Motion Twin, of course. And we talk about a lot of them, especially with Quantic. But I will say a couple of things. Motion Twin is a smaller studio by headcount than most of those teams, but bigger than almost all of them in terms of the game that are released. So there is a little bit of that, but yeah, fair enough. Focus Entertainment is a publisher. They renamed themselves, right, recently to something else, I think.
Weren't they the diaper one? or no? Or
That's
was that
right.
Somebody else.
Yeah, that was right. That's exactly it. Dustin
Hold
looked that up. And then Quantic Dream we haven't heard from in a while, but I do know that they have a Canadian team now apparently as well. Arcane, of course, big studio. I would say bigger than Motion Twin. Don't nod.
Pull up.
Probably not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's pull up entertainment.
Just awful. Just
I really can't believe that.
awful. But they're French, and so they don't get the connotation. But you think someone would have told them, like, oh, by the way, there's like a diaper brand in the United States called Pull-Ups, which they probably also have, by the way. So it's not like they wouldn't be. Maybe they call them something else, something French.
Le pull up.
Nobody will notice.
No. So thank you for writing in about that. And then the other correction, Paul Cadigan wrote in and said, hello, Slitterheads. Correction for Chris. On the last episode, Chris kept comparing and referring to Civilization as an RTS, and neither of you corrected him. Civilization is not an RTS. It's a turn-based strategy game. If he goes into it thinking like it's Command and Conquer, then he'll be mightily disappointed. It's a great game, though, but a massive time sink. You're absolutely right. I didn't notice this, though, and I got to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have noticed it if no one said anything, because it's like you're talking about a strategy game that's PC-centric. Now, I play Civ, so I obviously know what it is, but I just don't know that I would have picked up on that error. So I'm glad people wrote in about it, because it just was totally. I didn't think twice about it.
Yeah, I will say, like, obviously this is, and for some reason I don't know why I said that, because I know that Civilization is not real time, but like my group of friends, because we play so few strategy games, we kind of just default to saying RTS when we're talking about strategy games, like regardless of if they're real time or not, which is just wrong. But like, yeah, I don't know.
So
it's a dumb shorthand, and but yeah, no, I know they're not real time at the very least. But they also don't read like tactics game. Like, of the tactics games that I've seen, they don't read that way to me when I see them at a glance. So like I just kind of assumed strategy.
Yeah, what's the other? What do they call it, Dustin?
Somebody said 4X.
They're called 4X
like,
games.
Which, like, there's no fucking shot I would have.
That means what? Let me guess what that means. That's like, because I knew it at one point. It's like explore,
good,
expand.
Yep.
Yeah. What are the other ones?
Exploit. Exterminate.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah. Well, I heard this, and I don't know if I noticed the first time, but I heard it you say it at one point. But
yeah.
First of all, feel a little self-conscious because someone did leave an exit survey that said I corrected Colin too much. So, do I want to jump in, not only correct Chris, but correct him on the nerdy? Actually, it's not an RTS; it's a 4X game. You know, and you were on a flow, and you know it's not a big deal. But for some reason, the comments on this, there was probably like 4 YouTube comments, one on Patreon. I'm like, dude, the Civ fans are triggered by this. This struck some kind of tism. You know,
I'm bummed about it too, because I feel like we talk about
Civilization fans.
We talk about Civ a lot on the show. You know, like that's what's a bummer about it is I like Civilization, so I try to give it its props and its exposure. But even when we do, we fail. You know, way to go, Chris.
I know. I'm sorry, Your Highness.
Yes. All right, let's get into the news. Much to talk about this week. Should be a lighter episode, though, than I think last week's, although I say that and then we always go along. All right. I put this here first just because we talked about it last week, but I wanted to get your thoughts on it through the prism of a Nintendo presentation. So we know Lego Horizon Adventures is coming later this year to PS5, PC, and it's coming to Switch. And we talked deeply about that. We're not going to talk about it again from that angle, but I did want to know what you guys thought about the presentation from Nintendo's Direct. I know you guys did an episode about this already, Dustin, on Punching Up, and talked about this on Punching Up separately. So again, I'm not looking to talk about like what the nature of the game is or whatever, but rather just seeing a minute 10 of a Horizon game with the Nintendo Direct voiceover guy and all of the chyrons and all of the rest. And I'm wondering, Dustin, if you agree with me here. I talked about this in the Discord a little bit, and Gene and I were going back and forth about this, where I was like, I could be reading into this too much, and maybe I am, but there just seems to be, there's like a little bit of pettiness in the way that it's like PlayStation Publishing LLC as the publisher instead of just saying PlayStation or something like that. And then at the end, there's a little postage stamp PlayStation Studios logo and otherwise like no references to anything. I'm like, this is so funny. What a capitulation. but I don't know if I'm reading it right. And just hearing the VO guy being like, time to go back to the world of Lego with Horizon. It's like, oh my God, what the fuck? Am I the only one that found this interesting? Dustin.
Well, you haven't watched a Nintendo Direct in a while, I think is the case, because a lot of Nintendo Direct voiceovers feel oddly condescending. like they're kind of geared. I mean, I guess this is a self-own here, but they feel like they're geared towards 8 to 12-year-olds in some of the ways they present, feels like you're watching Blue's Clues, where it's like, hey, let's go fight the tall necks. It's so, yeah, I think that's just part of it.
Dude, I'm just imagining now, like, avenge the death of your daughter in The Last of Us.
Yeah.
For PlayStation version.
Yeah, exactly. It's so condescending is the perfect word for it, like unintentionally condescending. Or what I said was like low key, like kind of shady towards it. It's funny, man. I don't know.
Fear the old blood in Bloodborne Remastered. But yeah, and the logo at the end is pretty standard in the top left, like that. PlayStation Publishing LLC, that's a little odd, but it's definitely surreal to see a PlayStation game, in a Nintendo Direct. I will say that I know the Switch is old at this point. It's going to look worse, but this looked a little bit nasty. But the kids that are going to play it on Switch won't care. So it's still good. It's fine. It's just the first thing that jumped out at me is how flat it looks on Switch compared to the PlayStation trailer.
Yeah.
What did you think, Chris?
No, I thought it looked. I mean, I think we are in such a weird period with video games now, where when I see, a PlayStation property on a Nintendo Direct, it's not really as shocking as probably it should be. And I think, to be fair, Xbox is a large reason why this is the case. Their multi-platform approach and even PlayStation 2 with them acquiring Destiny and putting that on multiple and it just feels like a more agnostic industry in general now, even though exclusives are still obviously like a big pull for the big two. I thought it looked cool. It's cool that it's going to be on Switch. I think it's going to be a great way to play it, but as far as like it being kind of like, whoa, it's newish for PlayStation, I guess, but like this aura of the crossover kind of excitement is kind of like, oh yeah, yes, I figured, of course. I'm just in my head now, just thinking of all these Nintendo Direct themed. Like grapple with the morality of chemical warfare in Ghost of Tsushima. Coming to Switch. It's like, oh my God. It's great. Love it.
Ms. Razik wrote into us on Patreon. Says, hey, Colin, I was wondering if you were going to play Lego Horizon Adventures, what platforms you were going to play it on, and what are your thoughts of Sony first-party tie-ins on non-Sony platforms. Not really talking about MLB The Show, but maybe a Final Fantasy Tactics Horizon or a Metroidvania Uncharted. Would love to play something like that on Switch. Getting more canon from Sony universes in that form would be perfect for my hour train rides to and from work. I don't know that I would expect much more of this sort of thing, just because I think Sony doesn't want to. I think Sony wants to somewhat minimize the amount of releases, do higher quality releases, fewer of them, but we'll see what happens. And particularly on Switch, I don't know what their plans are going to be in the future, but I am going to play Lego Horizon Adventures for sure. I'll play it on PS5 though. Are you guys planning on checking it out, Dustin?
Yeah, I'll probably check it out. I think it looks cute. I'm not super into Lego games, but I don't know. It's within the PlayStation realm, and I don't want to say it's an obligation because I think it looks cute and fun, but I want to check it out for the show. Maybe co-op. I think it's something Holly would like too.
Where will you play it? PS5 or a PC or something?
PS5. Yeah,
PS5. Chris, will you check out Horizon Lego Adventures?
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks cute. It looks digestible. It's not a sprawling like 90-hour RPG that's going to demand a lot of me. There's an approachability to it that I appreciate. So yeah, I'll definitely be playing it on PS5 though. Like I have a Switch, but it really is just an aesthetic choice at this point for my living room. Like I can't even remember the last time I turned that thing on. Sadly, but
yeah, Mike is always playing it. She was playing what's she playing now? Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I think, something like that. And
yeah,
before she was playing something else, but I don't remember. She stopped for a little while to play that though. Okay, well, we'll see if more games show up at Nintendo Directs in the future. I suspect in the mid to long term they will.
Yeah.
All right. Thought this was interesting. This was making the rounds. The chief technology guy, Peter Dalton at Bluepoint Games, the Sony-owned studio in Texas that they purchased in 2021 after a series of remakes and remasters that they are known for, confirmed on Twitter to a person kind of inquiring about their new project. So Peter Dalton, the guy from Bluepoint, tweeted out something about, I don't know if you guys saw Hidetaka Miyazaki's interview in which he said like there just aren't going to be layoffs at FromSoft as long as he's there. And so Peter Dalton quote tweeted him and just said this is really respectable, et cetera, and so on. And then someone responded and said, "Hi, Peter, can you confirm if the studio is still working on original content like it was previously announced? Thank you and all the best." And Peter Dalton wrote and said, "Nothing has changed since our statement that we are working on an original title. Everything takes time. We are committed to sharpening our skills." So this is basically the confirmation that we already got that Bluepoint is indeed making their own game and not doing a remake of something else. I'm actually curious what you guys think of this, because I don't necessarily think this is a good thing, just from the point of view of why I thought you would have bought the team. It's great to have more original content, and I think Bluepoint's incredibly talented, and there's no telling what they can do when they're allowed to do their own thing, which they've never really been allowed to do before, no matter who they've been working for. I mean, obviously they got they made their bones with a bunch of PS3 era remasters and collections, and that's how they came to do something as grandiose as a Demon's Souls remake that was critically acclaimed. But I thought you bought the studio to have an in-house team that was always going to be churning some remake. And I know it might go against what some people want, saying like enough with the remakes and all of that, but I'm like, no, it's kind of cool to have a studio very similar to Nix's with PC porting, where it's like, no, this is what you guys do, and bringing it in-house makes it more affordable and more reasonable to always have one of those in development. I don't think that that's a bad thing. So I think this is kind of an interesting content management issue, and I wonder how it'll turn out. I have no doubt that their game could be great. So maybe we'll be really glad that this is the decision they made. But Chris, what do you think of that? Do you think Bluepoint should be making an original title, or are they more valuable as what we thought they would always be, which was like the in-house remake studio?
I don't know. I think company morale is kind of important. And so I think it's important to not keep your talent bogged down with or not give your talent the freedom to explore like what they could be capable of. I think at the very least, giving them a shot isn't a bad idea. But I would also kind of, from the perspective of if you're buying Bluepoint, I would imagine one of the selling points of that would be like, well, dude, this is kind of like a layup studio in some way, because we can just we can pick and choose our remakes carefully. We'll take something that's like, something like Demon's Souls that's like, it's storied and very important, but also could be improved upon. And that's like kind of like a recipe for success there that is almost really kind of difficult to fumble in some way. And so why wouldn't we want to have that pillar there? So that way, all of our other studios that are taking creative risks they can be free to do whatever it is they're going to do. And it might hit, it might not, but we still have these like pillars of like, oh my God, like a remake of this amazing thing is coming out, and it's already got built-in mind share and built-in IP and all that stuff. So I can see kind of both sides of it, but I think it's cool that they're doing it. I think the thing that came to mind when I first saw this was I got a little confused, because I feel like, am I mistaken, or did we not see like a weird, like a slideshow from Sony directly that kind of placed them as a studio in this weird category that kind of felt nebulous
I know what you're
in
talking
some way?
about. I'll see if I can find that. It's in there.
I know what you're saying.
I'll try to find it.
So there's something about that kind of gives me pause a little bit, because I'm just like, okay, well, they're working on a new IP, but they're also in this kind of weird, like kind of tertiary kind of, I don't know how to describe it really, but I'm really curious as to what this is, and the nature of what it's going to be, like the scale, the scope, what style, because they don't really have a style really. They've remade, like, all of their games are remakes, so like I don't know what an original game from them would look like. It could be super interesting, and maybe it's something along the lines of like an Astrobot. Like, I don't know, maybe. I have no idea.
I found what you were talking about, by the way.
Right.
It's only from a few weeks ago. The slide is from the Games and Network Services segment presentation by Sony after their financial results, and they split their studios into 4 silos: single player, narrative focus, partner studios, evolving multi-genre, and live service focus. And there are 3 partner studios: Valkyrie, which is like a support studio, Nix's, which is the PC porting studio, and Bluepoint.
Yeah, so
you're right. It is a little weird that they look at them like that. Is this guy kind of feinting maybe? And I mean by FEINTING, where they're making an original title, but it's like a reimagining of
maybe
something, Uncharted 1, or a reimagining of Jak and Daxter or something. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, you might be onto something, Your Majesty.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like original. I'm like looking at the tweet. We are working on an original title. Like Bloodborne 2 is an original title because there is no other Bloodborne 2. Technically, there's only a Bloodborne 1, or like you said, it could be anything like Jak and Daxter or whatever. But the only other thing I was thinking, is it possible they have 2 games? I'm trying to remember how big they are. Is it possible they could have a remake in development and an original IP in development at the same time? It has been a long time since we've heard from them, just because Demon's Souls was a launch game for PS5. As far as them making an original game, I think that I kind of agree with what your lordship Collins said, in that they kind of were designed to do one thing, to make remakes. And that's cool because PlayStation has such a big legacy and so many games that could use a remake treatment. To have a dedicated team for that would be awesome. At the same time, Demon's Souls remake was so good and so high quality, and the graphics on it, and just top to bottom, I think an amazing job, that I think they're totally equipped to make an original game. And if they did, they might make something totally amazing. So I kind of go both ways on it.
So the Wikipedia article for them points to, it says 80 people, and it points to their own website as of 2023. I don't know where they're getting that number though, but I would believe that that's probably about accurate. That would be a single team in my opinion, but who knows? And it is worth noting that I guess their original game was, a unique game, Blast Factor. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a launch game on PS3. It was a downloadable game, but ever since then they've been in Sony's orbit mostly, and they've been doing remasters only until the remake stuff started with Shadow of the Colossus. And of course they also ported Titanfall over to Xbox 360, which is maybe their most interesting project, but we'll see what happens with Bluepoint. I'll be very interested. I think there is like a bit of crosstalk here because it doesn't really make any sense, but I'll be excited either way to see what they do.
Yeah.
It would be wild. Like, how would people respond if they did do Bloodborne 2? How would people respond to that? I don't know if they would be down with it or not. It could be, because it would be pretty wild if, say, in September they have an event, they show off PS5 Pro, they announce a bunch of games, or a few games anyway, and one of them is Bloodborne 2, and then teasing Bloodborne 2 is the PS5 port, the PS5 and PC port of the original Bloodborne. You could see something like that's like kind of in the style of Demon's Souls maybe, or something. I don't know. That would be kind of ambitious, but
yeah,
we'll see. I guess it wouldn't have to be in the style of Demon's Souls remake because they don't really need to remake it. They just really need to put it on, increase the frame rate and put it on the new hardware. So it could be like a nice tease for the upcoming project. But I wonder how people would feel about that if From Software wasn't doing it.
I think that at least how I would want to see it is that From Software would be involved to some degree, whether it's providing art assets, having Miyazaki involved with the story, to some degree. I think that's what would be most important.
He's talking more about the game recently, right? I mean, is there a rhyme?
He said,
a rhyme and reason to it?
He was asked about it, and he's like, well, I can't say anything without getting in trouble, but I certainly wouldn't be opposed to it, and I know that my team wants it. Is basically as far as a PC release is what he said. So, and he in that same interview, I think he was talking about that From Software is going to be moving into a direction where they have games that are not directed by him, and that he's not a producer on either. So it'll be an interesting shift.
That's necessary.
Yeah.
For their long-term survival. So I think that's Smart.
Yeah.
Diversify, get some hits going. I think people will be excited no matter what. I mean, look at how I think Armored Core benefited so much from just being a From game. Like just being a game from them in this new era of 25 million copies sold of Elden Ring, which is just incredible. All right. So we'll see what happens with Bluepoint. Maybe we'll find out later this year. It's been a while since Demon's Souls. That was obviously a launch game for PS5, and we're halfway through the generation. So we'll see what comes of it. Okay. This was over on Variety. And Variety, obviously a movie and television publication, but they say Sony teases Quentin Tarantino's final film, The Beatles movies, and live action Zelda at Cine Europe presentation. So I guess the smaller thing here for us is that they do acknowledge the Zelda picture that they're producing on behalf of Nintendo, which is in of itself very interesting. And obviously Sony Pictures and PlayStation are not the same thing, but just being in that family is really interesting. And so there's just a passing mention of the movies that were talked about in brief. And they bring up that SNL 1975 movie. That's about SNL's like earliest days. And like we said, the Zelda movie. But they also confirm that there is a sequel to the Tom Holland starring action adventure Uncharted. So Uncharted 2's film is no longer hypothetical. It's in production in some sense and underway. And we have no other information on it other than that. I'll be really excited to see what they do. And I'm hoping for the best because I really did like the first one. I thought the first one was pretty good. I wonder if they'll continue to dig into the lore and the stories from the original games like already exist. If they'll try to go in a different direction, I suspect that they'll do a little bit of both. So any interest in seeing more? You guys like the Uncharted film, right, Dustin?
Yeah. It was a fun time. I just saw it the one time in the theater, but I would be down for another. No opposition, but I'm also not desperate for it. If they said they were kind of done with it, I'd be okay with that too. But if they want to make another one, it was fine. It was a good time. So I'd be down to see it.
Chris, hopes for the Uncharted 2 film.
Nathan Drake's dong.
Yeah. Full dong for 40 minutes.
It's just hanging out like it's his zipper's undone. It's the entire movie, but his dick's flopped out all the time.
Yeah. And then everybody's in the theater. I was like, did they not notice that? Or like, what are we supposed to make of it? I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I watched the first movie and I thought it was fine. Like I kind of forgot about it pretty immediately. I didn't think it was particularly great, but I didn't think it was like offensively bad either. It was very in the middle for me where I was just like, okay, that was a film that I saw. I don't know what they could really do because they've already established that this is not the games. You know what I mean? They've pulled sequences from way later and put them. It seems like a alternate kind of timeline universe type deal. Not necessarily that they're going to delve into like alternate universes or anything, but like this feels like just not the game. So if it was like an adaptation of Uncharted 2, like directly, that would be cool. I just don't think I don't think that's where they're going to go. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of indifferent towards it. Cool. I'm glad that Tom Holland's getting work that isn't Spider-Man.
Yeah, still in Sony though. He's like a total company man in like the old style Hollywood. Yeah, like under contract with a studio or whatever. Let's see who could Jason Statham as Lazarevich. All right. We'll keep an eye out for that. I assume 2025, 2026 for that.
Yeah. Who's going to be the Yetis?
The Yetis, right. Oh, yeah. What's the Tenjin or whatever?
I don't know.
There are some Tenjin Tenzin. He was the...
It's been a while.
He's like the character that doesn't speak English. He's like in Tibet or Nepal or whatever they are, and he's guiding him through the mountains, and he ends up being like a somewhat relevant character. That'll be interesting. Okay. PlayStation Portal has a big new software update available for it now. They describe this on the official PlayStation blog in some depth if you guys want to go check it out. But there are 3 things that come packed into this new update that are worth noting. So it says here, quote, while we recommend PS Portal to be used in your home as you can have control over the quality of the Wi-Fi, it can also be used outside of the home in places where a fast and stable Wi-Fi connection is available. And we've seen many players take advantage of this. With this new update, PS Portal will also connect to a range of public Wi-Fi networks that may require additional validation steps beyond entering the network password. This includes Wi-Fi networks with sign-in screens that can be found in hotels, cafes, and airports. So you can use this QR code functionality to do it, and they show how to do it if you are ever interested in that. So that should expand the use case for Portal. And it's interesting that they did this in software updates because they really did limit the scope of Portal, I think wisely in the beginning, to make sure that it worked the way people wanted it to. And I think it's a really impressive device locally. And then you have been finding out over time that people have been using it far beyond the use case, and it's been working. So I think that they're kind of embracing that actually is the case. The other updates here are a little less important, but notable nonetheless. Quote, the emulated touchpad on PS Portal's vibrant 8-inch screen is getting an update. We've added new visual feedback to the touchpad areas. This new effect will be displayed when using the touchpad areas during remote play. So this is basically just to show you where you're touching the touchpad, which is basically in the lower quadrants of the screen, left and right, if you need to use it on your games. And then finally, and this is pretty nice because it is a little bit annoying and vague. Quote, you now have the option to display the remaining battery level percentage on the status bar at the top of the right corner of your screen. So instead of it being a vague bar that doesn't read anything, it'll actually tell you the percentage of power you have left. And this is always useful. We're used to this with our phones and tablets. So this is good. So some updates for the Portal. Neither of you have one, right? So it's not important for you. But I have mine. I figured this out actually just last night when I was dicking around my PS5, just poking into different menus and stuff, that it chronicles all the times you log in with your Portal. Yeah. And I had no idea. So I haven't used it all year, actually, which is interesting. But I haven't really had a use case for it. Okay. This has been going around. Video Games Chronicle reports, as others do, that Sony will have no presence at Gamescom. This is the 5th year in a row that they'll have no presence there. They haven't appeared since 2019, which we obviously covered in the earlier days of this show. Dustin, what do you think? Sony, no presence at Gamescom? Not a huge surprise. I don't think this really matters. I know some people are aghast by this, but it's like Sony doesn't say anything anymore. So why the fuck would they say anything at Gamescom? I mean, at this point, you might like Gamescom, in my opinion, is a huge consumer show with very little importance outside of that. And it is. I've been to it twice. It's fucking huge. It's totally massive. People love it. I'm not diminishing it in any sense. I'm just saying it's not a relevant press beat. And if Sony in this era of speaking so little is going to speak, they're going to do it on their own terms. They're not going to do it during Gamescom. So, and no show floor presence either. So any thoughts?
Yeah. Like you said, what, 5 years? You said more than that now that they haven't been at Gamescom. Especially now with Sony being more, I don't want to say more quiet than ever, because I think pre PS5 that was probably the most quiet, but they're still in their era of being super quiet. They're not going to suddenly reemerge at Gamescom of all places. So It's not really surprising. I think the next time we'll really hear from them in a meaningful way will be September-ish, maybe a little after for PS5 Pro.
Oh, I was muted. Chris, any thoughts here on no Sony presence at Gamescom?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very much with you guys where I'm not really surprised. I was confused because I saw a bunch of people online kind of surprised by this, and I'm kind of flummoxed as to how you would. That's kind of what it's like. How do you not like? Why would you expect that after how many years? 5? Yeah, of not showing up.
It's like we don't say anything, but we're going to talk and show games at Gamescom. It's like I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. So no Sony at Gamescom. That's good for us because I'm sick of talking about all these upcoming games. Just release them already. Okay. This next story is interesting. Push Square, our friends over there, picked this up, and I thought it was worth noting here just because it's kind of two-pronged. The first is that there's a game called the 100-Line Last Defense Academy that is coming from the Danganronpa creators, and it actually looks pretty good. There's a trailer here in the story I put in the disc or in the planning document if you guys want to check it out. But there's an interesting wrinkle here, and this is what they write on Push Square. Quote, the new game from the creators of Danganronpa series will be published by Sony subsidiary Aniplex, although it won't be available on PS5 at first. While there's a good possibility that the 100-Line Last Defense Academy will be ported to Sony's system later, as will be the case with Master Detective Archive's Raincoat in October, the team's latest title will prioritize Nintendo Switch and PC first. Described as a strategy game, the title will see you assume the role of teenager Takumi Sumino, who lives in the always safe Tokyo residential complex. However, when monsters wreak havoc on the town one day, Takumi is recruited into the Last Defense Academy, where he's tasked with keeping the school safe alongside 14 other students for 100 days. Sounds pretty familiar, Dustin, I think, and it sounds fun as hell, and I want to play it, but the mystery here is this. Why is it skipping PlayStation? Aniplex is a company that Sony has long owned and was founded back in the mid-90s. And it's basically, and I think you probably know more about this than I do, Dustin, but a subsidiary of Sony and works under Sony Music, but deals with anime pretty exclusively. And so here on Wikipedia, I just have an article up. It says, quote, a prominent company in the anime industry, Aniplex is responsible for the production of numerous anime series, such as Full Metal Alchemist, Gurren Lagann, I don't know what that is.
Lagann, yeah.
Lagann, Monogatari series, Puella Magi Madoka Magica, Fate series,
God.
I know that.
Fate.
Sword Art Online, I know that. And Demon Slayer, I know that. It also operates and publishes the mobile game Fate Grand Order, and the Fate spin-offs are on PlayStation. I guess the mystery here, Dustin, is why aren't they releasing this game on PlayStation immediately? It's so strange that companies within the same orbit wouldn't be pulled in to do the one Sony kind of thing they used to talk about. It doesn't really matter. I don't really give a shit, to be perfectly honest with you, because I probably wouldn't get to it immediately anyway when it came out. And by the time I do, maybe it'll be on PlayStation. But it's just strange. Like, you think that would be a given, that anything Aniplex helps put out would be on PlayStation.
Yeah, you would think they would do that. I'm thinking of their last game, the Master Detective Archives. I believe that's the same team because it's the Danganronpa team. That also came out initially on Switch, and I think it's either out on PS5 now or is going to be out on PS5.
They say in the article it comes out later this fall, but the important differentiator is Spike Chunsoft published that game, so that's what's weird about it, I guess, in my opinion. It could be up to the developer, of course it is, and they want to go. Switch is huge in Japan, and they want to be there. But again, getting Sony money would mean, I would assume, getting the game on PlayStation.
Right. That's why I'm just wondering if it's a thing that they just are small enough that they want to just do the one port, but it's one of those things where they got Sony money, just make it happen, farm it out for someone else to do the port or something. But so yeah, it is a little odd, but I would expect it will eventually be on PlayStation at some point, like a year or so after. But it looks like a cool game. It's definitely familiar though. It's like you've got a weird mascot character who's got some kind of evil thing going on. I think he's like a ghost guy, right? You can see his brain. The RTS aspect of it looks kind of cool. Pretty different.
It is. It reminds me a little bit. I mean, it's not the same kind of game at all, but it reminds me a little bit of what was that game? Aegis Rim. Kind of just a unique fusion of kind of a unique fusion of a story-based anime style game with a unique gameplay mechanic. That's more than just being another visual novel or even a Phoenix Wright like game, which I like those games too. But so I'm not diminishing them. Any thoughts on this one, Chris? Don't you think that Sony should be more involved in cycling their money for games to PlayStation? I just, again, find it a little bit mysterious. I'm glad that Push Square picked this up because I would have never noticed.
Yeah, I don't really understand the logic behind it. I can understand going to PC because it is a strategy game and maybe like trying to iron that, like get that out and then work on it and then like eventually get your port over to PlayStation when all the inevitable unforeseen bugs that every video game has can be ironed out and you get like a premium kind of product. But what I just don't understand is like this kind of bookending of like, all right, we're going to go for the highest possible spec layout and then the lowest, but then like not fill out the in-between. I'm a little bit confused by that. Maybe it's something about the way these interface, something about maybe mouse, because mouse and keyboard is super reliable for PC. And then maybe because Switch has a touch screen, maybe that might, I don't really know. It feels kind of strange. But it's a curious strategy. I will say that. I don't really know. It just feels very strange to me, this whole thing.
I would think I didn't bring this up. I would imagine it has to do with it being a very Japanese game and Switch is just murdering in Japan over PS5, which I guess you could get the argument for both, but maybe with it being smaller, I mean, Danganronpa is big, or that, that team, but maybe you want to play it safe since it's a new IP from them. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
All right. Aniplex, get it together, sort it out. I don't know if you guys saw this. Gamatsu found on the Taiwanese games rating board, always a listings, always a great source of leaks. Taiwan, South Korea, Australia, always leaking. ESRB never leaks anymore, really. They used to leak a lot more back in the day. The original TimeSplitters has been rated for release on PS4 and PS5. Everyone's assuming, and I think rightfully so, this will be a PlayStation 2 classic for the classics catalog, plus an a la carte purchase as well, if you want. So the original TimeSplitters, obviously, as people might remember, was a PlayStation 2 launch game and came from Free Radical. They released a sequel that also came to GameCube, if people remember, in 2002. And then there was a third game. So the game was originally published by Eidos, and then EA picked up the rights to it, and they published the third game, which I never played, Future Perfect. And then, of course, Free Radical was known for going to Ubisoft and doing the PS3 exclusive shooter Haze, which I'm sure many of you didn't play back when it came out in 2008. Free Radical kind of was passed around a little bit after that and ended up under the Crytek umbrella, where they did a bunch of ports of the Crysis games, which were pretty good, actually, on PS3, and played those back in the day. But yeah, for me, and a lot of by the way, like contract work on those games as well. But you guys might remember that this is kind of sad because Free Radical was actually reformed a couple of years ago. Do you guys remember this? And they were going to make TimeSplitters 4, and then and that was under Embracer, and then Embracer just shut them down along with a bunch of other teams. So, well, too little, too late to get going on this. But I assume that the ownership of the IP remains, and that they want to extract money as much as they can. Did you guys see that Embracer just paid a $300 million cash sum back to one of their lenders because they owe so much money? So that was like all of the money they made from selling Gearbox, which they sold at a loss. So bad times over there. So I expect to see more of this. So yeah, again, the original TimeSplitters coming out. Do you guys have any history with this game? And my history with TimeSplitters is that I had a used copy of it that I bought from a friend of mine, and he had it and it got mega water damaged. So the case was all fucked up and the paper inside of it was all fucked up, and I paid him like $5 for it, and the disc worked fine. So I had this like bootleg ass looking copy of TimeSplitters in my collection. But I have no real attachment to the series. I will like to go back. I'm in the old shooter spirit recently, so I'd like to go back and play. But are you any interested in this, Chris? Playing TimeSplitters when it inevitably comes out, probably later this summer, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so. I know I played. Oh man, what was it? I played one of them on PS2. I think I had TimeSplitters 2 though. I think that's the one that I have experience with. So I've never, as far as I can recall, I don't think I've played the first one. But I would be curious to play because I do remember kind of liking TimeSplitters 2. That was kind of a difficult time though, competition wise, because I feel like at that time I was comparing it a lot to Halo 2, which I was also playing, and I was just like, it's a pretty massive divide in quality. Not to say it's like bad or anything, but like it's definitely like, as a child, you're definitely way more enamored with the thing that's a lot shinier and just feels a lot crazier. So I don't know if I really gave TimeSplitters 2 much of a real shot authentically when I played it back in the day. So I'd definitely be curious to go back and visit at least the first one, which I have no experience with at all. Because I'm very much like, you're in a old shooter kind of mode now, but I'm kind of always in that mode. I love that shit. So I'm definitely going to check this out.
It came out around the time when I started to realize that I actually really liked first-person shooters. Because 2000, I got TimeSplitters. I probably didn't play TimeSplitters until 2001 or 2002. Because like I said, I got it off of a friend. It was a launch game, but I had no interest in it because there were other games. It ended up being, as we've talked about many times, PlayStation 2's launch library was horrible. Quality-wise, it just had a huge volume of games. And so I was so distracted by all these other things I thought were going to be good that ended up not being good. But which was too bad. But it was, I think, the same year Medal of Honor came out on PS1. And like I said before, that game really proved to me that I was like crazy about it. And are you looking through your discs to see if you have it?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it was because I'm like, I don't want to get it wrong. It's bothering me that. Oh, yeah. No, it is. It's the first one.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is. I remember that disc. Very nice.
Yeah. Cool.
It always scared me to keep my games like that. I never did because it would be so easy to lose or get stolen. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I don't know. Like, yeah, I have my cases at home still because I like to have it, but it's a bitch to move.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Cool. Dustin, any experience with TimeSplitters? Any interest in the new release when it comes out?
I think I only played the second one, and I remember thinking it was really cool that you could like dual wield heavy machine guns in it. But there was also like a really involved map maker on a PS2 game with TimeSplitters 2. So I'm curious about seeing the first one. Many people obviously love this game. Hopefully they do the second one as well, but why not? I have premium right now until October. So I'm assuming I'll be able to check this out free of charge. Well, included with my subscription.
Yeah, I think David Doak was one of the designers of the TimeSplitters series, and he made his bones at Rare on the shooters that they were doing. So and I think that a lot of the guys that created Radical came from Rare. So you can kind of see the continuation of that N64 shooter spirit in the games they were making, but now for disk-based stuff. So pretty cool. All right, we have a couple of questions in regards to the classics here. We'll get to them now. Moist Millium wrote in. Said, hey, CDC, the recent return of PS2 classics to the PlayStation Store has me wondering what's next. Is there any chance that the next step is PS3 classics? Dare I get my hopes up for the Vita catalog of games after that? I must say the potential of being able to access a huge library of classic PlayStation games is incredibly tantalizing. I just wish Sony would stop taking their sweet time. Do we need to start praying to Shuhei again to speed up the process? I truly believe that eventually PS3 games will come over, and I think that it's good that they're doing it slowly. Like you can either have the Nintendo more spread shot approach of having this catalog of games that you subscribe to, which is cool. Your catalog of classic NES and SNES and N64 games, and kind of adding to that slowly, and then kind of slowing and shutting the spigot off, and then adding games to it more in less rapid succession. But I kind of like the idea of just leaking these out slowly. What's really the big deal? I don't feel like we're hurting for game quality, game volume. And I don't think Sony wants to spend everything that they have in that space immediately. Instead, they want you to stay subscribed to premium, and they want you to buy the games over time and be continually appealed to. I think that Nintendo kind of set the stage with Wii in the way that they handled virtual console releases. And so I don't expect that that's a huge surprise. Chris, do you think PS3 games will eventually come to PSN? I feel like it will happen. It'll be so exciting when it does.
Yeah, but he's asking, do you think it'll be the next step? I would say no. I think I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if PS3 games don't start coming up on the PlayStation Store in a purely local, purely native way until we start hearing about PS6 in earnest. Like I really feel like, though, at the rate that they're going with the PS1 catalog and the PS2 catalog, even, which they are they are improving for sure, they're going so slowly that I don't know. I feel like I just feel like that's still a ways off. And like you said, they want to milk this for as long as possible. Like they ideally want to have this going for as long as the PS5 life cycle exists, and probably even longer, So the idea of drip feeding that content out at kind of a snail's pace is really annoying from a consumer perspective, because you just kind of want that catalog and that amazing library available, because why wouldn't you? But from their perspective, they want people to stay subscribed month to month. They want people to come back, and they want to have reasons for people to come back. And if they released everything today, then there would be no reason for people to come back. And there would be no reason for people to stay subscribed for as long as they would otherwise, because you'd imagine that even most people are only going to be interested in a handful of games. Those games are generally a lot shorter than games are today. And so that's going to be maybe 1 or 2 months. And they want to get a lot of money.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, they just want a lot of money.
Yeah, Sony wants money. I would expect that if they were to add PS3 at some point, it would be an announcement in May. Maybe next May, maybe the May after, because PlayStation Plus Premium came out in June of 2022. And so that's around the time that if a lot of people upgraded or signed up, period, that they'd be thinking about canceling. And so, like clockwork, this year, it was in May, I believe, that we started to hear about PS2 games and that those were coming. And so it's like, oh, well, maybe I'll keep my subscription because now they're starting to release PS2 games. That's pretty exciting, like Sly Cooper, right? So I would imagine they would save something big like PS3 until the next renewal cycle comes around. And maybe not even next time. It might be the time after that. But it will... I could see it happening at some point, but there's not a big reason to, really. There's no need to rush it all out at once. Just slowly drip it out. You got plenty of other stuff to play, trust me.
Yeah.
Cardcaptor Corey wrote into us, said, "Hi guys, I always go back and play Dark Cloud since they ported it back to PS4. It's my gaming comfort food. It's a great game. I've always been a nerd trying to level up weapons in that game. Weapons in Dark Cloud have an extremely annoying feature of breaking completely, and then you have to start over and reload from your last save. And I would absolutely love it if Sony could move this game over to the emulator that has the rewind features and save states. Do you think there's any chance that Sony moves these games over to the new emulator that they have used for Sly Cooper?" It's an interesting question. I doubt it, unfortunately, but I wonder. And I don't think it's a closed question, really, in the sense that they did start adding, as we noted a week or two ago, trophies to games that had already been published. And so they are messing around with things, but it's not really trivial moving these games over. And these games run, as you said, on PS4 specifically, which will allow them to run on PS5. But the games that are emulated now do run natively on PS5, as well as PS4 in those releases. So I just think that they've kind of moved on. It is sad that some of those level 5 games, though, are emulated in the old style. Maybe, I guess is my answer, Corey. But I wouldn't count on it. All right. A couple more things here to get through, and then we can get into what we're playing and some of the bigger news items. Andrew Marmo tweeted this out, and he's people have been pointing to him. I think I got this from either Push Square or Video Games Chronicle, but he's apparently a reliable guy and found this interesting listing on the Brazilian games rating board. So another leak from an international games rating board that said Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which was released for PlayStation 5 last year, has been rated for release on PlayStation 4. This isn't a huge surprise, but it really is funny, man, how this console is going to continue to get new games 11 years into its life cycle, very deep to court these sort of ports. Some people might be interested in them. I don't know. I don't think we have anything more to say about this, but just wanted to point that out that is coming.
I'll be curious how it runs because it ran like shit on PS5 at launch, which apparently they fixed. The performance mode's supposed to be very good now, but might be a little stinky on PS4. But the audience that would have been waiting to play it or just don't have a PS4 5, they won't care. It'll be fine for them. They'll love it. That's God bless them. But might be a little rough.
Bigger thing here that kind of went under the radar because there's been a little bit of volume of gaming news because of all the shows, so people kind of skipped over this, is Lollipop Chainsaw RePOP, the port and kind of re-release of Lollipop Chainsaw, the classic, do you want to call it classic, 2012 PlayStation 3 game from Grasshopper Manufacturer, is getting its release date September 26th. This is coming alongside a Shadows of the Damned Hella remastered. That doesn't have a date yet, but they're going back and remaking some of these games. People might remember Grasshopper Manufacturer, pretty enigmatic Japanese studio that is probably best known for the No More Heroes trilogy, although they did a bunch of other random stuff too. And they're going back and re-releasing some of their games, and Lollipop Chainsaw is one of them. And they've long gone back and re-released games, so it's not a huge deal. Obviously, I don't think that's a big deal. I think I'd like to play this because it's been a while since I've messed around with Lollipop Chainsaw, and I never played it on retail. I only played it pre-release, so I don't even know if I would like it or not. Chris, are you going to play Lollipop Chainsaw RePOP?
I don't know. I'm kind of nostalgic for this era a little bit. Like I do love these kind of weird offshoot kind of AA action games. I thought they were like really cool back in the day, and I just didn't have the money to get them. But I did play a little bit of this at a friend's house, and I did like it. So maybe I think I just kind of want to hear how it like how they handle it, because there is always a shot that these ports are just like not very good. And also the price point is kind of important. Is there a price point for it yet? Or
there probably is. Let me see.
I'm not paying $70 or $60 for it. I will say that.
No, I don't.
Probably
I don't see a price.
To be on sale.
I'll go on PSN and see if it's available.
If it's like $30, I think that's a sweet spot for me. Like $29.99. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nothing yet. No, it's not up for pre-order yet.
Yeah.
Dustin, you gonna play this with a little Chris Collin, Dustin Furman bouncing in your on your knee?
I remember this game. I remember seeing it at GameStop when it was originally out on Xbox 360, but I watched the trailer for this new version. I have no idea what to make of this. I don't know whether this is good, like actually good. Is it ironic good? Is it so bad it's good? This is a strange one. I really just don't know much about it, but I feel like
67 on Metacritic.
Okay, so it might be ironic, so bad it's good. I don't know.
James Gunn wrote it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Huh.
So that's interesting. That's an interesting little wrinkle. Well, we'll see. Maybe he'll promote it. I don't know. All right, this was announced before we started recording today, and I'm sick of talking about this game, so we won't linger on it too much. But Beyond Good and Evil 20th Anniversary Edition is imminent. So people started noticing that Beyond Good and Evil had been being stripped off of various digital storefronts in preparation for this, so that they can re-release a new version of it, I guess. So the Beyond Good and Evil 20th Anniversary Edition comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, remastered, according to Gamatsu, and I watched the trailer, so it's true, 4K 60, I guess, on PS5. It comes out June 25th, so by the time some of you hear this, it will already be available for you to buy. I went back and did a little bit of research about this because it's been bothering me. I was like, didn't Beyond Good and Evil bomb when it came out? Like, no one gave a shit about Beyond Good and Evil. I'm not saying that it didn't have a good score. It wasn't critically received well. A lot of games are, but it just sold poorly. And I don't really get where the clamoring for this continuation of the series is coming from over a span of 20 years. The sequel was first acknowledged in 2006 or 2007, and we've gone deep into the ridiculousness of the sequel and how they just announced it obviously way too early and multiple versions of it came through. And I think the creative director died last year, right? So it's like all sorts of weird things up in the air about this, but it's one of those examples of a game that I feel like people talk about. It's like how they say there were 10 million people at Woodstock or whatever, because like there's so many people that claim to have been there. It's like this game bombed so badly commercially that they didn't continue with a sequel that there was planned. It was supposed to be a trilogy originally, and they didn't even bother during a time when games weren't even selling that much. So it's strange to me. There's some sort of weird dissonance. Why does everyone care about this now? And by the way, I did own it. I did buy Beyond Good and Evil. So I didn't really like it, to be honest, but I did buy it. And the only thing I really remember about it is like the photography aspect of it.
I like the pig guy.
Yeah, the pig guy. So if you care, Beyond Good and Evil 20th Anniversary Edition, whatever. PS5 and PS4, June 25th.
Colin, breaking news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we move on.
Sure.
This is a big deal. This is something insane. Earth-shattering, one might say. Tomba 2 is being remastered for PlayStation 5, courtesy of Limited Run Games.
Boo. Oh, yeah, they're doing their thing now, right? As we're recording.
They're doing their thing right now. If you look at the Wario tweet where he announced it, I am tagged up and down all over this tweet. I can't believe it. I really can't. We got Tomba 2 remastered before we got Bloodborne 2. What the fuck?
Or Bloodborne on PS5.
Or Bloodborne at 60 FPS, anything. But this is
That's
exciting.
Insane.
I've been consistent in my love of Tomba, and now here we are. Wow. I prefer Tomba 2 to Tomba 1. So this is honestly a bigger announcement than Tomba 1 getting ported, which is happening imminently around the birth of my son. So we'll be able to, the little boy will be able to sit on my lap and play both these games.
Play this game, little boy. It's called Tomba.
Tomba. There's also a G.I. Joe thing in there, Colin, that
Yeah, it's the brawler, right?
Wrath of Cobra.
Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be shit.
Oh.
It's the brawler, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's out yet though. I saw I looked it up on Steam.
Talked to someone where I read something somewhere where I think maybe people went hands-on with it during the Summer Games Fest. Something like that where people are like, Bubsy the Perfect Collection.
Oh God.
Dude, when I was a kid, I kind of liked Bubsy, but I was also I didn't love it, but I played on Genesis sometimes. Like this is fine.
I played a Super Nintendo Bubsy game at a cousin's house, and I remember thinking like, yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I'm
It's
trying.
no
I'm
Bubsy
sorry, I'm just going
3D.
through these tweets to see if there's anything else interesting. Not really. Gex trilogy, we already knew about that. I probably checked that out. Although I don't really want to give Limited Run any money if I can help it. There's really nothing they have that's Fear Effect re-release. Wow, a lot of this stuff is skipping Xbox for some reason. I'm noticing in these.
Yeah, Tomba is skipping Xbox.
I guess
Gex is not.
Fear Effect and Tomba skipping it, I guess, would make sense in the sense that they are PS games. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading everything. Clock Tower Rewind. We already knew about that, I think. Okay. Yeah. The Bubsy stuff, that should be interesting. Bubsy 3D is widely considered one the worst game of all time. So
Sony Bend, right?
yeah, it's Ben's first game, I think.
Ben's first game.
Do you guys know All Illia? Have we talked about this before?
Oh, yeah. What is that?
All Illia is this. I haven't looked at his stuff in many, many years, but he was this guy. It's ULLILLIA, I think, something like that. Or ULILLILLIA, yeah. And he was like this early blog. He's like obviously deeply autistic or something. And he like would keep he kept this blog of all these like different things. And one of his obsessions was Bubsy 3D and like breaking Bubsy 3D. And it's always this connection I had. People out there, I guarantee you, people out there are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. Like,
is this the Christian type character?
Yeah.
They
like
wrote the book. We did talk about this.
Yeah. Proto-Christian. Yeah.
Okay. I remember this now.
So check him. Let me back. I don't really want to say that because Christian obviously has a deeply unsavory,
disturbing,
and criminal aspect to what he's done, I guess, in some sense. This guy hasn't done anything to anyone. They're the same just in their level of strangeness, I guess, and video game
internet
obsessions.
Observation of them, a locale aspect.
Yeah, I think he's so early, and I don't know if he's active anymore, that it's like almost it predates lolcows, you know? And I don't know that because I don't think he really did anything to anyone. I don't know if people really went in on him like that, but I don't know. I have no idea. We literally, my early days at IGN, we would like be obsessed with him. That was a long time ago. So I don't know if he's still bopping around. Someone will write in and let us know.
I have a question for you guys.
Sure.
To cap this off. Will either one of you play Tomba or Tomba 2 on PS5?
I will. Sure.
You're going to play Tomba?
Yeah.
Okay, good. This will make me very happy. Platinums, maybe?
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll have to see. I feel like this is a Crash Team Racing situation for me, like Chris, where I have to get the platinum on both of them. Or else I'm a fraud, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do it.
I'll be more of a fraud than I already am.
No, you're already fraudulent as it is. All right, let's get into what we're playing. It's time. I don't have very much to say, although there's a lot listed here. I'll explain. So I got 2 platinums in the last week. I felt like I needed to pick up the pace a little bit. So after we recorded last week, I platinumed Ion Fury. That's platinum number 157. Highly recommend that game. I think that game is fucking awesome. Love it. And then I realized Power Wash Simulator was still on my cross-media bar, and I really like Power Wash Simulator. People might remember that I stopped playing it last year when a patch broke the game and broke a trophy in the game that you would get for completing all the missions. And so I just was like, I'm going to put this away until this is updated. And it actually took them a couple months to update the game. And by that point, I had just totally moved on. And I was like, you know what? I'll go back and just check this out and maybe just get through this. Like, why not bang it out? And I remembered actually in turning it on, I was like, oh, the thing that's really standing in between me and getting the platinum in this game is not even finishing the campaign, but doing these challenge missions, which are really difficult. And I'll explain that in a minute. But I did the last 2 missions that I had to do in Power Wash Simulator. And then I got into these, which were the broken trophies. I got the trophies there. And then I was like, all right, maybe I can get this done with these challenges. So the game has a series of challenges. They reuse their maps pretty cleverly, where you have like a campaign mission on it or whatever, but then you can go back and do 2 types of challenges on each map. So like the fire truck map or the house or whatever. And one of them is to use under a certain amount of water, and the other is to do it under a certain amount of time. And they're separate. The time ones are virtually impossible. Like, I have no idea how anyone does them. I've watched videos on people doing them. They're completely chaotic and insane. The water ones are easier to do, and I think I did. So you have to get 5 to get the trophies. Any 5, you have to get a gold rating, like a gold medal. So the top rating. And I slowly worked my way through these, like 1 or 2 a night over a few nights, and then I got it. So I got the platinum trophy in that game, and then I was and that's number 158. And then I was such in a power wash simulator mood, and I'm like, I really like this game. It's very monotonous. It's one of those games where I'm like, I totally get why someone would see this and be like, what the fuck is this? But I totally also understand the other side of it and why it became such a huge hit in a sea of simulators, in a sea of mundane simulators. There's mundane simulation for everything at this point. It's just something so satisfying about it. I'm like, I really like this game. So I went and I downloaded a couple of the DLC packs. They're $7.99 each. They're pretty expensive, actually, considering what you get. But I got the game for free on PS Plus, or it was part of my subscription when it was on Essential. And that's why I started playing it to begin with. And so I was like, I have no problem giving them, especially I like Future Lab, giving them a little bit of money. Future Lab made the Velocity games on Vita, and those are excellent games that were later ported to console as well. So the first DLC pack is SpongeBob SquarePants, and I don't really watch SpongeBob. I've never even really seen it, to be honest with you. So Micah was sitting there playing it with me and watching it, and she was understanding all the references or whatever. And then I bought the Back to the Future pack, and I'm working my way through that one now. So that's that. And then I was telling you guys that the game Panzer Paladin came out.
Right.
And Panzer Paladin comes from Tribute. I'm a big fan of Tribute. They did Shredder's Revenge, of course, which people really, really loved. But the game that got me into them was Mercenary Kings back on the Vita and PS4. It's a really special game. So I downloaded Panzer Paladin. It came to Switch. It came to Switch, I think, when I still lived in California, actually. And because I'm friendly with them, and they actually sent me, like, they did a cool physical publish of the game, basically, and they sent it to me. But I was like, well, I'll wait for it to come to PlayStation, and that was years ago. So Panzer Paladin's like a 2D side scroller in the SNES aesthetic, I would say, where you play as like a mech pilot in the Panzer Paladin. But what's cool about it is that both you and the mech are separate. So if the mech takes too much damage, the pilot is just left on her own and she can still fight, although she's really weak and she has like a whip and all these kinds of things. And you can get in and out of the Paladin as long as it's, or the Panzer, as long as it's like still functional and like go and explore places in the stage where you can't otherwise get and all that. It's pretty cool, but and it's got a Mega Man thing dynamic too, where you do the stages in any order. But I'm not crazy about it. It hasn't really stuck with me. I will get through it. It's just, I didn't like it as much as I thought I would, to be honest. And then 2 other things. One's not even listed here. I started Rise of the Ronin. So I bought it for $50 and I started it, and I don't really like it. And I'm glad I realized it before I got any trophy. So I just deleted it from my list. But I got to the very early, you were saying, Chris, I think like the very early fight against Matthew Perry or whatever. And were you the one?
I don't know. I haven't played Rise of the Ronin yet. So
okay, I'm sorry. Someone else was saying it. Oh, maybe it was Brad or someone saying like you literally, or Gene or someone saying like you literally fight Matthew Perry, like Commodore Perry. And you do. It's so funny. So the game is really cool. Like the whole structure of it is cool, about kind of being broken open by the black ships and Matthew Perry going over there to kind of sign treaties and stuff. But it's an alternate history telling of it. And it's neat, but I don't like the way it plays. I'm not very good at it. I just am. And so you fight this very, very early. It's like within the first hour, you fight Matthew Perry on the bridge of one of his ships or whatever. And it's so cool. But I'm like, it just isn't for me. So I just was like, I'm not going to play this. I just don't like the combat. But I'm sure other people will enjoy it. I wanted to like it because I think that the world and the characters are pretty cool, but nonetheless. So then I was kind of just poking around last night, and I'm like, you know what? I never beat Metro Exodus. I only played it for 5 hours or so. And then for some reason, I got off of it, and I really like Metro a lot. I platinumed Metro 2033, and I platinumed, what was it, Last Light?
Yeah.
And those are great games. So I was like, yeah, I don't know why. It happens sometimes. It happened with me with Deathloop, where I'm like, I just don't want to play this right now. Yeah. And so I've gone back and I started playing it for a couple hours last night. I'm like, oh yeah, I was remembering what happened. I was like, I totally forgot about all like what the story was and what it's about. It's actually really cool and very different than the other 2 games in terms of its aesthetic, its subject matter, and all of the rest. Because for people that don't know, and I don't think this is a spoiler, you find out like a half an hour into the game, so it's got to be in the trailers and stuff, is the first 2 games. The games are based on this Russian apocalyptic novel series, Metro 2033. I have the first one, but I never read it, and I never read any of the other ones. And it's about like the survivors of a nuclear war that live in the metro system in Moscow. And so it all takes place really within this underground system, and it's cool, but it gets a little old after a while. And this new one is about how there's like this obsession with this one guy, actually the main character, Artyom, who's like, there's got to be other people out there. And so he is obsessed with looking for them. And that's ultimately what it's about, is that how they leave the metro and go and find out that there are people living outside of the city. And you're on this train and all this kind of stuff going through these different areas. And it's pretty cool. You know, I dig it. The voice acting's fun. It's very campy and weird, but I'm gonna play through that. I think that's gonna be the next step. So I'll play that through the next week. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask you if you noticed? Did they fix the audio stuff? Like, because I was talking about this recently. Like, that was a game that I fell off too. Not even because I didn't like it. I actually really liked it a lot. Like, I thought it was pretty fucking great. But every time there was like a conversation, especially in like a crowded environment with like a lot of NPCs, all of their audio, all of their dialogue has the same priority.
Right. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And it was driving me insane because it was genuinely difficult to listen to, and it was difficult to like understand like what it was that you were supposed to be focusing on, because it was so, all of it was equally important, but none of it actually was. And so I just kind of, I don't know, that really bothered me to a point where like I just couldn't continue with it, even though I liked literally everything else about it. So did you notice that that's still a problem, or
it didn't stick out to me at all as a problem? The only thing that stuck out to me about the dialogue audio is sorry, I'm typing something in, is it's very clear. It's too clear. You're like in a tunnel or whatever, and it's like, why is this so crisp?
Like they're speaking directly
into
a
after
microphone.
effect on it or anything like that, you know?
Yeah. That's funny. That's very that feels Eurojank in some way.
But shout out to, definitely. And 4A is a Ukrainian studio. I think they don't work in Ukraine anymore. I think they work out of Malta now, for obvious reasons. But it is a very Eurojank game, but it's cool. It's well made and interesting, and I know they're working on some sort of sequel, I think, but they're under Saber, and Saber's been moving around a lot, and I don't know what's happening with them.
That makes me want to jump back into that again. I really liked it.
All right. That's all I have to say. So I'll have more to say about Metro Exodus next week, but that's kind of the sequence of games I had gone through. I feel very relieved that I got a couple platinums to let the steam out of the pot a little bit, because I was feeling a little bit self-conscious. So let's see here. I guess, Dustin, it makes the most sense to start with you, since you've played 2 games, and then you and Chris have played the same game. So we'll wrap up with Chris.
Sure.
So take it away, my friend.
Yeah. So follow up on Eco. I have finished Eco, despite I wasn't sure if I wanted to finish the 3 or 4 hour game, just because of how much I was not really enjoying it. And you know, Summon Sign, a lot of shit talkers on Summon Sign. Gene Park in particular, a little loose lipped talk on Summon Sign. I heard them joke that Summon Sign's the place if you want to go, if you're on Last Stand, you want to shit talk another team member's opinion.
Right.
You go to Summon Sign. That's the spot.
Gotcha.
But I'll just, that's fine. I'll just defend myself here. It's fine. Thing about Eco is we can appreciate Eco and what it did and its uniqueness for the time. I respect that. Does that make Eco good now? Does that mean that Can we acknowledge that Eco is not a fun game to play? I say, yeah, we got to acknowledge that. Go play Eco. Try it. I am convinced that a lot of the people that are vehement defenders of this game have not played it recently. And that's fine. There's plenty of games that we can call great and legendary and influential, and they can hold that status. But that doesn't necessarily mean they have held up. That's fine. It's completely fine. Eco, combat, as I mentioned last week, and I know it's not about combat, but there's enough fucking combat in it that it's so annoying every time you have to do it. You have to beat these shadow guys with a stick. Eventually you get a sword that helps out a little bit. I think my main gripe about this game, though, it's the fact that the controls and the way your character controls are so bad in tandem with a save system that is so incredibly annoying. And here's what I mean. You'll save. And this is, of the PS2 era, in that if you die, you go back to your last save point. Specifically. Not like, the last room you walked in or your last combat encounter. No. You go back to the last save point. So I had a few different instances where I saved and I would do a 10 or 15 minute, extremely boring, not fun or interesting puzzle process, and then have my character, I'm jumping to what I think is a chain that he can grab onto, which he can, but I just go ever slightly to the right and he jumps to his death. Well, guess what? You're back at your save point from 15 minutes ago, and this long and not fun puzzle process you already have figured out, not that it was that hard to begin with. You just got to do that all again. Just do it all again. And then at the end, you better hope your jump doesn't get fucked up again, or else you will be doing it again. And I get it. It's a product of its time, but I'm not willing to say like, man, Eco is an amazing fun game. Everyone should go play it. I was playing it as a observer of gaming history, and I can appreciate those things about it, as I mentioned, but I'm just not going to sit here and be like, yeah, it's a fun game. It wasn't. It's not a fun game to play. It would benefit greatly, I think, from a remake at some point. But it just, I found that both Shadow of the Colossus and Last Guardian, the threads of the ideas that started in Eco were much better realized and executed. Those games still have their own jank. But what I explained to Brad, we were on Discord the other night, is that imagine like you have this meter of like how much bullshit you're willing to deal with in a game because the good stuff is there. And you really want to appreciate the good stuff. And you understand there's some bullshit, but you're willing to deal with it. And Shadow of the Colossus, and especially Last Guardian, that meter is definitely a little high, but it's not past the point where I can't enjoy it anymore. The bullshit meter on Eco, too damn high. So that's where I'm at. If you are interested in observing this piece of gaming history, that's the only reason I can say go check it out. But you're not going to have a fun time. It's going to be frustrating. And even though it's a 3 or 4 hour game, it's going to feel like 12 because the most interesting parts are at the beginning and the end. And honestly, they're not even really that interesting, if you ask me, in comparison to Shadow of the Colossus and Last Guardian. Those games are way more interesting, way more rewarding. So it's cool. It's cool to see where it began. But that's about it.
Yeah, Eco's always been a wet fart. I'm totally with you on this. Like, I bought Eco it came out when I was a senior in high school. I was really excited to buy it.
Was it full price? By the way, I was wondering this.
Yeah, it was. I think it was $50. Wow,
$50.
$49.99.
For Jesus Christ.
It's very short. That's the best part about it. Is that it's a short game.
Mercifully short.
And I remember not even really minding that part of it. I'm not even really sure I beat it back in the day. I don't think I did. I played it again on PS3 when Bluepoint released their collection, and again, couldn't deal with it. I was just like, there's no great, I don't want to insult a game that is so widely revered. I mean, it has a 90 on Metacritic and people really love the game a lot.
A 90?
But there's no studio that I am more than Gen Design and like what Ueda does that I am more disconnected from than.
I can't believe this. A 90. You were not. That's
no,
legit.
Eco was a critically acclaimed game back in the day. I mean, that's why I wanted it. It wasn't like I just bought it out of nowhere. And Eco sucks. Dude. I mean, it's just like it's a cool idea, and Ueda is very interested in doing a specific type of game, and they do not resonate with me. Shadow of the Colossus in its remake form, the Bluepoint form, I did that with Draggin on Knockback, and I did like it. I liked it a lot more than I thought I was going to. But there's still mega frustrating games to play. Last Guardian, I didn't even bother with because I was like, I know that this game isn't for me, but I could. There are a few games. It's funny, man, because I wanted to be funny and kind of cute, and I did. When we did the Houston show for the most overrated games of all time, I did Altered Beast or whatever that was, or was that a Houston? That might have even been in an early. No, I think that was Houston.
That was Houston. Yeah,
that was Houston. Yeah,
and that was cool, and I'm glad I did that. But really, Eco would have been a great pull, because Eco is one of the most overrated games of all time.
If I could do it again, I would still. The Kingdom Hearts thing was fun, and it was funny. It was a good bit. Eco is legit. Probably would be my pick now of the most overrated game of all time. Absolutely.
And it's funny because you're saying like at the time you were young. I was young. I was in high school, but you were a kid. It's like, yeah, maybe it was good then and people liked it. It's like, yeah, obviously people did. I mean, it was all the rage. Again, that's why I went and bought it. And I didn't like it at all then. I was like, this game is not fun. But I'm not a puzzle guy. And like, I'm sure the heady themes were totally lost on 16 or 17-year-old Colin. So,
yeah. I don't know. I remember that collection for PS3 and playing Shadow of the Colossus for the first time in like 2012 and being like kind of blown away by it even that long after. And I remember just being like, oh, well, it's shared with this other game. Surely this is another all-timer. And I really couldn't believe how thoroughly I hated it. Like, it was like, it's almost like a black and white cookie where like you could not get further. You know what I mean? Like, you could not get a further difference between the two halves of that package. From my perspective, where I was just like, wow, why would you put this amazing thing with this really boring chore? Like, why would you do that? It's confused me. But
yeah, this is going to be extremely disliked, but that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
I'll die on this cross.
Rest in piss. You go.
A few minutes ago, you said I don't want to disrespect a.
By the way, it's
also
worth noting this that I didn't even know it was Eco until I worked at IGN. We all called it Ico.
Ico.
I called it Ico when I saw it too.
Yeah,
I just assumed it was Eco.
I mean, I definitely called it Ico until it was one of the many things that I was saying wrong that I didn't know until I worked with people, until I ever talked in person with a person about a video game, which just never happened in my real life, basically. Okay. You're also playing Elden Ring, and I know Chris is playing that as well. We'll get into a couple of inquiries we have from the audience here in a minute. One of them is about Elden Ring and specifically Erd Tree, but speak to it. Do you have anything more to say about Elden Ring, or have we spoken about this fucking game enough?
No.
Already?
No. And for weeks ahead, we'll be talking about the DLC. I was just making sure my characters are ready. And what was funny about playing my character that I got the platinum on and stuff like that is that there were certain parts on the map that I was looking at and I thought, I don't know if I've been there. And I went and I found new stuff in this game that I had spent dozens of hours in. Extremely satisfying experience. Also went and I was like, man, there were certain bosses that, not like big major bosses, but there's some dragons scattered about, stuff like that I had skipped in my main playthrough because usually when I found them, I wasn't ready to fight them. So I went back, slayed some dragons. I've got my character all ready to go tonight. I'm just so excited. I've been prepping. I actually have 2 saves ready to go if I wanted between 2 different characters, but I'm going to use my OG character and I'm just excited. I don't know a lot about the DLC other than I've heard it's very, very difficult, like extremely difficult, kind of off-putting to some people, but we'll see. I'm excited to dive in. PC players are getting in at 6, which annoys me because PlayStation players have to wait until midnight, but it is what it is.
Well, DMAX says, greetings, lads. I know Colin doesn't give a fuck, but otherwise, can I get a hype check on Shadow of the Erd Tree? Other than peeking at the scores, I've kept myself in the dark, so can't wait to jump in this weekend. Looks like FromSoft have done it again, judging by the Metacritic score and glowing reviews across the board. Q bewildered Colin voice, 95.
95.
All the best, lads, and keep up the good work. The conspiracy continues. What is the excitement? So the excitement level is very, very high indeed.
Yeah. Well, what I think is so cool, I think it was Gene that tweeted this, that basically Miyazaki lied about the length of the DLC, that it is substantially bigger than he had said, which is not surprising because I think he has underestimated the size of either games, DLC, whatever in the past. And it almost feels like, I don't want to say it's like Elden Ring 2, but it kind of feels like we're getting a major story expansion that's going to add dozens, about 40 hours, maybe more to the game. And so it's almost like getting an entire another game alongside the base game. And people love it. As the writing says, 95. So while it may not be to my lord's taste, it is to mine, and potentially to Chris Raygun, who is also playing Elden Ring. Have you beat it yet, Chris?
No, I've beaten I've beaten Moog.
Gatekeeper.
I've beaten the person that I have to beat the game, but like I'm still stuck on. I mean, to be fair, I've been playing a lot of Destiny. Also, I didn't write that in because it's just like just assume that for the
and we're doing a Sacred
being.
Symbols Plus all about Destiny, right? You and Cog.
That's right. Me and Cog. Yeah. I'm going to be hosting it. So I don't know when the thread for that's going to go up, but
yeah, we can put that up. We'll put that up alongside the show. So look for it this weekend.
But yeah, I'm excited. It'll be, I think, the first LSM thing that I've hosted that wasn't like a solo thing. So that's kind of exciting.
Yeah. Did you beat the Foreskin duo?
Yes.
The Godskin duo.
Yeah. Yes, I did. Yeah. I really can't stand that fight sucked. And I don't know, like yeah, so I'm stuck on Millennia right now and Malekith. I don't know. To be fair, I haven't even tried with Malekith. I've been focusing on Millennia because I'm just like, I want this. For some reason, this feels more satisfying to beat because this is the character,
that's the fight. Yeah.
That's the fight. And I got her down to like the last, I had like literally like a dick hairs left. Like a dick hair's length of health left on her, and then I got completely trounced. Right. And it was incredibly frustrating, but like I know I can do it, which is what is, enticing about that. But yeah, so I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring. I've been streaming it. Excited to jump into this DLC, which I've heard is like just very substantial. And there's a lot of cool shit in this DLC that like I'm really excited to try. There's like a hand-to-hand combat thing that I'm really stoked about because it just looks insane. Where you just like do just jujitsu or something. I'm like, that's so cool and weird and just very different from the stuff that you normally see from these types of games. And apparently the story is a little bit more I don't want to say linear, but a little bit more front facing this time around instead of that's what I've heard anyway. It's a lot more easy to follow as far as like a golden path goes than the original game, which is a little, these are famously kind of meandering games. Even the ones that are linear kind of feel very hands off when it comes to narrative. And I don't think you're going to see cutscenes necessarily or like full lines of, full conversations or anything. But I do think it seems like a little bit easier to follow without having to watch like a 10-hour lore video, which is good. But I'm excited about it. I don't know how confident I am in our ability to play today though, because Elden Ring is an online game, right? Like you do need.
You don't need it. You can play offline.
You can play. All right,
you could play offline technically.
I remember I got kicked off once, and I remember being like, "What?"
Yeah,
what is happening?
You could then choose to boot in offline mode. I believe I'm like 90% sure of that.
All right. Well, we'll see. Like, hopefully, there's no crazy server issues that fuck with it in some way. But like, assuming that there's no weird like fuckery like that, I'm pretty stoked about today. And I'm a PC guy, so
you'll be playing at 3 p.m. Your time.
Yeah, dude,
that's crazy.
Yeah, by the time we're done with this show, probably.
Yeah.
Lucky. Well, enjoy. You're all part of the conspiracy. Just trying to have fun.
Yeah.
I forgot to read this earlier. It would have made more sense, but I'll read it now because I thought it was funny. I don't know how to say this. Auiek. The funny thing about this is that it's all vowels, so I don't know what to do with that. Greetings, Lord Colin. I picked up Power Wash Simulator the other week and played through the campaign with my partner working to achieve the platinum. Throughout our time playing the game, I kept letting her know that the platinum might be quite hard with those time trial sightings you giving up months ago saying they were impossible. I waited until the end of the game to attempt the time trials, only to realize, yes, they were crazy difficult. Upon getting the platinum for myself, I looked upon your profile to show my partner how you had given up and to show the crazy number of trophies you had compared to me, only to realize you were playing the game at that very moment and achieved the platinum an hour and 15 minutes after myself. Just wanted to say I felt your pain and congrats. Love all the work everyone a part of LSM does, keeping me entertained during my work hours. That's fun. That's a fun piece of serendipity, isn't it? So if you caught me an hour and a half after I got the platinum, I was probably like, yeah, I'll fucking play SpongeBob SquarePants DLC because I'm feeling it right now, you know?
Yeah.
So very funny coincidence.
Oh, one thing I want to say
ahead.
before we get into the news, just putting this out there, banger month for DLCs, which is pretty cool. Like, I feel like Destiny's expansion was mega good. Alan Wake had that DLC, which I loved, and now Elden Ring seems to be getting pretty glowing reviews. It's like, I don't normally delve into DLCs, but this is like an uncharacteristically, I mean, for Destiny it's obvious, but
Right.
Uncharacteristically high month for that kind of stuff. So,
Dude,
exciting.
we're swimming right now in games. Like, I can't.
It's insane.
I'll just reiterate over and over again. It's so annoying to people at this point. Probably it's like, if you are complaining about games not coming out, you're fucking crazy. You don't like video games. Period. How can you like be? I'm so overwhelmed with not only releases as they come out, but of an infinite growing. So somehow both infinite and growing back catalog of games. It's like, I don't know, man. I just don't get it. Like the hype of being excited for a new thing. It's like, dude, I'm so inundated with shit. It's so different now than it was when I was younger that I don't even have time or space to be excited about anything because there's always something to play. Always.
Yeah, it's even getting to the point where like there are things that I was excited about that I'm kind of relieved when like bad news is kind of dropped about them. Like there was there's that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero Budokai Tenkaichi game, which is like a kind of like a redux or like a spiritual reboot of the Tenkaichi series from the PS2. I remember being like really, really excited about that. And apparently they're just not doing local PvP or like you can, but it's only like one map. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's off the list. And I immediately felt lighter and happy.
That's kind of how I felt when I didn't like Rise of the Ronin. When I really did accept it, I'm like, I'm just not very good at this game. Like, I'm not going to be able to play this game. I don't know why. I'm just not feeling it. It's really cool. Feeling the style. It's hard in a different way than Neo. It's not nearly as hard as a game like Neo. I was just like, this is annoying. I'm not. I can already. I'm on the first boss and I've already died twice. I'm not going to enjoy this. Yeah, like there's no way I'm getting which is different than Stellar Blade, where I beat like the first 4 or 5 bosses without dying. You know, which was crazy. Then I really started getting my ass kicked later. Maybe it wasn't 4 or 5 bosses. It might have been 2 or 3. I'm trying to think of what the bosses even were. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, my friends, let's get into the news as it's constituted this week. Dustin and I give this game, this show a 2/3 weebish Japanese bias quality to some of the games, especially our JRPGs. So this will be reflected here, but I'm excited about some of these releases and I want to talk more deeply about them. So number 1, it's been more than 3 years since publisher Square Enix announced its Dragon Quest III HD 2D remaster. And like with larger Square Enix projects like Dragon Quest XII, we've been left wondering what's what. Until now, we revealed at a recent Nintendo Direct presentation, Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake is coming to PlayStation 5 on November 14th later this year, and it won't be receiving a PS4 port. It's being developed as a second-party title by Japanese studio ArtDink, a team founded in the late 80s, but one that has flown somewhat under the radar until recently, with releases like 2022's Triangle Strategy on Switch. Now, to understand Dragon Quest III, you have to understand the way Dragon Quest games used to be bundled and released. The first 6 core Dragon Quest games between Famicom and Super Famicom were released in 2 sets of 3, and the first set is called the Erdrick Trilogy. Like Metal Gear Solid, these games aren't necessarily released in chronological order, so indeed, Dragon Quest III is the first Dragon Quest game in the chronology. This is all important because, true to recent rumors, Square Enix also confirmed that it's re-releasing a Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake bundle in 2025, presumably also on PS5, and they're launching these games in chronological order. Dragon Quest III is traditional a JRPG as you can imagine, and tells the story of a nameless protagonist who is the son of a powerful warrior who is slain, sending you on a quest to seek redemption. Similar to how Dragon Quest II expanded on the original game by adding multiple playable characters, Dragon Quest III goes even further. It has character classes, a day-night cycle, and lots of optional content. First launched in Japan in 1988, following Dragon Quest in 86 and Dragon Quest II in 87, we didn't get Dragon Quest III in the West until 1992 when it came to the NES as Dragon Warrior 3. We had gotten Dragon Quest in the West as Dragon Warrior in 1989 and the sequel in 1990. And other than a random Game Boy Color port at the turn of the century and a Switch port from a few years ago, Dragon Quest III has been widely unplayable in the West, making this a big deal. The original two Dragon Quest games, in fact, followed the same trajectory with a Game Boy Color compilation in 2000 and Switch release 20 years later. But there's a catch for Japanese PS4 players who have had access to the original two games complete with trophies since before Dragon Quest XI launched, making this entire package tantalizing for Western JRPG fans, as those ports were never localized. Dustin, share with me your thoughts. Are you excited?
Yeah, I think this looks great. I love the 2D HD style. And Octopath Traveler, I checked out, wasn't super into it. And then I checked out Live Alive, whatever. I didn't like that one even. Well, I liked it less than Octopath. But I've loved this style, and I've been waiting for a game that I would hopefully be more into. And Dragon Quest 3 feels pretty safe that I'm going to like it. So seeing this, it's super beautiful, and it feels important. There's prestige with Dragon Quest. And sort of like, I mean, very similar, of course, to Final Fantasy, where when you play one of these games, it feels like you're playing some really important part of gaming history. And so I'm really excited to check it out. And I love, too, if you watch the trailer in the Nintendo Direct, there was rumors that they were going to do all three, but we weren't for sure. And then they announced 3 HD, and then they go and they make it look like they're ending the trailer. And then it shows the key art, but then it expands to show 1 and 2 as well. So that was a nice way of revealing that. And yeah, this is one also Holly very excited about as well. She's all in on Dragon Quest now. She just wants, I guess there's other modern games she could play, but she really, really loved 11. And so this one, when it comes out, I'll be getting it for myself on PS5 and I'll be getting it for her on Switch.
Yeah, it's an excellent game. And I saw one write-up where it's like Dragon Quest 3 is widely considered one of the great JRPGs of all time. And I'm like, I don't know if that's true, but there's many other much more critically acclaimed games, but it's a very well-respected game. I remember it very clearly from when I was a kid. I was so young. I was so obsessed with these games because, as I said many times, all the things they came with. I didn't really even understand how to play them. They just came with these people should go look them up if you're curious, like amazing maps and documents and all this kind of stuff, and just shit that a young kid in his elementary school would pore over during lunch or whatever. I love it.
Yeah.
But it's funny, man. I hadn't played them in a while. So Dragon Warrior was a really important part of my childhood, like I said, and an important part of me getting into the industry. Some of my early guides before I got hired at IGN were for Dragon Warrior games on NES. So it's cool to be able to go back and mess with these again. But I had totally forgotten that they're out of order. And it's funny because I was Mike and I were taking our nightly walk, and I'm like, what is this with them? Like, why can't they release the first two first? Like, why don't they just hold this and release them in order? And she's like they're in like chronological order, like kind of like what they're doing. Konami's doing with Metal Gear. And I'm like, oh yeah, like I hadn't even thought of that. So I'm like, this actually does make sense. I don't really mind it as much as I would have otherwise. Because that's how my original reaction was like, oh, that's so fucking annoying. When I hadn't watched the trailer yet and I just saw the press release, I'm like, that's so stupid. Why would you do that? Because the other two games are much more minimalistic, especially the first one. I'll be interested to see what people think about going in that direction. Like the first one, you play as one character in turn-based fights, and you can see that in the key art because they kind of expand out the party and stuff, which is cool. But remembering through Micah that I was like, oh yeah, it's chronological order. That's pretty cool. So again, like what Konami's doing with Metal Gear, starting with Delta, Metal Gear Solid 3 being the first game in the chronology, they can do the same thing here. And they eventually abandoned that approach of like doing 3 games at a time, because 4, 5, and 6 were the second trilogy, and we never even got 5 and 6 in the West until they were released on DS. You guys might remember, pretty rare games actually. I happened to have bought them at the time because I wanted them so badly. And then by the time they got to 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, they're all on individual timelines, I think. And they interact with each other. You know this if you play Dragon Quest 11 specifically, but it's cool that they are reigniting the love of the turn-based. This is as deeply traditional as it gets. So it will grind some people's gears. No pun intended. Chris, do you have any interest in playing this game, or is this not for you? It's certainly pretty, but I can't imagine you playing Dragon Quest. I don't know if you would really be into it.
Well, my lord, you know how I feel about these games. You know, I just I can't get enough of them. Such iconic heroes and characters like Hero.
Yeah, he's the character in the original Dragon Quest don't even have a name.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought they look really nice. I know myself well enough to know that these types of games just right now are just kind of not for me, really. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point later on I kind of get a little bit more into them, because that is generally kind of what happens with games that I am not feeling. Like, I'll come back to them in like 5 years or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, suddenly this clicks or whatever. But I don't know. It's not moving the needle for me right now. And like we were just talking about, there's still so much else to play that it's like the idea of even undertaking that gargantuan request is kind of, I shouldn't say gargantuan. It's a big word.
Yeah, don't say it's staunch.
Yeah.
Just definitely don't say that. But yeah, I was always a little perturbed by, we've discussed this in the past, is that when Dragon Quest XI, first of all, there's two things about Dragon Quest XI that are annoying as fuck. The first one, and Dustin, I don't know if you remember this, is that there's a Dragon Quest XI port on 3DS.
Yes, I do.
And it never came out in the West, but you can play it in the old style, right? Mm-hmm. And that to me is the way Dragon Quest is supposed to be played, in my opinion.
I think you can play S that way.
Oh, can you?
Dragon Quest XI S, I think you can play fully in the 2D style.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I played that version. I played whatever originally came out because that's what I had. And then the other thing that's annoying, and we've discussed this back in the past, is that as a pre-order bonus in Japan, they bundled Dragon Quest 1 and 2 in the Famicom style and put them as a package with trophies on PSN, and then they never brought them over. I was like, what? That was always peculiar to me, because Dragon Quest 11 sold millions of copies. I don't know if you guys saw in the press release for the for Dragon Quest 3, it says that Dragon Quest 11 sold 6.5 million copies. It's a lot of copies of that game. Really respectable numbers for international numbers for Dragon Quest, which is deeply Japanese and very traditional and turns a lot of people off. So I'm excited to finally get my hands on those. Me playing Dragon Quest 3 when it comes out is contingent on what is going on at that time. It's definitely something I want to play, but I don't know if I'll get to it, because it is a pretty long game too. And I'm sure that it sounds like they have like buffed it out in some way. In fact, the version of Dragon Warrior 3 that we got here was modified on NES, and part of the modification was to give us more experience points, because again, that comes from the era when for some reason Japanese developers didn't think we wanted to play hard games. It's why Final Fantasy II was so easy on SNES, which came out the year before. It goes on and on and on. So funny and so weird. It's where Final Fantasy, do you guys know Final Fantasy? What was that? Mystic Quest, the SNES game, which is like baby's first Final Fantasy. They released it in Japan, I think, as Final Fantasy USA or something like that, or Final Fantasy Light or something like that. It's like, stop insulting us. We don't need your fucking gamesmanship. We can play video games. Why do you think? Where did that come from, do you think? There's got to be a reason why people thought that. There must have. It was like one marketing study or something, and someone didn't like the leveling up in Faxanadu or something, and so they were like, oh, we got to fucking do something about this. And then it never went away for 15 years. Really weird shit. Same thing with Mario, right? Mario 2 never came out here until Lost Levels. We got the bootleg Mario 2, which happens to be a great game. But I digress.
Did you know it was called Doki Doki Panic?
Oh,
in Japan, did you know that call, my liege? Did you know? Let me enlighten you, my lord, and the audience, because I'm sure they've never heard that.
Yeah, never,
dude. I'm so sick of that fact.
That's like the Lord of the Rings. Like, oh, he kicked the helmet and he broke his toe. Did you know that? Did you know he broke his toe?
It really is that entire. Whatever that genre of thing, like whatever that is, made me retroactively like very self-aware of like how I talk about things that I know about. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm sure I know a lot that other people don't know about very specific things, but do people need to know that? Did they ask? No.
It's fair enough.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm sure I repeat myself all the time. I know I do. But I do try to, that's like one of those little facts. It's like, all right, we're good.
We're good.
On that factoid.
Cute.
Couple inquiries here. Hisham Mukhtar wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Symbols crew, hope you're doing well. My question is for Colin. During the Nintendo Direct this week, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD remakes were announced for next year, but the creator, Yuji Horii, said that we can play Dragon Quest 3 first and then 1 and 2 after, as 3 comes first chronologically. As someone who has played these games, is it really okay to do so, or should we wait for all 3 to be available and play in numbered order? Thank you and have a nice day." The release order makes sense to me from a chronology standpoint, although the inner game chronology is not even really that important either. Like, you don't play Dragon Quest games for story. I will tell you that. Like, you're not playing these games for the story. You're playing because you like to grind, you like equipment, you like leveling yourself up and doing things and progressing. That's the reason you play these kinds of games. Like, if you want to play old school 16-bit or 8-bit style games, especially 16-bit style games for story, you play Final Fantasy IV, you play Chrono Trigger, you play Final Fantasy VI, things like that. My only concern, Hisham, is I just feel like the games are going to degrade from that point. Like, I'm going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting. Like, are they going to remake Dragon Quest 1 and 2 to the point where they feel or act more like the third game? And if they do, then those are really fundamental changes to those games. And I doubt that that's what they're going to do. So you just have to keep that in mind. I don't think you can, in other words, I don't think you can really go wrong playing them 1, 2, and 3, because that is the way they were delivered to most of us. But if you want to wait, that's cool. Just understand that Dragon Quest 1 is a very bare bones game compared to Dragon Quest 3. And if you don't like Dragon Quest 3, you're definitely not going to like Dragon Quest 1. I happen to have a very soft spot for Dragon Quest 1. It's a very nostalgic game for me. And it's a nostalgic game for a lot of people because Nintendo Power was giving those things away like they couldn't even get rid of them. If you had Nintendo Power in like 1990, you had Dragon Warrior. So I don't know what that was all about either. They just had a shit ton of copies of it. So shout out to Dragon Quest 1 and 2. Do you want to wait and play them in the order that they're released? I'll leave that up to you. I think there's pros and cons. Zach LeBeau writes in with a similar question here, a related one. He says, "Hello, Sacred Slits. In a world of prequels and sequels and spinoffs, my question to you is this. What is the optimal play order for a series? With Kingdom Hearts being released on Steam, I'm currently replaying the mainline games for the first time since I was a teenager, but I've never played any of the Game Boy interstitials. There is apparently a lot of debate in the community about what order to play them in. Do you play them in release order? How about chronological order in the story timeline? Should I spit in God's face and play in reverse chronological order? Help me, you succulent slitties. You're my only hope. Thanks." And I'll stay on the line while I listen. That's a little egregious, Zach.
This is what I'm talking about. See, this is one of those instances that I was talking about exactly, where it's like a bookend. It's a bookended one where it starts off with a slit and then it ends with a slit.
Yeah, you got to pick one or the other. Pick your lane.
Yeah. Relax.
Or do a really clever thing, like making a slitterhead analogy or something in the middle, in the body of the inquiry. Surprise me and delight me. It'll help you get on the show. All right. So, Dustin, we can all talk about this. Yeah. Because I think we all suffer from this in different ways. Like, I'll tell you the series that I suffer with this in, and they're all series I'm behind in or trying to, or that I haven't played yet. So this is a big thing with Trails, right? Like, do you play Trails of, some people like play Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2, and then you play this thing, and then you play Daybreak, and then you play this, and then you go play Trails of Cold Steel 3, and I'm like, dude, it's so overwhelming to even know where to go that I don't even know if I want to do it. A similar game, same developer, is Ys, which is a series I really love, but I'm far enough behind now where I'm like, I don't even really know where I am and all of the rest. And then the series that I have not played where I'm really mindful of this is the Yakuza series. And I know that there's a lot of discussion about that. So it is difficult to know exactly where to begin. What do you say to Zach's issue here, specifically with the Kingdom Hearts games? Do you expect, I guess playing them, there's nothing wrong with playing them in the order they came out because that's the way that they were experienced. So it's really about any alternative that you might think is worthwhile.
If we're the Sacred Slits, then that makes you Lord Slit. So Lord Slit, here's what I would say about the release thing, is that it really does depend on the series. But I would say overall, as you were saying, your safest bet is to probably just play them in release order. And I think that's probably the case. the case most of the time. With Kingdom Hearts, I would play them in release order because they were designed that way, and that when you play Birth by Sleep, it will fill in gaps that it's going to be interesting and cool to see that in that way instead of starting with that contextual information. So release order is the way to go. And I feel the same way about Metal Gear Solid, is that they should be played in release order as well. And it is unfortunate that there will be a new generation of Metal Gear Solid fans, assumingly from Delta, that will be their first Metal Gear Solid game. But it's probably fine. I think that it would be more rewarding, especially coming off the end of 2, going into 3. That's awesome. And you won't be able to get that if you just start with 3. So I would say the overall go by release order, but there are certain, like Yakuza, most Yakuza fans have told me start with 0, even though it's not chronologically, or I guess it is the first in the timeline of Yakuza, but it was released much, much later than the Yakuza 1. So
where are you on this, Chris? Seems like you agree.
Yeah, I just feel like release order is how we get it, and it's how the developers design. Like it's the intent of the developers for games to go in that order anyway. Like I think you can only really get cute with the order in which you play things in after you've played them already, and after you kind of have an understanding of what comes first and what's when. And I feel like that's when you can kind of go into this weird kind of territory of it's like, okay, now that I've experienced all of this, okay, yeah, and maybe I'm going to do like a chronological replay now that I have all the full context. Because the reality is, like, if I feel that way about Metal Gear Solid as well, like, dude, like going 3 makes there's so much in 3 that is enhanced by 2 and 1 and because it's designed that way. And you're kind of missing all of that and going into a game that follows it that isn't really playing into anything, like not in a way that is intentional. And so I feel like that matters a great deal. I mean, Halo has a little bit of this. It's not nearly as confusing because it's Reach 1, 2, ODST 3 for like the original Bungie games. And like you could do a chronological playthrough of that, I guess. But Reach specifically is full of stuff that really would only hit if you've played through the trilogy. And so while it does make sense from the timeline of it, like you can really only do that kind of thing like when you already understand it or when you've already kind of experienced all that it has to offer, and then you can get cute with it. But release order is the right order for pretty much everything, I think.
Yeah, I'm in agreement here. I'm looking at this Castlevania timeline too. I know this is another game people bring up here where I'm like, just play the fucking games in any order. It doesn't matter. You know,
Yeah.
with those kinds of series. Mega Man, people ask that too. It's like, dude, these games don't even require any knowledge of story to really enjoy. So it's a little different. But yeah, I think we all kind of agree that you can't go wrong with the order that the market first experienced them, because that is the intended. I totally get the idea of like there is a notion to like extracting maximal understanding out of each product by doing them in a certain order. Like if you do this first, then you'll get all this shit in this thing that you don't otherwise get, and that's kind of useful and all that. I get that, but it's overthinking.
Yeah, but that can actually be muddying a little bit. You know, I feel like that can be actually like a muddying experience, because obviously the way that they develop them, the way that they develop the games, and the way that the order in which they put them out are designed to maximally get as much understanding out of their audience as possible. And so like to muddy with that plan anyway, it's kind of like on your, what is it, your when you and Dagan did your Halo knockbacks and you read up on stuff, and right. You were like you were getting into stuff that was so much later that was not even thought of at this point. It's not relevant. I'm like, oh no, you got to leave it alone.
Yeah,
let it breathe.
Yeah, it's tough to do that sometimes, but you're right.
It's hard, but yeah.
I gotta go at the Halo 2 as well. Not Halo 2. We did Halo 2. I mean Halo, 2. All right. I think that's it for the inquiries on this one. Yeah, Zach, good luck to you. Kingdom Hearts, extra good luck to you. Okay. Number 2, Famed Japanese game developer Hironobu Sakaguchi is best known as the creator of Squaresoft's Final Fantasy series, acting as director of the first 5 games, the writer or co-writer of the first 7 games, and the executive producer of Final Fantasies 6 through 10. Before Squaresoft merged with rival Enix to become Square Enix, Sakaguchi opted to leave the company and instead founded his own developer, Mistwalker. Interestingly, Mistwalker has no PlayStation history to speak of. It developed or co-developed games like 2006's Blue Dragon and 2007's Lost Odyssey for Microsoft and Xbox 360, and then released The Last Story on Wii in 2011. From there, the company went all in on mobile, ultimately spawning the Terra Battle franchise starting in 2014, and that brings us up to speed for this next announcement, the first Mistwalker game to ever migrate to PlayStation in the form of Fantasian. But here's the thing, Fantasian is a mobile game, first released in 2 parts via Apple Arcade in 2021. This new modification of Fantasian is known as Fantasian Neo Dimension, and Sakaguchi's old friends at Square Enix will be stepping in as publisher. The console package is expected on PS4 and PS5 later this year. The original game was entirely reliant on touch controls and gestures, though you can actually play it on your phone with a DualShock 4 controller, and obviously this will be all incorporated into the port, which is otherwise a fairly straightforward and traditional turn-based JRPG, with music from legendary Final Fantasy composer Nobuo Uematsu. All right. Dustin, anything to say here about this game? I'm down. By the way, I was reading a little bit about this. I didn't know this about Sakaguchi, that he apparently had like some beef with someone at Sony that kind of precluded him from ever really working with them. I don't know any more about it, but he apparently had like some sort of quarrel with someone, and it kind of sent him into the other publisher's arms, I guess.
A quarrel?
Yeah, quarrel.
It's a big word.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. That means a disagreement.
You were just trying to sound smart there, weren't you? Well, as far as Fantasian, what I know about this game mostly comes from Holly, because she played a lot of it on iPhone. But you know what happened? She eventually said, I can't do this shit anymore. I can't play this on my phone. I'm loving this game, but I've had enough. I just can't do it on my phone anymore. And she told me yesterday or the day before, she said she got really far in it. Like she probably was in the range of getting close to beating it, but she just was like, I can't do it. So I told her about this, and she was a little disappointed because she doesn't know if she wants to replay what she had already played on phones, but she also doesn't want to play it on a phone. So
I wonder if she can probably not, but send your saves to a cloud or something and download it on a console. I would wonder if they would make that possible.
That would be awesome. I would doubt it, but
yeah, I don't think it's likely.
One thing I find really interesting about this game is that it's made up of dioramas that are all real dioramas that they made and photographed, and then they have your characters running around on these actual real dioramas, and they look absolutely beautiful. So this is one, when it comes out, I definitely would be interested in checking out. It looks cool. I've not played Lost Odyssey or Blue Dragon or anything like that, so I'm wondering. Wait, Final Fantasy 6 through 10. Okay, so I've played some of 6, 7, and 10. So I have played some of his games, but yeah, I think it looks cool. I'm excited to see it be free from Apple Arcade. It's cool that Apple Arcade was able to like make this happen, but it deserves better. It deserves to be on console, so I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, it's good that this is happening. Yeah, Apple Arcade isn't for me. It's supposed to be a very good service if you're into playing games on your phone. I just have no interest in doing that at all. And you don't really hear very much about it. You hear less and less about it, actually, in my opinion. But I don't know. Chris, I won't even bother. I mean, do you give a shit about this game at all?
I mean, I think it looks really good. I think it like gorgeous. I really love the diorama style and all that. I think it's like really clever and interesting and unique, but I'm not going to play this.
All right. Hashim Barakat wrote in. That's actually, we had a Hasham earlier. Now we have an Hashim. Barakat wrote in and said, "Good day, sacred lads and Big Daddy Dustin. Can we say that 2024 has been an amazing year for JRPGs with great games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Infinite Wealth, Persona 3 Remake, and Ayuden Chronicles to name a few? And the recent Nintendo Direct confirming that we have Dragon Quest III and Fantasian coming this year too. Do you think that the future for the JRPG genre is bright? I believe so, as we will be getting Expedition 33, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 Remake, and Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 on the horizon. That's not including smaller Kickstarted games like Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood. I actually Kickstarted those games, and I can't The first games I ever kickstarted, I think, and I can't wait to do that. Or play those? Are you excited for any specific upcoming JRPG game, big or small? And will Chris be checking any of them out? Thank you as always for the amazing content. I wish you all a wonderful week and a happy first Father's Day to our boy Dustin.
Yeah,
That's very sweet.
I was looking. He didn't mention Metaphor, right? Did
Yeah,
he?
Metaphor is a big one.
Metaphor. That's the one I'm most excited for. It's been an amazing year. JRPG fans, we've been eating too well. Maybe there's too many games.
Yeah,
and,
definitely. Especially with the re-releases. Like we didn't even talk. I don't have them in the news, but Square Enix announced a few other things like Romancing Saga 2 remake and other things that are just smaller. A lot of stuff coming.
Yeah, and there's stuff that I still haven't played yet that I wanted to, like the Star Ocean remaster remake that was also in that 2D HD style. I didn't get to play that at all. So yeah, it seems that JRPGs are huge, and they're not necessarily. They're definitely beyond niche at this point in the West, and they've definitely become part of more of the mainstream games than they were before. Not that it was. I mean, you think about a game like Final Fantasy VII. Of course, that was big in the West. So we had tentpole JRPGs, but now they've really come into their own over here, and it just feels like all the time we're getting new ones, high quality ones. And I'm excited to see too, like the write-in mentions Expedition 33. I'm curious for these JRPGs without the J, to see what an FRPG looks like. Yeah. In this case, is heavily inspired by JRPGs, but doesn't necessarily look like one aesthetically. I think that's cool also. So a bright future ahead for fans of the genre.
Yeah, I'm amped. I mean, I think it's a good time. What's happened with JRPGs is that I think they've just settled into it's not even like a niche, like you said. There's a pocket of, I don't know how many millions of people that buy this shit. And they've been pretty reliable and they've grown. Like when you think about boutique publishers in the Western games industry, especially let's say like the late PS2 era to nowish, but maybe last generation, they basically all came up by doing Japanese publishing. Like you think about NIS or Xseed or Marvelous or Axis and all of these, they've tapped into very readily this entire group of people that want this shit. And I've always been amongst those people. I've always bought a lot of JRPGs in my life, but I don't think JRPGs will never be as big as people always look at Final Fantasy 15 sales and they're crazy. Way in excess of how good that game actually is, in my opinion. And of course, Final Fantasy 7, like you said, and 8 and 9 were all huge. 10 was huge on PS2. I don't know that we're going to reach huge sales numbers like that anymore. You see that with Final Fantasy 7 Remake, where in my mind, that is the most relevant JRPG project right now. And Final Fantasy 16 would probably be second, and neither of them lit the world on fire. I think they did very, very respectably, especially Final Fantasy 16, you would have to assume is between 4 and 5 million copies now. Something like that. So pretty good. But there's even more that he didn't mention. We know Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming. We know, I think more importantly for me, Dragon Quest 12. I mean, that game was announced years ago. That game was announced at the same time I think Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D was. Maybe even longer ago. And with the, the logo and this idea of a new adult, different theme kind of for Dragon Quest, I hope that comes pretty soon. I also wonder what's going on with Tales. Tales of Arise was huge. I mean, there's no doubt that they're doing another Tales game, so that's got to be in the works over at Bandai Namco. So I think we're going to be eating pretty well. And like you said, Metaphor, Persona projects. You're getting these Shin Megami Tensei spin-off projects that are coming out. I think one just did come out or is about to come out. So it's too much. Especially for a genre that requires so much time. I mean, a short JRPG is 20 to 25 hours, I would say. And a normal JRPG is 40 to 50. And a long JRPG, I would say, is 80. It's a lot of time.
They're lengthy. But I will say, he says, will I be checking any of these out? I will say Expedition 33 is the one that I'm absolutely, that's on my list for sure. Like that is absolutely, I loved everything that I saw from that game. And it looks right up my alley. Everything else is very clearly not.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Armed Fantasia, for instance, is a very Colin game because it's the guys that did Wild Arms, and it's just a Wild Arms ripoff. And I'm going to be the biggest Armed Fantasia stan you've ever seen. Like, there's just no doubt about that. So prepare yourself. Penny Blood, I think I supported too, because they put out on Kickstarter together. By the way, I did end up kickstarting the G.I. Joe comic book series. The compilation. It's expensive. It was $300 to get the physical versions of them, but that's every comic in that run. I'm like, that's pretty good deal. It probably devalues the shit out of people's collections too, which is not good for them, I guess, but good for me.
General Issue Joseph.
What is that? Oh, General Issue Joseph. Yes, that's
General
right.
Issue
Yeah,
Joseph.
you're right.
That's his Christian name.
That's his Christian name. Well, it was General Joseph, and then General, and when he got confirmed, they gave him the confirmation name Infantry. And so he was General Infantry.
General
Joseph
Infantry Joseph.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
This is my beautiful baby boy, General Infantry Joseph.
General Infantry Joseph.
All right. Number 3. We love talking about Sony's so-called China Hero project here on Sacred Symbols because we think it's vital for us to tap into experiences developed from all around the world, something PlayStation has taken a lead in throughout the console space. Its multi-tiered China Hero project, basically a way for the company to invest in Chinese-developed games for its consoles as well as PC, is several waves in now, and indeed, Sony investments have helped bring 6 Chinese games to market so far. The 2018 PSVR title Animal Force from developer Oasis Games, the 2019 PSVR release Immortal Legacy: The Jade Cipher from developer Viva Games, the 2020 side-scroller Hardcore Mecha from Rocket Punch, the 2021 Metroidvania Fist Forged and Shadow Torch from TI Games, and 2 games in 2022, Beijing Magic Fish Technologies horror adventure title In Nightmare, and Thinking Stars RPG-like game Anno Mutationum. And now we're preparing for the 7th release, finally, from a game first revealed in 2019 for the PlayStation 4, Evotinction. As described on the China Hero Project website, Evotinction is a third-person hack-and-slash game with stealth elements that's, quote, set in the near future where a cutting-edge research institute has been taken over by an AI drone infected with a virus. There is no sign of human survivors, and all contact with the outside world has been cut off. As the only survivor, your mission in this third-person stealth action game is to prevent the virus from spreading to the outside world, end quote. It's being developed by a Chinese team called Spikewave, with website Gamatsu reporting back in 2019 is made up of, amongst others, 2K China vets. Evotinction comes to both PS4 and PS5 as well as PC on September 13th later this year, and we're still awaiting on many other China Hero Project games from Sony that they've invested in, 11 to be exact, the best known amongst them games like Lost Soul Aside, Convaleria, and The Godslayer. I think we just saw more Lost Soul Aside a couple weeks ago, so that's in operation as well. So this will be the 7th China Hero Project game. Chris, I don't know if you had a chance to look at this game, but I think this is a game for you.
Which one?
An Evotinction. Stealth, third-person action.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I looked at, there was like a really long gameplay video of it that they put out a couple months ago, and I was skimming it, and it looks cool. This definitely feels like the most me kind of game here, but I don't know. With these games, it's so difficult to tell. You really have to play these games to get a feel for them. But I like what I'm seeing so far. It looks really nice too. Like visually, I think it has like an interesting kind of thing going on. But
yeah, I was surprised because I hate the name.
Yeah, it's not a good name.
It looks a little janky, I guess, when you watch, because I did see some gameplay. There's apparently a demo on Steam, but I've obviously not played it. So people have experienced it, and maybe people are a little more hyped for it. But I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, and I was thinking about you when I was seeing the new gameplay that they released. Dustin, what do you think about Evotinction? Is this something you're going to check out? It comes out September 13.
Yeah, I was watching the new trailer that has the release date, and now I'm over at IGN. This gameplay video is from 2 years ago, but it is 10 minutes of gameplay, and it looks all right. It's not screaming my name, but it doesn't look bad either. So maybe if the reviews are good, but I think it's cool to see, another game come from China. It's neat that we're still seeing these big investments come out and seeing something sci-fi and stealth, which you don't see too much very often, is cool.
Well, that's why I thought of Chris, especially because I know he's yearning. Not to use another big word.
That's not going to stop now. Now that we're aware of that, every time we use anything that's like
a middle school vocabulary word.
Yeah. Anything that is an I like or I don't, or like just a basic 2-letter word, it's going to be one of these.
All right. Well, I got to say, man, I don't think I like talking about this stuff because I think it's interesting, but I also don't think Sony really gets enough credit for people are always like, where are the games, and invest in games. And I really feel like they've kind of taken the, we don't need to buy the cow or even own the IP to kind of get games, even in a limited way. Sometimes they publish those games directly and clearly have publishing rights on bigger games like Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade. And sometimes these games come from China and ultimately migrate to other platforms. And it doesn't really matter. You get them first, you invested in them, you're making their money back. You're making your money back. This is very similar to the pub fund that I sometimes bring up that used to exist back in the day, where Sony would find games and invest in them. And basically they would invest in them in exchange for timed exclusivity, in which they would be paid back the sum that they invested in the game, and then the game would be free to go to other platforms. And this helped games like Guacamelee get to market and others back in the day. So I like this idea of going and finding this stuff. I'm glad they're doing it now in India, and we're going to get some of the India Hero Project stuff coming in the next 2 years, and Africa. And that's not a hero project, at least yet, because I think it's a little underdeveloped there as far as console development is concerned. But setting the seeds, like we in geopolitics, everyone busts balls about America because we've let China like go to Africa and basically just dominate economically. But like their whole thing is like someone's got to set the baseline for developed trade and all that kind of stuff. So someone's got to do it. And in every sector and every polity, this is true. And Sony seems to kind of be the one willing to go to Africa and say like, we'll set the stage for a console surge here. And so hopefully we get the first games out of those, different African countries that participate in the next decade or so. So shout out to Evotinction and shout out to China Hero Project. There, by the way, if people want to check it out, if you're really nerdy like I am, there's a whole China Hero Project official China Hero Project website on PlayStation.com. If you just Google it, you'll find it. And it's got extensive details about every one of the games that they're working on. So they're taking it very seriously. It's just that no one's reporting on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 4, Capcom has a new announcement that's sure to perk up the ears of fighting game fans around the world. Later this year, the publisher plans to release Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, a collection of some of Capcom's choicest Marvel-themed fighting games as well as crossovers. Slated to launch on PlayStation 4 at a cost of $50, the Arcade Classics collection comes packing 7 fighting games. X-Men Children of the Atom, which came to arcades in 1995 and launched on PS1 in 1998, 2 years after a Sega Saturn port was released. Marvel Superheroes likewise launched in the arcade in 1995 with a PS1 port in 1997 and a release on PSN via PS3 in 2012. The famous crossover fighter Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes launched in arcades in 1998 with a PS1 port in 2000 and a PSN release via PS3 as part of the Origins collection in 2012. By far the most famous game in the collection is next, the 2000 arcade release Marvel vs. Capcom 2 New Age of Heroes, which was ported to PlayStation 2 in 2002 and came to PSN via PS3 in 2009. By the way, I didn't throw it out there because we're a PlayStation podcast. No one really cares. But the Dreamcast ports of both of those Marvel vs. Capcom games were the best. Also included is the 1997 arcade release Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, the predecessor to Marvel vs. Capcom, which was ported to PS1 in 1999. That game's lead-in, 1996's arcade game X-Men vs. Street Fighter, is also part of the collection, with a PS1 port having been released in 1998. That's actually a game I owned. Wrapping things up isn't so much a fighting game, but rather a brawler. The 1993 arcade release The Punisher, which never got a port on PlayStation consoles, though it did come to Genesis in 1994. Each game will include complete online play with rollback netcode, leaderboards and training modes endemic to each release, a spectator mode, and museum, jukebox, and other celebratory functionality. While it doesn't have a native PS5 port, it doesn't matter. The PS4 port will obviously work on both consoles. Chris, talk to me about this. You and I both agree on one thing for sure, which is Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is maybe the most beautiful game ever. And that alone to me makes me love it.
Yeah, like all of this is like over delivering for me. Like I'm probably not going to touch the overwhelming majority of these games, but bringing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 forward and playable on like modern stuff like properly is a big deal, because that is a really seminal fighting game. I think it's a gorgeous game. I think it's just way overdue for a remake or like way overdue for not a remake, I should say. Way overdue for a modern port like this. It's been way too long. But I'm stoked about this. I love Marvel vs. Capcom 2 specifically. Like that game dominated my life for a very very intense period of time. I would play the game at this pizza place a lot after school because they still had like the cabinet for it or something. And it was just like I'm over the moon about this. I'm in day one for this.
Yeah, what a great price, too. $50, very attractive price. Don't get too greedy. I don't know if there'll be a physical release. They probably announced that. I just didn't see it. Yeah, I'm amped about this, too. Dagan, my brother, obviously is a huge fighting game fan, and he was a huge mark for the Marvel games. And I've long said that I was a big fighting games were probably in my top 3 genres when I was a kid, because I didn't realize how bad I was at them until I went and worked at IGN. And my honest take is that I was put off by how much better everyone that was playing these games than me, and how like much of a scrub I ended up being. And it turned me off to even bothering anymore, which is too bad, because I really did enjoy playing Street Fighter and games like that. But this harkens back to those times, like Marvel vs. Capcom and Marvel vs. Capcom 2, especially on Dreamcast, were prime plays, man. I mean, like, we were obsessed with the game. And Dreamcast was the fighting game machine, dude. I mean, Power Stone was another one of those games we were absolutely enamored with. And so it's cool to have these games back. I remember very clearly buying Street Fighter or X-Men versus Street Fighter because I was so excited about it, because I was like, wow, what an unusual and peculiar game. I had never played it in the arcade. I never even saw it in an arcade.
Yeah.
But I was really amped about that port, so I have very nostalgic memories of playing that too. And I have never played that Punisher Brawler. I was looking up footage of it. I'm like, this looks pretty cool. I didn't even know this game actually existed, because I hated Sega when I was a kid, so I was like, I'm not playing. I never even heard of that Punisher game. So yeah, really amped about this. Dustin, anything here for you for Marvel versus Capcom collection?
Yeah, I've always thought Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was sick. You guys mentioned it being an absolutely gorgeous game. And
dude,
yeah,
it is astonishingly beautiful. Like, astonishingly beautiful.
And shout out representation of Mega Man Legends 2 with my girl Tron Bonne as a playable character, along with the Servbot as well. I always thought that was cool that they were in there, and separate characters too. Dude, the Servbot is like
also there.
this tiny little fighter.
Yeah, he's such an asshole character, because he's below basically every other character's like hit box. So he can just walk up to you and beat your feet up.
Right.
Man. That soundtrack too is just, I think about that soundtrack all the time still. That like, I'm gonna take you for a ride.
Yeah, it would just be that over and over again, like forever.
Yeah, and I loved it. I never got tired. It was and the jazzy kind of.
How long do you think you could listen to that song for?
I have had that song on the background for a lot longer than I care to admit. Not like intentionally, but just the game running, and I just would leave it.
Right.
I think I drove my parents insane, probably.
Oh, I was going to say the same thing. My dad probably wanted to murder me.
Yeah.
As I was playing my Dreamcast in the living room or whatever.
Like, tell that bitch I don't want nothing.
Yeah, but my dad was so probably perplexed by especially the games Dagan was bringing home, and I was bringing home like all the anime shit. And this was in the 90s. I was like, he was probably like, what the fuck is wrong with my sons? They're so fucking degenerate. It's funny though. I wanted to give a shout out to Marvel vs. Capcom for this too. I always think of Dagan, like I said, when I think about this series, and Dagan's obviously an artist, a trained artist and a working artist, and he's obsessed with waxing philosophical about art. And it always stood out to me that he said that these games are so beautiful, and that Capcom achieved this sort of presentational parody between characters that do not belong together is like one of the great feats of game design ever. Because not only is it's not like this obscure product, it's actually like a beloved product like we see to this day. And people don't like the new Marvel vs. Capcom games, right? So people always go back to this. It's like Smash Brothers, where people are like, oh, okay, fine, but we really just want to play this one. And he's like, just really look at it one day and realize how insane it is that Iron Man, like Mega Man, Roll, fucking Dr. Doom, and whoever, and BB Hood are like all in the same universe. And it looks perfect. Yeah. And it's not only its beauty. And if you go back and look at Street Fighter versus, a Marvel superheroes and X-Men versus Street Fighter, those are really beautiful games too. Street Fighter 3 is a really beautiful game. It's just crazy that we abandon this style of art, because it's fucking it's so much better than what's going on today. It's crazy. And I'm so excited that people are going to see these games again. I'm not going to buy this because I have no hope of playing it online or doing anything with it. And I've been embarrassed. People can go look it up. I'm sure it's on video somewhere, when I played a 100-game tournament of it with Mark Ryan Silly at IGN. And he picked, I was allowed to pick his party or his team of 3 every time. And he beat me 100 games in a row, no matter what. And that was basically the end of being Marvel vs. Capcom. But I still like to look at it, and I just love the idea of calling characters in and out. I love the health management of the game, the powers. It's so good. It's so good. It's crazy that you can do some minor tweaks to a fighting game and revolutionize it completely in a 2D plane too. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so please look forward to it. Does it have a release date? No, but later this year. Okay. Oh, Drew Sleazer, I skipped your question. Sorry. You already asked things we talked about. Number 5 is final, and this is for me. It's been 10 full years since the original Shovel Knight launched, and it's been about 9 years since the original game came into PlayStation consoles in the form of the PS3, PS4, and Vita ports. And while we've gotten a couple of quality spin-offs since, and while we're getting the Game Boy Color-like Zelda-ish game Mina the Hollower from developer Yacht Club Games later this year, we've also been left wanting more Shovel Knight, and thankfully, we're receiving some support from multiple angles, so let's get into it. For starters, a new mainline Shovel Knight game is in development, which is awesome news, and it seems fairly clear it's not going to be a Shovel Knight 2 per se, described instead like this, quote, "We're committed to crafting an experience that not only honors the Shovel Knight legacy, but also pioneers groundbreaking, innovative gameplay mechanics. This isn't just another sequel. It's a bold new adventure that will launch Shovel Knight into an entirely new dimension of gaming," end quote. In other words, it sounds like a 3D game, but we'll have to wait for confirmation. Yet this has always kind of been their goal. Yacht Club talked to me about doing a Shovel Knight 64 type game before the original even launched. They've apparently been working on the game in secret for some 4 years now on the back of their extensive support of the original Shovel Knight, which was not only ported to just about everywhere you can imagine, but received 3 substantial campaign expansions: Plague of Shadows in 2015, Spectre of Torment in 2017, and King of Cards in 2019. The team likewise released a fighting game of sorts called Showdown, all wrapped up in the original Shovel Knight experience and packaged with King of Cards in 2019. There are also 2 externally developed spin-offs, which brings us to our second piece of news. In 2021, developer Vine worked with Yacht Club on the puzzle game Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon, and that's already on PS4. But the other spin-off, Shovel Knight Dig, never migrated over upon being relaunched in 2022. Instead, developer Nitrome had their game locked onto Switch and mobile platforms until now. We don't have a release date yet, but we know the puzzle platformer is coming to PlayStation alongside all of its DLC, including the recently released final expansion called Wicked Wishes. Finally, Yacht Club released Shovel Knight Shovel of Hope DX, announced Shovel of Hope DX. Here's how they describe it, quote, "Shovel Knight Shovel of Hope DX is an enhanced edition of the adventure that started it all and introduces an array of exciting features. Now you can choose your champion from a lineup of 20 iconic characters, each with unique playstyles. Dive into the action with Shovel Knight, team up with Shield Knight, or even play the Enchantress herself. Online multiplayer allows you to join forces with friends worldwide. We've also brought back fan-favorite features from all previous versions of the game, including challenge stages, custom night, and the Battle Ghost Arena. And for full immersion, return to the world of Shovel Knight in full stereoscopic 3D. For the first time, use the power of rewind to perfect your platforming skills, or use save states to pause and plan your next move. With over 300 classic gameplay twisting cheats, customize your experience to make it as challenging or as weird as you like," end quote. Unfortunately, this version of the game has only been announced for PC so far, and as Shovel Knight and its expansions and upgrades have long been wrapped up in a release called Treasure Trove, it's unclear whether DX will migrate to PlayStation or if the updates will merely be patched into what is already there. So we don't have to linger here too long, but excited for all this news. Dustin, how do you feel about a Shovel Knight game in 3D? Because that seems like obviously what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that would be awesome. I love platformers of that era. I love Shovel Knight, so that would be awesome. I'm really curious about this Shovel Knight Shovel of Hope DX as well. It's crazy. I was just watching the trailer for it. I was reviewing it, and 20 characters, 20 different playable characters for the campaign. That's kind of nuts, because we got to play as other characters in those expansions, of course. The Plague Knight one, and then there's the other one as well that I can't remember.
Spectre Knight and King Knight.
Yeah. Which King Knight, by the way, fucking awesome game. Awesome expansion to that. So to see them go back to the well, kind of interesting, but at least they're doing a lot of cool stuff to it. I really wonder, though, I'm looking on Steam. Steam has a separate SKU or a separate page for the DX version, which, I mean, they have given us so much included with Shovel Knight in the treasure trove that I don't really mind paying again, but I'd be curious whether or not it's an update, a paid update, or an entire new game.
Yeah, it seems like that's what I was saying towards the end, really, was like, they have patched everything in, even the fighting functionality and all that, into the original package. Will they do that here? Sell it again. I mean, that's totally fine. It's not available natively on PS5, and so that would be a way for you to put it there if you wanted to. I'm pretty amped about this, but the 3D Shovel Knight, I don't mind it. Again, knowing those guys from way back in the day and talking to them and interviewing them, they would talk about how they wanted to do an N64 style game, like in the future. And so I'm not surprised that they were getting it. I'm just disappointed that we didn't get anything else in between, really. We have a couple of spin-offs, but the campaign modifications in King of Cards and Spectre and all of that kind of stuff, they're just modifications of the game that's already there. You know, it's like it would have been cool to get sequels, like at least 1 or 2 real Shovel Knight sequels with new knights and new stories and expanded gameplay. I'm disappointed. I feel like I know that they look at 2 things. The DLC was promised in the Kickstarter, right? And they fulfilled the Kickstarter goals. But I really feel like they could have just, and I know I've noticed this in the past, just say like, listen, we're just going to make new games. This is blown up way beyond our expectations. We're going to give you, if you Kickstarted, you'll just get the games for free on voucher. What's the big deal? You know, you're getting more than what you paid for. So it's just like, I feel like there's a lot of wasted time there that really didn't. It's like, cool, you promised these things, but nonetheless, things have changed. So why not invest in a second game and just give the few thousand Kickstarters the game for free? It's like, I don't know. So a 3D Shovel Knight game is cool, but I just lament the fact that we've gotten so little. Think about the 6 Mega Man games and how iconic they are to a lot of people like me. It's like I wanted a little bit of that taste, like a few. The different robots, which one do you like more? Which gameplay element are you more into? And this and that and the other thing. They've just obsessively been remaking and reanalyzing and remodifying the first game. It's like, enough. Chris, any interest in any of the Shovel Knight announcements?
Yeah, I'm really curious about the 3D thing, just because I wonder how they'll go about. Like, are they? I don't know how specific that conversation was, but like, are they hoping to do it in the style of the N64, like specifically? Or
what I remember in the conversation, it might even be on IGN or on a podcast back in the day. Like what I remember, it was saying like we kind of see Shovel Knight as progressing through the generations, so that we would end up with like, you know, this is more like the NES build. We maybe do like an SNES Genesis build, and then like a Saturn a Saturn PS1 kind of N64 era build, and that's kind of what they meant. And so when I saw that, I was like, that's kind of cool, because I know for a fact that that's true to their vision. I just missed the shit in between that we, for some reason, just never got, you know? And Mia Hollower looks awesome. Like, I'm all about that. But I don't know. Squandered time, in my opinion.
Yeah. I guess I hope that it's genuine. Like, I hope we don't skip to PS2 and Xbox, I guess. Like, I want that PS1 N64 kind of polygonal energy, and if they are going to do a 3D game, I want it to be that, because I don't know, man, I love that aesthetic, and it's charming.
I mean, we agree that that's what they're saying, right? Because they didn't really say it, but they're like, we're adding another dimension to Shovel Knight. It's like, come on.
Yeah, it seems obvious. Yeah.
So okay, cool. I'll be keeping a keen eye out. Shout out to Yacht Club. I'm proud of you guys. I'm happy for you guys. I just wish you Capcom Mega Man-ized, NES-ized the series more. I would have loved. I remember they even said that they had this idea, because I had presented this idea to them, and they're like, "Oh, we already thought of that." I'm like, "Of course you have." Which was the Mega Man games on NES, as people might know, and we've mentioned in the past. The first game was all created internally, but all the other core Mega Man games until 9, all of the bosses were created by fans, and they would just redo the art. Some of them would be like horrible children's drawings. Some of them would be like amazing renders, and then they would make them all look right, like, so they belong to get in Mega Man, and then they would put them out. And that's the way it went for many years. And I was like, you should do that with Shovel Knight. Like, have a night creation contest, just like they used to with Mega Man, and get all of these input on the different nights you can have, and then pick 8 of them. And I'm like, oh yeah, we already thought of doing that. I was like, yeah, of course, that would be so sick. But it never came to fruition. So, oh well. Shout out to Shovel Knight nonetheless. Go play it. Don't be a dummy. Let's get into listener inquiries. Wrap this bad boy up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Couldn't do without you. We appreciate your support and love and kindness. Start with Peter Long, who wrote in, said, hey, CDC. With Xbox having a great showing and Nintendo having a very solid direct, is it fair to say that Sony is the big loser in this post-E3 summer? How long can Sony go operating like this before it becomes an issue for them? I'd be very interested to see what you guys think of this. Dustin, let's start with you. What do you have to say about this?
Let's see, how long can Sony go on operating? I'm guessing he means that keeping it low key in terms of announcements.
Nothing really getting. There's no doubt that excitement is on a wane with the PlayStation 5, regardless of how that is reflected with sales, which it isn't.
Sure.
There's no doubt that the spirit around PlayStation right now is deflated, I would say, to the very least.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned the spirit may be down, but it hasn't materially changed anything for the brand at all. So how long can they go on operating like this? I'd imagine they could go until the end of the year, really, but it's hard to really game plan it because we know that PS5 Pro, that's the next beat for PlayStation, and that's when we're going to see the announcements of the new stuff. So yeah, it's a little down right now with the E3 season, but Sony does not give a single fuck about winning fake E3. They simply don't. They don't care. In fact, I would imagine they would prefer to keep their announcements close to their chest while there's so much news going on. They'd have to share time with everybody, including Xbox, whereas they could just kind of show what they need to for the rest of the year. And then later on, when they have new hardware coming out, blow people away. I mean, hopefully, maybe not. But from their perspective, hopefully blow people away with a game like Ghost of Tsushima 2. So I understand that people being down. I just think that if you think about the grander picture, it's obvious why it's quiet right now. So they could go longer. It doesn't really matter right now in terms of the broader picture.
What do you think, Chris?
I think Sony's kind of in an unlosable position, really, just based on momentum from the PS4, the fact that digital libraries are kind of already established, the fact that PlayStation already kind of has a brand as being the place to play, based on the fact that multi-platform games continue to come in waves that we're talking about, like we talked literally earlier in the show about just how there's just too many games, it feels like. And then older games are coming back and specifically skipping other consoles. Like, Marvel vs. Capcom isn't going to be on Xbox at all. And,
that's so interesting. Apparently it has to do with the engine or something, right? Or like the framework.
Yeah, there's something about the frame with I think MTX framework or something. There's some framework there that's very difficult to port to that online.
Or it's like discontinued or something. Yeah, I don't know much about that at all. It is interesting. There's got to be a reason.
But so from the PlayStation perspective, it's just like there's constantly things to play. There's constantly things cycling into it. There's constantly old things coming back. How long could they keep doing this before this becomes an issue for them? They could, they could probably keep doing this for the remainder of the generation, and it probably wouldn't even be an issue for them, realistically speaking. Like, I know that would bother us greatly, and it would probably make sales maybe slow down a little bit if there's no like big announcement for like years. But I really think they could get away with that. They won't do that. They won't go years and years without announcing something because that's just like unwise. And they're just obviously still working on things. They will have things to show. But could they? I really think they could, because they are the dominant platform in this specific space, this high fidelity, luxury space. Obviously the Switch is kicking their ass, but I don't even really think they're really in competition in the same way, because we're already seeing them put over like Horizon and stuff to the Switch. So it's obviously like there's some camaraderie there. I don't know. I feel like this is overstated from the perspective of people who pay attention to the industry and want things to talk about that specifically excite them. And that is important. But the majority of people who engage with video games don't pay attention to any of this. And they don't care. They just have a machine that plays games and they just know things come out. And that's all they care about, really. Yeah.
I think that you're right in that I think you have the cynical answer, which is true, in that they could probably be fine for the rest of the generation. I think they would be in some trouble for even setting a next generation up. There would be major consequences for that behavior, but they would probably sell 100 million units just based on their inertia. And that would be, the beginning of the end of PlayStation, because they would have nothing to have shown for it really, other than, this Fortnite box or whatever. There's a few things that I think you guys have great observations, and there's a few things I'd like to add, which is just it seems like my thought on Sony being like, well, they have to talk soon, right? We've been saying that for a long time. Like, they have to say something, right? We're kind of, if you keep saying that in some sense, you're foolish. You're not learning from history, because clearly they don't want to say much. And the other thought is that, and Dustin, you had brought this up, is the Pro needs to be revealed. And you're going to want to have like some insane showcase around the Pro. So you could say, from an optimist's point of view, obviously they're going to have a half dozen big games to show on the PS5 Pro or something to get you really amped up about it, put the platform out there, talk about the future, get some of these PlayStation games going. And like, I think we all feel in our heart of hearts that showcase has to be on the horizon somewhere. And the nature of it and when it comes, I don't really know, but it just makes sense if you want to pitch this new hardware in a meaningful way. But my thought is, and I don't know if I can put this in a way that makes sense, but if the argument is that Sony needs to do more, right? So let's look at this like logically in some sort of linear order. Like, if Sony needs to do more, then it means they're not doing enough, right? And yet the console is selling just as much as the PS4 was, with people spending substantially more money on it than they did on the PS4, time adjusted. If that's true, and it might be, then what we have to acknowledge is two other things: that the console is doing awesome without Sony doing much. And if it matters that they're not doing much, then if and when they start releasing games and really catering to the core audience again, then that will have major benefits that will make the console do even better. In other words, we might be in a situation where we get real data on like what does move and push PlayStation 5s. And it's entirely possible that the trajectory of PlayStation 5 sales, because it's getting older, slows down when these games start coming in. So we're going to have all this mixed messaging. And it's going to look, in other words, like it really didn't matter at all. And we're only going to know in the seams if it really did. And they'll have data that will suggest otherwise. But in other words, it's kind of like a backwards compliment to PlayStation in some way to keep harping on how badly it's doing and how there are no games on it. It's like, okay, so it's still selling, it's going to sell over 100 million units. It has no games and no one cares about it. No one plays on it. And yet it's still selling that. So imagine if they actually did start putting things on it that you would care about, or if you wanted to start quote unquote playing on it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just an interesting way of looking at it. In other words, like what is the marker of success? And is there actually an upward trajectory should they start saying more? The realist in me, though, guys, says they're not saying much because they don't feel like they have to, obviously. But also, I think that we have to let some of the stuff purge that was canceled, all of the marketing beats that were planned for games that are not coming out anymore, and kind of the turn away from a spread shot games as a service approach to something that is more tailored and catered as they move back towards maybe what they were known for. And if that really is happening and did happen behind the scenes, then we can expect a kind of delay in things being announced, which is unfortunate, but just the reality. Like, it has to wash out eventually, and it's washing out right now. That's one possibility. And the other possibility in my mind is simply that they want to announce things closer to release. And so you have to kind of let the things that we either tacitly know about, like Venom, or explicitly know about, like Wolverine and others, just come and go. And then you start talking about things again much closer to the vest, a Fallout 4 type situation where you announce it in June, it comes out in October. Right. And I feel like that's kind of maybe what they're positioning for too, because I'm of the mind that exposing and overexposing your game doesn't benefit it at all. Like, if you announce an Uncharted game in September and it comes out in February, no one's going to give a fuck that it was announced so close to it. They're just going to be excited about it. It gained nothing from being announced a year or two earlier. And I think they know it now. Look at Wolverine. Wolverine's in an interesting situation because they announced it so early and people have so many builds and shit of it now and all these videos circulating all the time. It's like, damn, dude, this game is profoundly spoiled and doesn't look very revolutionary, but we'll see. I don't know. That's my thought anyway.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if Wolverine gets a date. Like at the PS4 Pro thing or PS5 Pro thing, you'll imagine Wolverine gets a date. February.
Yeah, probably.
Or something, April. And then the cascade begins from there. Fair Games, Concord's is September, Fair Games, maybe in the summer. And then you start slotting things in more reasonably. I just hope that that's true, along with a collection of second-party games, like we said, third-party funding relationships, like with China Hero Project and all the rest. Fill in the gaps. I contend that this has been a very strong year for PlayStation 5. Extremely strong, actually.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not if you don't give a shit about some of the games being released, but Rise of the Ronin didn't hit for me. I wish I liked it, but I didn't. But everything else was from Grand Blue Fantasy to Final Fantasy VII Remake to Helldivers 2 to Stellar Blade. It's a pretty strong group of games. I mean, you're fucking, again, I'm not sure you love video games if you can't find anything in there. Peter, thank you for writing in. Buster Crabcakes wrote in and said, "Greetings, sacred gentlemen. After the Nintendo Direct this week, I saw someone on Twitter say, how does Switch have more first-party support in its twilight than the PS5 has in its prime? I know Colin keeps saying the smaller games like Gravity Rush, Concrete Genie, and Tearaway don't matter, in quotes, in terms of sales numbers, but I would argue that they matter deeply in terms of optics and goodwill towards the brand. Sony needs to do more to support its hardware than release a massive AAA game with a 9-figure budget every year or two. Fans need to feel engaged and catered to. And while momentum is on Sony's side right now, inertia that comes with goodwill doesn't last forever. Just ask Disney. If players feel neglected for too long, they will move on to something else. However they do it, Sony needs to release more games more often. All the best." What do you think of this, Chris? More games more often. I mean, do you think that would be the solve? Would be more games more often for PlayStation? I'm curious if you agree with this. This is a common thought, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, no, because I think PlayStation specifically delineates itself from a quality standpoint, and you can't really rush quality, and you can't really like manufacture that on like a consistent cadence in a way that would satisfy people in the short term. Honestly, this kind of piggybacks off of the last question in some way, because to me, this question asks, well, how do they solve this? And my question is like, is there really anything to solve? You know, I don't think we know games are coming. Are people just assuming that like Naughty Dog's just not doing anything and Santa Monica's just not doing anything, and that you know, all these other studios in the first party are just not doing anything? Is that the assumption? Because that's insane.
Right.
They're clearly working
that gets
on
into
something.
the whole argument, Chris. You're absolutely right. Of like, what is the difference if the clock starts for you at 2 years or 6 months out from release if the game still exists? We just have to assume that stuff's coming, I guess.
Right. Yeah. I'd rather, I don't know, man. I get it, but like I do prefer this approach than Xbox's approach. Although, you know, personally, like what I've seen out of the Xbox showcase, like appeals to me a little bit more than some of the stuff that might be like in PlayStation's ecosystem right now. That's very true. But I didn't need to see Fable 5 years before they were ready to even show a little bit of it again. You know, I didn't need to see like a teaser trailer for Perfect Dark 4 years before we got to see it again, and with no date on either of those things. You know what I mean? Like I would rather simply not know about it and just kind of assume that they're working behind the scenes on something, and then get that confirmation closer to the time that I would be expected to play it. So I don't really see a problem here. We just got Helldivers 2 this year. That's like a huge like multiplayer win. There's obviously Rebirth came out. We've got a lot of completely accidental exclusives just based on stuff that's having difficulty being ported over to Xbox's console, in the sense in the form of like the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 thing and various other things. Like I don't know what people want that they aren't already getting, or that they aren't already sure exists in some capacity, I guess. You know, from where I'm sitting, I just don't get it.
Yeah. It's I'll save my comments. Dustin, let's get you on the record.
Buster, I feel like you're thinking in the bubble too much. This is something that's been brought up a lot recently, but when it comes to PlayStation, they're not necessarily just catering to their most hardcore fans. That would only represent a small amount in comparison of their overall customer base. And you bring up Nintendo. Like, Nintendo has more first-party support in Twilight years than PS5. Well, in this case, Nintendo and PlayStation are not really good comparisons, because people buy a Nintendo Switch primarily to play Nintendo games on it. That is the driving force of that console. Yes, there are third-party games, there are ports, there are live service games like Fortnite on it, sure. But by and large, the audience of the Switch plays Nintendo games. Whereas with the case with Sony, and I think also with the case with Xbox, is that these are platforms, especially now, particularly with Xbox, is that they're platforms where, yeah, you may make a decision on where you want to play based on exclusives, but that's not the only thing you're playing on it. In fact, there's plenty of people that buy PlayStations and they might not play a single first-party exclusive on it. They might just play Madden and Call of Duty or whatever else. They may never be interested in a game like Spider-Man or Ghost of Tsushima or whatever. So it's an entirely different scenario on how the companies are structuring themselves in order to cater to their customers. And in this situation, I was saying about the bubble is that Sony just this idea of like fans need to feel engaged and catered to. Well, I guess if you are the type of player that is only wanting to use your PS5 to play first party games, then yes, I can understand you not feeling engaged or catered to.
Certainly.
But even then, outside, look at second party this year. This is something my lord just brought up a few minutes ago that these second party games this year have been awesome. And so what are you really looking for? So, and the last thing too, Buster, I'll say, is that you say that they need to be catered to and engaged or else what? Are they going to go buy an Xbox and play there? I guess maybe. Are they going to go on PC and play there? No, they're already still invested on PS5 and they're just going to buy third-party games continually on PS5. They're just going to be grumpy about it until they get their next first-party game. So I don't really think there's much to do about this at all. That they'll continue to operate. And as Chris said, just because you don't know about these games, these studios are still making stuff. It's just not here yet.
It's also worth noting that I feel like we actually know kind of a little bit more, like, because the Lego Horizon isn't nothing, and it's not an exclusive. I guess is that the problem? Is that like these things are coming? It's not so much that Sony
unless it's
working.
only for me,
right? Yeah, it's like, because if you really look at what we've got, like obviously Astrobot's like kind of on the horizon a little bit. Like that's pretty exciting. I think like that's a return to form for me. Like I'm really stoked about that game. Just as a fan specifically of the PS1, like the PS1 is like, that's my baby as far as like PlayStation consoles go. And so to see that kind of resurface, Lego Horizon, I think looks really interesting. And I know that this is kind of outside of what we would consider to be first party in the traditional sense. But I mean, Destiny just had its like best expansion probably ever. And that's not nothing either. And it might not be, it's not God of War. It's not Uncharted. It's not the things that you would necessarily associate with PlayStation. It's not what maybe the hardcore players want. They want their, single player over the shoulder, sad dad action platformers, maybe. And that's, if anything isn't that, then it doesn't count. But these are, I don't know. I feel like these are big wins. And, I don't know what you would want if not this. Like, I understand that like Xbox had a really good showcase and would never take that away from them. That was a really standout showcase. But if you look at Xbox's year so far, like what have they had? And I say that respectfully as somebody who likes Xbox a lot. Like it's Hellblade, which was
yeah, Hellblade really did come and go like quicker than I ever even could have imagined it coming and going.
And that's it, I think. Like I could be wrong, but like I think that's it.
Yeah, people like
for this year anyway.
It's like it's the reality of the announced game and not like when a game comes out and actually comes to market. There's like no doubt PS5 has had a much better year than Xbox. It's just
right
a matter of like, I guess, people's view of how the long game looks. And I get it. People are just disappointed and disenchanted. But I would think we've all went on and on about how great the Xbox showcase was. I think the only weakness in it was just that a lot of the games were known about, so they didn't have the same pop. Sony's going to have to get through some of that too with Wolverine and Fair games, but kind of the exciting component of things, I guess, like look at Astrobot being kept secret and then coming in September. I really think that that's what it's going to be like from now on. And I think that's good. Sony doesn't want to talk to anyone. There are no fucking preview beats anymore. It's just, there's no reason to let games linger like that. And so I think that they just understand there's just no reason other than maybe you're afraid something's going to leak eventually. And even when they do leak, they're leaked incompletely. Like when Horizon did leak. It just leaked that people were saying Zero Dawn's getting remade. It's like, well, yes, it is, but not the way we anticipated they meant that. I really don't believe, Buster, that Mr. Crab Cakes, if I might, that more games is the answer. I just think that that's like the worst answer. No offense. Like more games is the worst answer because there are too many games. So I really believe that being what I would like to see out of first party, and Jaffe and I were talking about this, and we've long talked about this, is just one game from first party a quarter. One game from first party every quarter is the cadence that Sony would like to get. And with 20 teams, that means every team would have 5 years. It's pretty good amount of time to get a game going, and that would be nice. I think the only place where volume of game releases matters, and I mean this honestly, is on Xbox, because they have a subscription service as the root of the platform, and that does need content. Like it needs content all the time or people are going to churn. So that's a problem that they have to deal with. But I think Sony needs to protect its high quality status in some sense. This is the catch-22 that Jaffe and I were talking about on Sacred Symbols Plus with Sony. Is their major advantage happened to be presentation, graphics, and like fidelity and all of that, which happened to be the most expensive, most difficult part of making a game. And to seed that is not consequence free. It's very easy for people to say, like, make games cheaper. Sean Layden gave an interview with GamesIndustry.biz where he kind of repeats what we've said long ago, is like game budgets need to come down, at least plateau, and then start coming down. And games need to be made maybe more rapidly, in the sense that teams shouldn't be wrapping themselves up in these games for too long, because who knows if they're going to work out or not. But more games like Gravity Rush, Concrete Genie, and Tearaway are the games you listed, and they're cool little pieces of history, but they don't matter. They're completely irrelevant to PlayStation's success. Those 3 games combined sold maybe 2 million copies. And they probably sold 2 million copies to 750,000 people. So
yeah,
it's, I get it. Like, I know that people want to go back to that day, but I assure you it will not matter. And it's not exclusive to PlayStation. I agree with what you said too, Dustin, that like comparing PlayStation and Nintendo is weird right now, because Nintendo is almost mono-reliant on its own products and products that it sets up with its second party and third party games, indies. It certainly has Minecraft, it has Fortnite, like all the things you said, and it makes a lot of money doing that. But if you look at the money that each company makes from video games, Nintendo is by far the smallest. And so they've created a niche with high risk, high reward. They have to be really, really great at Chris says someone's knocking on his door, so he'll be back in a second. So I feel like Nintendo's situation, they can control it, but it comes at a cost, like a literal cost. Sony's most interested in making money for free, making no investment in the games, and having games be part of the ecosystem, people playing Genshin Impact or whatever, or World of Tanks. Is that even on PlayStation? I have no idea. So I don't know. I get what you're saying. I just think Sony should focus on AAA games. 1 a quarter would be nice. And I think that would be the perfect cadence. And otherwise, get your second party games in there, your indies. And of course, the plethora of third party games. Like who really cares if the games are on all the platforms, if they're good or not? It's just, at some point, I can't even feign caring about it. Like, it's hard for me because I know people think that it's like something a PlayStation podcaster should deeply care about is like games being on PlayStation. And I'm like, I just care that the games are there. I don't care if they're somewhere else too.
Right.
I really don't. It just doesn't bother me. All right.
Big fan.
Mr. Winter wrote in. Were you going to say more? I'm sorry.
I said you're a fake fan.
I am a fake fan.
Yeah.
Mr. Winter wrote in and said, gentlemen, IGN paid crowd members to cheer at whatever Phil Spencer said during the recent interview, according to a report. Game Science rejected a coercive $7 million consultancy fee from Sweet Baby Inc., with IGN reporting a false series of allegations against the company for sexism. Is it time we finally get ethics in games journalism? Will we ever just be able to play our games in peace? How would you make this industry better? Have fun out there, my slitters. I wanted to talk about this specifically for one reason, and it's this $7 million consultancy fee thing. There is no way that that's true. I don't need to know any more about the story. There is simply no way that a consultancy company like Sweet Baby Inc. went to Game Science in China and said, we want $7 million for a DEI consultancy. That is a substantial amount of money for any game, and especially a game that is being self-published by a first-time developer, basically. I know they made like one smaller game years ago. In a country that isn't that expensive to make games in, that could very well be like a quarter of their budget. There's just no way it's true. I don't need to know any more about it than that. This is, and I wanted to bring this up because this is what bothers me. And I hope this is instructive. It's nothing against Mr. Winter or anyone else that believes this stuff. It's just, you got to be accurate and focused if you want to make change or bring attention to a cause and be productive. There's no doubt that it seems like IGN told the audience to cheer for Phil Spencer's thing. That seems to be well reported, right? And so that's true. And there's no doubt that there's the accusation of some sort of mistranslation or something going on with the original piece that IGN did about game science, in which they leveraged some pretty serious accusations against them of sexism, I think, and stuff like that, misogyny. Those things could both be true, but it's undermined when such a deeply unserious accusation is made, which cannot possibly be real. Like $7 million that's not like just an amount of money that's bandied around by a studio like Game Science. I don't understand what people think is like going on out there. Sony or Nintendo and Microsoft would balk completely at spending half that much money on a consultancy for a game. That's like a $200 million game. Jaffe and I talked about this a little bit on the show, and we agree completely. Like that just can't be true. Like you don't even need to know anymore. And I wanted to say that because I want people to get into the mode of what is called steel manning. So if you straw man an argument, right? You should instead steel man it, meaning that if you want to have a good argument against something, come up with the most rational, best possible argument in the contrary of what you feel or believe. And make sure it's constructed totally fairly, and then deconstruct it. And then everyone knew you did it fairly. So if you're opposed to something, present the best possible case for that thing. And make sure it's totally honest and fair, and then see what you can do to kind of diminish it, deconstruct it, pull it apart. And if you can't, then you know that at least you did it honestly, and you don't need to make any sacrifices to get to the edge, to the end that you wanted or the result that you wanted. And on the other hand, and as is often the case, you are able to deconstruct steel man things. And you don't need accusations like the $7 million consultancy fee, which I think comes from some random Chinese language post on the Chinese internet that can't be vetted or whatever. That to anyone that knows something about video games knows that doesn't sound right based on budgets alone. That's such a serious amount of money. So I believe that there's some weirdness with IGN in that game, clearly, actually. And that particular writer at IGN does write from a very specific perspective, seemingly exclusively. And I think that that's all relevant. You don't need to have the $7 million thing on top of it, which is specious. Another middle school word, sorry. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, the Phil Spencer thing's true. There's some weird shit with Black Myth, whatever the game's called at IGN. But make sure that you're vetting these things enough to know what's real and what's not, because that strikes anyone who knows about games as just totally bizarre. If that's true, let's say it's true. Let's say like these guys did get held up by Sweet Baby Inc. for $7 million. That's like the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life, basically, in the games industry. Jaffe and I were talking about like how much do you think they really do get paid for their consultancy? And I'm like, it depends on what they do, but it's probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is a lot of money. It's not, these consultancies aren't hired to make games more expensive. They're hired to make things, to get like feedback outside that would be cheaper to render. That's why you don't do things internally. Anyway, I don't know if you guys have more you want to add about this. Have you seen these allegations flying around? Do they strike you as strange?
I don't look. I will say I don't know much about the budgetary like business realities of like what companies pay for what, but I remember seeing this somewhere, and even I was like, that seems like a lot for consultancy. It didn't feel correct to me, but I didn't really look into it either.
Yeah, Dustin, anything you want to add before we move on?
The Phil Spencer thing, I heard this maybe there's more information out there. So if someone wants to send a correction next week. I'm a little confused about this because people were talking about how during the interview, people were cheering. And then someone followed up with a tweet of a video that says, we were told and pumped to cheer. The loudest cheerleaders got prizes. And they did whatever they can to keep the energy in the room. So, and the video is not during the Phil Spencer interview when they're throwing out prizes. So was this a connection that shouldn't have been made? And the second thing is that this was around the time of the Xbox conference, which they showed it live. And I would imagine if you're going up and you're excited, you want to witness live the Phil Spencer interview, more than likely you're an Xbox fan and gathered around. So the crowd fits the situation that they're just going to cheer for things that he says. So could there be more to it that there was? I just find it hard to believe that an IGN employee is standing there like Trump with a thing of paper towels ready to throw them out to the crowd.
Puerto Rico.
Right when Phil's talking about someone at Tango getting laid off. You know what I mean? Maybe. I just don't see that being the situation.
Yeah, I can see. Here's my it's not even my understanding because I haven't read too deeply about it, but this was my take on what I read, was that IGN had a production in E3 production. I used to be part of those. They were smaller back in the day. And there's like a lot of external people working on them, people you've never seen before and you'll never see again, that do like makeup and audio and cameras and all that kind of stuff. And they probably have someone there to like hype up the crowd or just be like, applause or like point that's fairly common. And that can be conflated with like, so I believe that there was like a hype thing going on in the building, but I don't know that IGN necessarily had anything to do with it. If this happened, not to disconnect them from being responsible in some way for the optics of that, but it's not super uncommon to be in that situation, especially because the production company that IGN hired almost certainly doesn't work for IGN. It's like a company you hire out or a bunch of freelancers or whatever that you use. And I just know that from the E3 shows I used to do. So, I don't know. People are looking for too many things to be upset about. I think that there's a lot of things to be upset about. Like I said on Twitter, I put out one of our videos the other week and one of my clips, and I was saying there are really unsavory things that are clearly happening in the, let's call political or cultural realm, that I think are necessary to talk about. And they're being distracted by this bullshit. One of the major things is like, it's clear that there are racist hiring practices going on. That's clear to me. Like that one woman at that was working on Black Panther, was saying like it was completely racist what she said. And that disappears, but you can't blame anyone when you don't hammer down on that, or you don't hammer down on the real things that are before our eyes to make up conspiracy theories about everything that happens. It's distracting. You need better messengers. You just are desperate for them. It's so crazy how this will never get resolved until people can focus on the things. It's like that woman said something deeply racist and seems to have acted in some sort of racist or racial way. And that should be discussed. So who gives a fuck about Eve's tits?
Right. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Well, it sucks because it's annoying on both sides. The messengers are annoying, and the people against the messengers are also, they're obsessed with them as well. It's like a cyclical, they need each other.
It is crazy. Like I've been watching the cycle of like, there's the that Kotaku journalist Alyssa, and she's like deeply wrapped up in all of this, and she pops up on my timeline, and I don't understand why she won't just like ignore them, because you're making it so much worse for yourself. And it's clearly it's like coping in real time. It doesn't look good. Like we all know what it is. It's not a good look. It's someone needs to tell you that like cares about you. And I'm sure there are many people that care about her and love her. It's like, you should just disconnect from this. I know it's painful. It's unfair, whatever you feel it is. But it doesn't bother me tweeting. Like, it's like, ugh. It's so transparent. She would fight
people, right? On the Giant
I think
Bomb
so.
stream.
It's like, and she's just being lampooned. And it's just like, man, I've thought about reaching out to her actually, because I was like, oh, she probably hates me and doesn't want to do our show, but it'll be interesting to talk to someone like that, because it's like, what is going on here? It's fascinating, this response to it. People hate me and say shit to me all the time, like for, my entire career. I'm not saying it's ever been as bad as it has been for some people, but people are really vile and mean and shit to me. And at some point you really have to just focus on the people that are there for you, or at least try to ignore it. I was thinking about this with the video clips that I've been putting out where people respond to them in such vitriolic ways sometimes. And it's like, dude, I can't control your behavior. Like I can't get wrapped up in that. Like, I don't know what in this video, like, I think most people don't even watch the videos and they just complain about things. And it's like, and then people say like, you should stop clickbaiting or you should stop doing this. It's like, so you're suggesting that I'm responsible for your reaction? Get fucked. I'm not responsible for anything you do. Nothing that you do. So you got to take that mentality when you got the haters raining down on you, but this is just endless feeding. It's a cycle, go ahead, Chris.
Some people aren't geared for that, man. Like I don't know what it is. I've seen it where people just can't detach. They don't have that brain or they don't have that kind of, I really don't know what it is, but it's kind of shocking to me every time I see it, because I see people sometimes melting down on Twitter every now and again. I'm like, don't you know? And it's like, some people do it like all the time. Like it's their default way of interacting with the medium. And I'm just like, don't you understand that peace awaits you if you just stop doing that? Like, what about this needs to happen? You can't be having fun.
No, that's the whole thing. Is like putting a smile on your face and pretending it doesn't bother you is not believable, because it is bothering you, clearly deeply bothering you. And I don't blame you, but you just can't. This is what they would want. You can assume that she's the total victim, right, of the situation. I don't really know that that's true at all, actually. But let's assume that that's the case. It's like, stop putting yourself out there to the degree where like it's now becoming predictable how this is all going to turn out. In some sense, she's just setting herself. I feel bad for her in a sense, just because she's setting herself up for like Kotaku's eventually going to get sold off or closed down or whatever. Everyone's going to lose their jobs there, unfortunately, and have to move on to other things. And people are going to celebrate that when that's going to be painful enough. And you're like just goading people, or it's like, just focus on the people that like you or the work that you do that has its audience or whatever. And I think I say this out of experience, because I don't know, I want to say we've all been there, but I've been there where I've gotten into fights online and really gotten into the weeds with people. And then it's like, it's just eventually you have to like stop hitting your head against the wall. I learned that years ago, and people still have to learn that regularly, but there's just too much of it going on. There's people in the industry that I care about that act like that. And I'm like, it's just not good. It's not healthy. You can't win. You can't really win. So it's not even worth playing. And it's fault aside, because I think all of these people are pretty, like, the people on the journalist side or the industry side are like, ugh, not great too. I mean, it's like you said, Dustin, it's a lot. But
yeah,
watching this play out in slow motion, like it's the mask of the smiling face over the crying face meme. And we all know it, because we've all been that person. I have been that person. And I know exactly what it looks like. And it looks like this.
People that are cornered tend to lash out.
Yep. Man, so
you just got to identify the position you're in and, step up to do something. I guess step up to do nothing. Don't step up. Step down.
Step down. Stand down. All right. Crafton Picard wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, now that all the showcases are over, there's a lot of disappointment out there that we got no news of Silksong. IGN even wrote an article about it. I'm looking forward to the game as much as anyone, but I don't mind waiting because I have more than enough games to play for now. However, the comments and discourse about it are really getting toxic. A lot of very entitled fans spewing a lot of vitriol towards the devs, angry at the lack of communication, claiming the game is in development hell or vaporware, and just general negativity. Why do people feel like artists owe them something? You see similar things with fans of authors waiting for the next book in the series. If the creator never puts out the next book, movie, or game, does it make you like their earlier entries any less? What makes them think that sending hate tweets and angry Reddit tirades is a good thing to do? People just suck, and it makes me sad." Well, there's two angles to this that I wanted to discuss. I'm curious what you guys think of this. The first is, they should have never announced the game as early as they did. And I know that they announced it as DLC and it turned into a full game and everything, but there's no world where the game should have been so complex that it shouldn't be ready by now. I don't really understand that. It's not this deep dive. Team Cherry is obviously not a very big team, but part of it is their own fault for getting ahead of themselves, right? The other angle I wanted to say, though, and obviously this doesn't excuse what people are saying. Like, people have to control themselves. It's totally ridiculous. But the big thing for me with this is, and I know this is going to be a pretty unpopular opinion, but Hollow Knight isn't that good that people should be clamoring over the sequel for this long. I mean, let's get real. Are you kidding? I really think Silksong or the original Hollow Knight's great. I loved it. I played it on PS4 and I thought it was awesome. But what are we like? What are we doing? Why is there the only reason there's interest in it is because it's expected because it was announced. But are people really that fucking wrapped up in Silksong of all games? It's just it's unthinkable to me, and I say that as someone who likes the first game quite a bit. So that's those are the two threads I wanted to pull out, Chris.
No, I mean, it's particularly bothersome for me because I keep picking this goddamn thing for my draft, and they just keep conspicuously missing missing showcases and stuff, and so it's like I'm getting a little annoyed personally, but yeah, I don't know. I have a very limited experience with Silksong, or not Silksong, Hollow Knight. I don't know how much I played. It's so long ago at this point, but I remember enjoying what I played and looking forward to when I heard about Silksong. I remember like, oh, cool, yeah, they're making another one. Cool, I'm excited about it, but I don't know if I necessarily saw the what I played of Hollow Knight was very good. But I do think this is one of those things. I feel like it has a lot of attention just because it was announced a long time ago, and also because it hasn't come out yet. It's kind of one of those, I wouldn't say it's like a Half-Life 3 situation necessarily, but it's kind of like, would people authentically care about Half-Life 3 as much if it hasn't taken so long to materialize? You know? Like that game is undoubtedly way more popular because it doesn't exist in some weird way. Like that's the meme about it, is that like that's what kind of crossed it into the cultural zeitgeist beyond people who even cared about Half-Life in the first place, was the fact that it was just not coming out ever. And so this kind of feels like one of those things where I feel like it has a lot of attention on it and a lot of people care about it, but almost exclusively, or not exclusively, I don't want to say that. That might be a little bit too harsh, but I feel like predominantly because it's taken so long.
Yeah, I agree. There's an intrigue to it. And this is what
Right.
I'm so curious about, Chris, too, is this game is going to exist on a very thin line. Because it's no doubt going to be awesome. I have no doubt that it's going to be awesome. But will people feel like it justified all of the time and effort and drama around it? Or will it or will it exceed that, or will it fall short of that? And I think the line is going to be so thin on how people feel about it ultimately. Like, the time might actually benefit it because it's like, finally, and this is so great. Or it could really backfire in some way, you know? Well, I'll be very interested to see how that works out. Dustin, what do you have to say about the Silksong drama? I saw you kind of agree with me that like the furor around Hollow Knight's a little overstated. Like, it's very good. It's just, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Like, why are we so obsessed with this game?
I am wondering, am I battle hardened it for release dates at this point? I waited so long for Kingdom Hearts 3. I waited so long for Final Fantasy 15. Back when it was Final Fantasy Versus 13, right?
Mm.
Like, and I remember even, not that I was as invested, but waiting for The Last Guardian, thinking that looked like a cool game. So when I see people that are upset about waiting for a game for 5 years, I'm like, what? Come on. That's nothing, you know? But yeah, getting toxic about it is obviously dumb. It reminded me of, which we haven't mentioned this yet, but shout out to Maddie in his interview with Todd Howard.
Oh yeah, that's an awesome get. I haven't reached out to him about that yet. I need to do that.
Yeah, great work, Maddie. But in that interview, you know, Todd was talking about how it's tough because, you know, people work really hard on these games. They put a lot of themselves into it. And then people spend so much time in those games that it makes some sense, or at least you can understand why people care about them so deeply, and they kind of become a part of who they are. And obviously it does not justify toxicity towards devs or anything like that. Like, but you can understand people spend a lot of time. They really, really care about these things, but it doesn't justify acting like a moron online. And my thing is that if you're upset, I get it. Dude, Persona 5, that's another game I waited a really long time for. But this is a really small team, and I'm sure that they want this game to be amazing. And the other thing too, they don't need to release the game quickly. They have a lot of money, I'm sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
From both the game, the merchandise, and all that. Like, they're good. They can kind of just take their time.
That's a key. And I think that's why my personal take is people are going to look stupid when they finally do have something to show and ready to go. It's like, come on, man. They weren't just sitting around doing nothing. They have the luxury of really doing it right and not working under the thumb of anyone. And so it's like, why not? They just have to learn. I mean, it's funny to hear you bring up Todd Howard, because of course he's the king. He and Bethesda Game Studios are the kings of fucking announcing things too early.
Yep.
And also the kings of going in the other direction as well with Fallout 4. But the Elder Scrolls 6 thing is hysterical at this point. It's like, what the fuck were you thinking with that? What were you guys thinking? You know, that game probably won't come out for this decade.
That was definitely like an impulse damage control kind of thing. Or at least from my perspective.
I feel
I think you're right.
I think the logic was, well, if we don't say anything for the next 5 years, this entire time while we're working on Starfield, people are going to ask us if Elder Scrolls is next. Where is Elder Scrolls? Where is Elder Scrolls? But the funny thing is that kind of just happened anyway. Like, it didn't.
Right,
it doesn't matter whether it was announced or not. People are just going to ask. They want Skyrim 2 or whatever. You know what I mean? They want the next Skyrim. So they're just going to ask.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't know. I think they yeah, it feels like they wanted to assuage any fears that, like, oh, well, don't worry, we're not a multiplayer studio now. But I feel like anybody, like, duh. Like, obviously, Bethesda's not going to just become this, like, live service studio that just makes exclusively multiplayer. But I think that was a big concern in their community for some reason. That this was like them turning a new corner, and that was exclusively what it was going to be. But it's just like, you overshot your solution, I think.
Next question. Ms. Zogersmot. I don't know. A lot of syllables. Hi, guys. Recent relentless trashing of the Life is Strange series made me wonder whatever happened with Telltale games. They were revived 5 years ago and haven't really released anything since. Is The Wolf Among Us 2 ever coming out? Keep on slitting those heads. Well, that's not quite true. The new Telltale games is working away, and they've released one game already, and they're releasing the next one this year in episodes. So you might recall that in 2023, Telltale released The Expanse over 5 episodes. Those are on PS4 and PS5 based on the TV show, which is based on the book. And that was with Deck 9 in support, I think. And then Wolf Among Us 2 is supposed to come out this year, still in development. So I don't know what's going on with them, but it seems like those games are coming. I just think that the era of Telltale has largely come and gone. It was a very revolutionary approach to storytelling. They really dropped the ball in a major way, I think, with technologies. And it was clear from the very beginning that they were just unwilling to waver and stop and slow down and fix what was wrong and catch up with everything that they needed to do. And so they kind of paid the price for that, I think. But the Batman season 1 game was pretty good. I played that back in the day, and I played The Walking Dead season 1. I played Back to the Future when that came out. So the old Telltale had a lot to offer as well, but it's just a different time, a different era. And there again, what's the rush really? What I'm most curious about is how the episodic approach works for them. If it's still worthwhile doing it that way, or I feel like releasing games all at once is the way to do it. Personally, if you have a 5-episode game, that's totally cool, but release all the episodes at once so people can binge it. So I was really impressed with Telltale for a few years. Let's say from 2012 to 2015, they were pretty impressive. But then the wheels really did fall off at that point. But they got a lot out in that time. I mean, too much. That's what ended up hurting them. So that's what happened to Telltale. Are you guys going to play the Wolf Among Us 2? I know Micah is interested in it.
No,
No,
I'm just not that interested. I've never really cared for Telltale, but
yeah, it's gonna be a no from me, my lord.
Sorry, I'm writing a note. The Walking Dead season 1 was a really cool experience. I thought I never played anything like that really, even though I had played their episodic release, like I said, with I guess that would have been the Back to the Future game at that time was out, and they had a bunch of other stuff out too. I just never played it, but it's cool that I experienced it as I did. It was very enticing, but it always made me want to wait for the season to be done, and then I would just forget, and I've never played them. So I'm like so far behind on Telltale games. I should get into them at some point again. Tyler Vandelbrini has the final inquiry. He says, hello, CDC. The soon-to-be reviewers of the hit new game by the creators of Gravity Rush and Silent Hill. Slitterhead, he says. That's what he meant to say anyway.
Right.
What has happened to video game reviews? I find Metacritic to be largely unhelpful when almost every single game is sitting in the 80s, but then general consensus of the game on podcasts and online is hypercritical. Hellblade 2 somehow made combat worse than the first. Final Fantasy Rebirth is so bloated it's ruined people's experiences. Dragon's Dogma 2 is considered a massive disappointment for many fans of the first. Are reviewers too nice when it comes to the score, or are they just bad at expressing their opinions? What do you all think? Thanks for another amazing episode. I continue to be of the firm belief that reviews like Metacritic scores and stuff are an interesting indicator of how things are going, and certainly a data point, but conversations like ours and podcasts like ours and many, many, many other shows are doing the justice to the games that are not able to be done in written and small video reviews. And I think that that's the major problem, is that a lot of those very old style reviewers are the ones that are on Metacritic are the ones that get the most notice. And I just feel like that era of reviews, I guess, will be as alive as people are willing to absorb them. But I feel like it's kind of dead. Like, why would you be so interested in something that you would want to hear? You'd want it to be reduced down to a score, and you don't even know how. Being in the trenches of scoring games, it's like, I don't know, man. This is what, it's a 7, I guess. It's a 6, an 8. I really had it was just based on a feeling. It's kind of nonsensical. Subjectivity can't be reduced down to numerics like that. And so I think that that's the major reason why reviews don't really reflect necessarily the full gamut of like the cultural relevance or importance or value of a game. Like, I think Rise of the Ronin is actually in the reverse. Like, I think people feel like Rise of the Ronin to a lot of people is actually better than they expected. And then you have games going in the other direction. And I'm just like, that kind of sucks, because that's what happens when you try to quantify a video game. It just doesn't work like that. You need to talk about it and pull out of it whatever you'd like. So that's my thought. Chris, I see you nodding along. You're in agreement, I guess. I didn't realize this is the second or third time that someone's written in saying Dragon's Dogma 2 isn't very well received. I thought Dragon's Dogma 2 sold like a few million copies.
Yeah.
Not that
I mean, I
guess
it depends on the people. Like, if you're going to go to like realistically speaking, if you, and I don't mean to say this to discredit communities necessarily, because community input is very, very valid, but like, they're also hyper aware of flaws that a lot of other people might not be aware of. Like, it's just like, oh, well, this isn't consistent with Dragon's Dogma 1 or whatever. And it's like, is that going to matter to somebody who's just checking this out for the first time? Probably not, because it's I don't know. There's like a more holistic approach to that kind of thing that's very, very dependent on your involvement with the IP or whatever. But I'm kind of the mind, and maybe I don't know, maybe I'm just too forgiving or whatever, but like, I'm actually of the mind that like a lot of these games kind of sit in the 80s and like high 70s, not because people are too kind in reviews, but because just generally speaking, most games are pretty good, honestly. Like, I can't really think of like the last, like, unless you have something like Lord of the Rings Gollum, you know, like, I don't know if there's really anything that's come out of late that doesn't have at least some kind of value to it. I was actually talking on Twitter a little bit, either last night or early this morning, about it's just like a cheeky tweet about like, is this a safe space? Because I kind of liked Watch Dogs. Because I kind of did. It's a perfect 7 kind of. It's like a 7. You know what I mean? Like, it's entirely playable. It's like kind of whatever, and it's entirely fine. And I feel like it's very rare that you get games that are below that, really. You know, most of the time, if you're going to hear about a game, chances are it's going to be of like some level of quality that is, or just so demonstrably in the other direction, where like it's like a Lord of the Rings Gollum, or like a Kong on Skull Island, or you know, one of the Bad Rats, or what is that Ride to Hell Retribution or something. So I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're looking for out of reviews also.
Well, you made the important qualifier, because I actually think there's an enormous amount of bad games that come out. It's just that the more likely a game is to get a review. We used to have to explain this at IGN all the time because people would be like, your average score is like a 7.1 or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you have to understand that the higher budget a game is, the more demand it has on it. And it's just more likely that it's going to get attention of reviewers. It's going to be better than the mean game. And so that's going to drive the score up, as opposed to like the shovelware that we wouldn't review, the indie games that we wouldn't review, and all those other things that are probably more likely to be bad.
I do want to clarify. I'm of the games that we would hear about and know about.
Right. No, that's exactly. I totally understand what you mean. And I think that that's like a really important thing, because in some sense it's true. Like I didn't give very many games bad scores because I didn't review very many bad games. It's not that they don't exist. It's just that for me to review a game that I don't think I probably gave 5 games below a 5 in my entire career. It's not because I played 5 games that were that bad. It's because those were the games that I reviewed. And it's going to be unlikely that you're going to get a box copy of a game from Activision and it's going to be a fucking 2. It's just not really, doesn't really happen. You know, that's reserved for garbage that you wouldn't touch anyway. Dustin, you have anything you want to sound off on with reviews before we go?
Yeah. Well, I feel like the review scale is fundamentally broken, not only for the reason you said, my liege, but also for other reasons as well, in that no one actually explores the entire scale. And my theory on this, I think I've mentioned this, might have been a few years ago, but I feel like people use the 1 through 10 rating of a game, and they use it as if it's a letter grade at school instead of exploring the whole scale. And this is something that I've had very funny conversations with people in our Discord about when it comes to movies, that on Letterboxd, I use the entire scale of 5 stars. And so people will be like, what? You gave this movie a 2.5? Like, yeah, that means I really didn't like it or dislike it. I'm exactly in the middle, which the problem is now is that it's never, you can't change it. Like a game like Hellblade, if I was giving it a score, I guess, Hellblade's bad because people are going to be mad at me since I'm giving an Xbox game a bad score. Whatever. Like Hellblade to me would be a 4 because it wasn't bad, but I certainly didn't like aspects of it. But a 4 on the scale of what, most people consider the whole scale, that would be like, this game is broken, it's trash, no one's would ever play it. But no one uses the whole scale. The other thing is too, is just that there's no standardization of the scale. So one site could actually use the full scale, and one site could use it like it's a letter grade and say that 85 is a B, and that's good or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just, there's no standardization. So really Metacritic at its core, for all the reasons we've listed, makes no sense. But it's tough, especially in this industry where we were just talking about how people take these games in, they make them part of their personalities, and so any slight against them is a slight, any slight against the game is a slight against you. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And I've always found it funny when people talk about game reviews, because I've seen this happen to game reviewers. I've seen it happen to me when I just simply tweet about a game. So people say, well, you're not really being that objective.
Of course, yeah.
Are you... How fucking stupid are you? It's a fucking review. Now I get it. You shouldn't write a review if you have a bone to pick, some kind of extreme personal bias. But it's like, no, a review is someone's opinion about a game. And that's simply that.
Yeah, there's also like, it's weird too, because it's usually like you're not being objective about it, and usually what you're talking about is something that is inherently very subjective. It's not like, there are ways to be objective in reviews about like, oh, well, this is the frame rate, you know what I mean? And this is the resolution. These are like Digital Foundry, I would argue, is like very, very like, as far as like games coverage that I've seen that is review oriented, it's probably like some of the more objective stuff, just because they go into genuinely like how the software functions. But if you're just asking for someone's opinion on a game, it's like, what do you mean be objective?
Right. Like I could say objectively, Assassin's Creed is good. It's actually probably great for a lot of people. They mechanically have lots of different aspects. They run well. People enjoy them. There's lots of content.
It's objectively successful.
It's objectively probably a good or great game. It's not to me though. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know what people want from reviews really when it comes down to it. But I think the redeeming thing we can say at the end of this is what your lordship was saying about how podcasts are kind of filling in the gaps where we can have a great conversation. We can ask each other questions, get really in depth. And that's kind of the new standard. It's not really a review, but I mean, we call them review discussions. And I think that's fitting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there is also just the weight of certain flaws per person. You know what I mean? Because he mentions like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is so bloated it ruined people's experience. It's like, I would say that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is very bloated, but I would also say that it's very, very good. And so I guess it in that conversation, it greatly matters what the individual's weight on that bloat is. Like if that weight to the individual doesn't really detract from how good the game is, that speaks to the quality of the game also. Or like Red Dead 2. It's like, that's like, oh my God, what a long game. I remember we've talked about that before, where it's like, this is a very, very long game. It doesn't need to be this long. It's still incredible. And so, I don't know, it's such an inherently subjective thing, and different things matter to different people more and less. And, you know, dude, I was going through in my preparation for this Destiny conversation that I'm going to have with Cog next week. I was going through like some of the reviews for all the previous expansions, and Lightfall got a 5, which I think is like, let's relax a little bit. The story was bad, but like that was a pretty expansion wise. This is a pretty good expansion. Story bad, but like 5, you know, that's a pretty massive ding. And I remember just being flummoxed by that. I was like, wow, this wasn't a 5 to me at all. And so, you know, it's just inherently going to wane and waver depending on the perspective, and that's worth taking into account. And it's why I think podcasts are a pretty good medium for this kind of thing.
Yeah. Well said. All right. Well, that's it. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. Time to wrap it up. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of our show and everything else. Let's go around around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Have a good rest of your day.
Goodbye, Colin. Thank you, my lord. I think I have something before we end. I have something special that I wanted to share with the class here. Because Colin's just been such a great boss and a good friend. I decided to whip up some art, a lovely little portrait that I thought he would appreciate, and I'm gonna send it to you guys, and maybe you guys can put it in the episode.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. It's I hope it's gonna send. It's a little fan art I did. Is it coming through the phone? Yeah. I'm texting you too. I could put it in the Discord as well. But like.
This is very nice.
This is awesome.
Hey, you like it?
I love it. Well done.
Wow. You have the tattoo on the arm.
Yeah. I got the details. I had to improvise certain things. I also gave you clothes that you would never wear because I just thought it was funny.
Thank you. That's awesome. But appreciate that.
Yeah.
You like the little Vita, the way you're holding the Vita?
Yeah, he's like with just between my two fingers. It's very cute.
I really think this is like specifically this. Like this as an image is
Yeah, I'll make that my new profile picture. It's funny as hell.
It's very nice.
I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
I had fun.
Yeah, and have a good rest of your week and a good weekend. Be well. Dustin Furman, goodbye to you, my friend. Be well.
Goodbye. Yeah, it's as I mentioned off the top of the show, Shadow the Erdtree weekend, and very excited. Going to try to play as much as I can. But it's crazy because Chris and I, we were talking about our bond earlier, thinking on the same wavelengths. And I was like, man, Colin, my lordship Colin, my liege, my king, he's been great. And I was thinking we don't do enough to appreciate him. What do you know? I also drew some art of
That's
Colin.
Crazy.
Now, I think, Chris, yours is better. It's color, digital. Mine was I went classic with it. Drawing pen and pencil. Now, I have a photo of it that I can send. I'll put it in the episode, but I'll just hold it up for you guys here.
Oh my God.
No. This is the idealized version, I feel like, of Colin. So
Holy moly, that's great.
Oh no!
Thank
got
you.
a little sacred symbols arm tattoo.
That's so much better than anything I can do. Both of yours, like mine, would be so bad compared to yours. That's
Well,
awesome.
I'll be honest.
And neck, I have a really long neck.
There's no rules
Yeah,
against art. There may have
That's
been
true.
some light tracing involved, but nothing crazy. I mean, it clearly didn't help a lot, but it helped a little bit. But
I like the long neck. It signifies stature.
Yeah.
the proportions, they are what they are. Think of it as a Renaissance piece where they couldn't quite get it quite right yet.
Like a Picasso almost. Where like
yeah. So
it's a little bit non-Euclidean. I'm sorry, that's a big word.
yeah. No, don't go there.
Euclidean. Whoa. But yeah, this is just some art for Colin.
Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
so sweet.
You're welcome, my
Thank you
lord.
for that. Well, you guys are so nice, and I hope you guys both have a great weekend. Dustin, stay cool. It's going to be sweltering. It sounds like by you, and
Yeah, I'll be
same
inside.
here. Yeah, I'm going to be hopefully going into the pool on Saturday, but again, it might be too hot. Having everyone over the house again on Saturday, for like an after party kind of thing for my mom after we go to the hotel for lunch. So that should be cool. And then I'll be right back to the games, and we'll be right back here next week for more Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We appreciate all of you out there. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access. LastStandMedia.store for merch, including shirts, stickers, and so on. We couldn't do it without you. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.